걷어내는 거기 때문에 와우 희상.
그렇죠. 이거 약간 국민품부죠.
네.
케이주얼 투 용고. 퍼마제드 보내면 이거는 그냥 그대로 갑니다.
네. 자 그러면 해피가 도와줘야죠. 해피가 할 수 있나요? 아유 너무 아파요 근데. 네.
쉽지 않아요.
잠깐만 해피 해요? 이러면 나노는 날아갔습니다.
근데 이거 이러면 프로포가 하나 해야 돼요. 가격 킬맨이긴 한데.
또 해피예요? 또 해피예요! 또 해피입니다!
야, 와!
해피! 이제 말도 안 되는 샷!
아, 근데 해피가 하나 건져 올렸네요, 이거. 그냥 사료 긁어버리면
네.
좀 더 편하게 갈 수 있는 포커페이스거든요.
맞습니다.
일단 이제 한방 기갑니다.
와!
너무 잘 긁혔어요.
와! 막
야, 포커페이스 너무 좋아졌네요, 진짜. 이러면
안 돼요.
지금 바이올렛도 없어서 시간 끌릴 수밖에 없어요. 팀이 회복하는 과정 중에.
맞습니다. 자 마우가 복제. 심장 누웠죠. 진짜 빨리. 케이지얼 돕겼습니다.
아, 거기에 희상
용검까지. 아 케이 지운 거면 그냥 가둬놓고 때리는 거기 때문에 와우 희상.
그렇죠. 이거 약간 국민품부죠.
네.
케이주얼 투 용고. 기본기로 훈련할 생각까지 하고 있어야겠죠.
맞습니다. 쭉 올라가면서.
생각 잘 뛰는데요.
떨어뜨리고 주세요. 나가볼까요? 눌러.
방금 불렀죠?
만들어냈고.
근데 나도 있어.
눌러.
딜라인 들어가 다 잡아냈고.
네.
올드선의 딜라인은 견제냈어요.
한쪽 눌러가 들어가 정리가 됐기
펌프
때문에.
1벤에 이거
자, 걷어내죠.
정리됐고.
와 재우고. 들어갑니다. 쭉 직선 구도. 자 사람들 나쁘지 않더라. 결국 나옵니다. 맞춤 결.
이거 지옥 그냥 집결 있는 거 알고 있다 보니까
터졌어요.
그냥 바로 또 찔러버렸고.
네.
이거 밥 그냥 앞에서 맞아버리면 이상하게 맞는 거거든요.
윈스턴도 나옵니다만 아무것도 없는 윈스턴이거든요 이제.
근데 밥이 밥 어디로 가요? 밥? 푸포만큼 빠졌고.
푸포가 던지.
탱커
정리. 들어갑니다. 오일동 선수 3점에 들어갑니다. 1분 22초입니다.
흐름이 지금 용슬레이어 그 별명 괜히 얻은 게 아니에요, 제트가.
20초 남았습니다.
네.
지금 궁극기 3개 보유하고 있는 해적단.
김칫국은 금물이지만 15초 남았고 빈질가 있는데.
이제 다시 넘어오거든요.
야, 드래곤 슬레이어 제트.
해적단 거리 조절하고.
거의 다 왔어요, 거의 다.
설마 50세트 깨나요?
네, 근데 진짜 이거는 정말 가수만 안 되면 빈다이면 빈가 캔슬만 안 되면 무조건이에요, 지금.
보죠. 뛰어들고 비트 터트리게 되나요?
자, 드리블을 하고 있는 시간입니다. 근데 자원이 하나 둘 많을 거고요.
리격에 빠졌습니다. 그리고 부착
제트 벌써 들어갔고.
준비 끝났어요.
자, 초록의 비트까지 갈 수 있나요?
네, 원숭이 없어요.
초록의 비트 전에 비트 전에. 발 떨어지면 끝나요. 발 떨어지면 끝나요.
아니 잠깐만요. 아니 김진서.
근데 맞아요.
아니 이게 뭐예요?
오 마이 갓, unbelievable!
아니 이거 무조건 해줬더니 이기는 그림 아니었어요?
아니 딜러잖아요, 저거는.
왜 이게 이렇게 되냐고요?
무슨 딜러가 게임을 터트려, 잠깐만요.
Welcome to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. I am Unknown at the commentary, and with me on the expert analysis, we have Hex for the second day ongoing. Hey Hex, how have you been doing?
Yeah, it's third day here. We're going to wrap up these seedings, and we're going to get our sixth team into the playoffs going forward. So a couple of big matches that people are going to be really wanting to tune in for. Those first two slots, I'm 100% sure. Actually, I should never say I'm 100% sure about anything. Crazy Raccoon has locked up the first seed. On the other side of things, Zeta Division not going to be able to qualify for one of those top two seeds. So our first match is going to be for a playoff bye, which is huge. To just be able to play less matches is nice. Second match doesn't mean a whole lot in the world. Then, of course, we have a play-in at the end.
Yep, I mean, to give kind of like meaning to the second matchup, it is the Tokyo Derby in Korea. Which, on paper, it doesn't make sense, but it is two Japanese organizations going against each other, and these two organizations have a lot of history going against each other, like, across multiple esports titles.
Sure.
So I think that is, also, like, getting your sponsors, like, really happy is also one thing that you should always have in mind,
It's
right?
important, yeah.
For a quote-unquote long-term relationship.
Yeah. I've made sponsors happy and I've made sponsors upset before, and I'm always happier when they're happy. Yeah, and also, if it wasn't Crazy Raccoon, it might be even a little less hype, but Crazy Raccoon still hasn't lost a map, so they still got that going for him, and you'd have to imagine that, they've started talking about it now, where it does mean something to them that they've been having a perfect stage. So that'll mean a lot. But first of all, I mean, Pokerface coming off a really interesting victory last night. We went to 5 on it. We're going to play Falcons first up for that last spot in the top 2 seeds to be able to take the first round bye. Other than that, you're going to have to end up playing day 1 in the playoffs. And so ideally, you want to get that first round bye. Pokerface, I mean, if you would have told me in the beginning of the season, like, Pokerface is going to play Falcons for a bye, for the 1 or 2 rankings in the seeding, I'd be like, nah, not that Pokerface. Are you sure? We talk about the same team, but they've made interesting changes. They've been playing really stout. They have a comps that can beat almost anybody. Falcons, I feel like, should be on paper. I think the predictions are pretty heavily in favor of the Falcons, but 83% right now is what I'm seeing. But this is a team that stumbled before, so, I mean, it could be a pretty hype match. And I think Falcons, and you mentioned, like, making your sponsors happy. To make the org happy, this Falcons team should not be out of the 1 or 2 seed, especially with Zeta going down the way they did. I thought they were one of the best teams, but this should be a match that Falcons is really hyped for. They should bring their A game here.
Yep, and before we go into the match themselves, we have viewership incentives going on. According to KST, with KST right now, it is September 1st, so today is your last chance to get these sprays, name cards, and skins. So if you still have a few hours on your inventory to get these skins, please make ample opportunity of today's broadcast. Of course, to be honest, before the broadcast, we always talk about, hey, this is going to be a long day. The matches are going to be super close. Today, I think it's going to be a little shorter than yesterday. Of course, always a pleasant surprise if we are proven wrong and we have long matches like that are not tech delays and are just filled with good Overwatch. But still,
yeah. Beyond that, if you need your 10-hour requirement to get the Ramatra skin, there's some really good EU and NA stuff happening later today. I haven't been the highest on those regions, but I tuned in a little bit today, and there's some contenders now. It's not just like one good team in NA, so the regions have been getting a little closer and tighter. So you can just leave this channel on all day. Just hang out. That's like 10 a.m. Pacific is when they start. We'll probably have a little bit of a gap. We usually don't go that long. That is 9 hours from now. I don't foresee that happening. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of Overwatch to watch today. Get your reward drops. And, now that we're giving away skins, like, just, idle out, hit the chat once in a while, tune in, put us on in the background. I'm fine with that. Yeah, so we've got some great matches for you today. There's going to be great matches later today. Overwatch Esports is kind of hitting its culmination right now as we work towards our majors and our playoffs.
Yep, and also if you want to, like, kind of get something filled in the meantime, I do recommend that reverse sweep. Oh, I shouldn't probably spoil that, but yes, it was a 5-map banger of 2 teams in NA. I won't spoil the teams. It was a 5-map banger, and it was pretty fun. It was a orange team and a gray-red team. So
Yeah.
if you have anything to watch, if you don't have anything to watch in between the broadcasts, I recommend you go through the replays of that.
Well,
And
it's something I've said about this region that I found really compelling this stage was that all these teams got closer together. You know, when your poker faces and your Dongs are looking like they can take maps off of these top teams, and it's outside of Crazy Raccoon being what they are, right? And we know that. But like everyone else in between, it looked like the bottom teams had leveled up a little bit. Maybe not the very bottom, but your 5s and 6s, even back a little bit. You know, they were taking some matches. They were taking some maps off of teams. So it's really nice to see that happening in other regions as well, where it's not just one team being really good. Competition, you know, steel sharpens steel. It's always good to have a team that you can scrim against. That was one of the complaints from Toronto, actually, after last tournament. Was like, hey, we're just scrimming college kids. And it was kind of a flex, and it was a little bit of social media drama, but it's always good to have a stable of teams that you can play against at the highest level. And I think NA is finally getting a couple of orgs up there. Even outside the orange team, there's some orgs that are kind of burst onto the scene in the last 3 or 4 months that have looked really solid.
Yep, and we're looking at, well, I mean, those are times about, you can always watch NA EMEA later, but back to Korea. This is the current standings for just the seeding decider, so this doesn't have anything to do with what happened during the regular season. I think, yes, indeed, Hex, you're correct, and Crazy Raccoon, mathematically, because they have such a superior map differential, they should be able to lock in. Oh,
Right.
wait a second. No, wait. If Crazy Raccoon loses today 3-0 and Falcons win 3-0, I think they should be able... No, never mind. No, never mind. Never mind, because they're already -2. That only leaves them up to +1, and Crazy Raccoon's still at 3. So, alright, Crazy Raccoon did indeed lock themselves into their top first spot and a bye into the playoffs over there. Team Falcons, Pokerface are going against each other today for that second spot. And this is going to be, I guess, the higher stake match today. It's going to be Fnatic versus Vec going against each other for that very last playoff spot in OWCS Korea. The loser will be finishing their season today. Fnatic, we've said so many bad things about them. We've been very, I mean, not bad things, but we've been very criticizing about them.
Well, it's a team where you look at it and it's that adage of I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Because you look at the players on that team and you're like, you expect so much more. There was a weird feel to that Dong game. Like, after they lost the first map, it was like, are they really just trying stuff out now? Like, they're just going to go forward and it's like, oh, that's a loss? Because they ended up just getting rolled by Dong, which shouldn't really happen. But yeah, VAC has been leveled up. They've been playing better. They've made changes. They still shouldn't be beating a team like Fnatic. If Fnatic loses that, I have no words to even describe what that organization and what that roster is going to go through going forward, because something has to change at that point. But it's going to be a while before we get there. And the reason we're talking about NA and EU is because you look at Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division, and Crazy Raccoon is just that much better. Haven't dropped a map in months. Well, not in this stage anyway. They dropped a couple maps at Stage Break Tournament. But the first one, you win this, you have a bye into the playoffs, which is so critical to be able to watch teams as the meta develops, as the patch comes more into play, as we've seen Juno come into play, as we've seen different heroes, we've seen some good Zen play. There's a lot of interesting stuff still figuring itself out in the meta, and it's so map dependent, and it's one of the best game states this game's ever been in.
Yeah, talking about the metas right now, we've also, after the group stages, we've seen a little bit of an introduction of the Juno, a little bit of the Sojourn as well, and the Zenyatta. So, like you said, a lot of compositions in play, very map dependent. But before any of that, we are going to welcome Team Falcons onto the stage. They have been they've been having somewhat of a roller coaster over the season. They came in with very high expectations, at the start of the year, when Stage 1, they are actually OWCS Korea champions, and then when you go to the Asia stage, they kind of fumbled to succumb to Crazy Raccoon, and after that it was all downhill from there.
It's just the damning nature of expectations when it comes to Falcons. Look, they went 5-2 this stage, and they just lost to Crazy Raccoon, 0-3. They lost to Zeta, but I think a lot of the stuff with the questions were like, well, yeah, but they dropped a map to Pokerface, and they dropped a map to Junkertown, and they're not competing at the highest level, and that was kind of the MO coming in. If they can figure out control, they're going to be in a lot better situation. I have no idea what goes on with this team on control.
And going against them today is going to be Pokerface, who has been very pleasantly exceeding expectations of everyone. And Pokerface, as an organization, they were existent even before OWCS. They were here when Contenders was a thing. Even including all that, this organization is in its best state it has ever been. Even back in the Contenders days, they were never considered like a top tier team. Even in Contenders, like O2 Blast was always the superior team. But now they have a chance if today they can beat Team Falcons, which, to be honest, isn't going to be easy, but not also so much of a distant possibility that they might actually, for the first time in this organization's history, step up as one of the best teams.
They took a map off Falcons, earlier in week 2 when they played them, and I mean the interesting thing about Pokerface is where they're beating teams 2, 3, and 4. When they beat Fnatic, I think that was kind of a watershed moment for them of like, oh, we can compete. I think we're the 4th or 3rd best team, and then beating Zeta last night, it was huge for them to give them this opportunity. They're 4-3. They're a solid squad. I always just kind of throw out the Crazy Raccoon results because everyone's 0-3 against Crazy Raccoon. But they've been beating good teams, and even when they're not beating good teams, they go to the brink against Zeta twice this stage.
All right, let's see before the action heats up. We are going to have Quest translate the pre-match interview. So Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are here with the first team rep interview of the day. Of course, this is one of the last remaining matches in the seeding deciders. And we have Team Falcons facing off against Pokerface. And on Team Falcons side, we have Fielder representing his team.
네, 필더 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 포커페이스 팀도
And as for
만나보도록
Pokerface,
하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서
We have Simple
힐러를 맡고
on
있는
stage.
심플이라고 합니다.
네, 심플 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘
The first
경기
question
2위
goes to Team
시드를 놓고
Falcons.
겨루게 됩니다.
Of course,
팔콘은 라운드 로빈에서
both teams are fighting for the second place seed.
2위를 되찾을 기회이기도
And
한데요.
if Falcons win,
오늘
if
경기
they
승리해서
can
되찾을 수
reclaim
있을까요?
that second place spot from Zeta, and
네,
are you guys confident?
당연합니다. 자, 그렇다면
And Fielder says, of
자,
course we are.
포커페이스 지난 경기 풀세트까지 가는 치열한
course,
혈투
the next question
끝에
goes to Pokerface.
승리를 차지하게 됐죠.
Pokerface
이
took
승리, 오버워치
the
생태계를
3-2 victory
뒤흔드는
in their
결과를
last
보여주는데요.
match.
자, 오늘
So,
경기도
and they
승리
have
거둘 수 있을까요?
quote unquote stirred up the pot. So,
저희도
are you confident that you'll be able to ride the momentum and take
네,
the
자
win?
그렇다면 양팀
And of
몇
course,
대면
Simple
예상하는지도
says,
한번 들어볼게요.
yes, of
먼저
course.
필더 선수
3대1.
3대1
And the predicted score,
1점은 왜 준 거죠?
그래도
Fielder says
포페도
3-1.
잘하는 팀이기 때문에
And
3대1
the reason why he said
생각하고
3-1 is because
야,
Pokerface, I
3대1
think I
정도
do respect
예상하고
them as a
있다라는
team, and I
말을
think they're pretty
들어봤는데요.
good.
그렇다면 심플 선수는요?
As for
저희도
Simple,
3대1 예상합니다.
we also expect a
양팀 모두
3-1 victory.
3대2를 얘기한 만큼 그렇게 호락호락한 경기가
course,
펼쳐지지
it's not
않을
going to
것으로
be an
예상이
easy match.
되는데요.
It's,
자, 오늘 경기에서
gonna be a banger,
승리해야 2위
nonetheless.
시드로 플레이오프에 진출할 수
And of
있게
course, for
됩니다.
both teams,
자,
today's victory
한껏
will
양팀
mean
다 폼이 올라와
the second
있기
seed in
때문에
the playoffs.
오늘 경기 내용이 아주 기대가
so it's,
되는데
again,
오늘 경기 각오 한마디씩
expect it to be a
들어볼까요?
banger. So please say a few words to the fans
무난하게
that show your
승리해서
resolution.
2위로 플레이오프 지킹하겠습니다.
We'll make sure
야,
to
오늘
take the victory
무난하게
today,
승리해서 2위로
take
직행
the,
바로바로
the easy victory
해버리겠다라고
today
말씀해 주셨고요.
and
그렇다면
get
포커페이스 팀은요?
the bye to round 2.
저희 팀이 요즘 폼이 좋아서
Our team is playing really well right now, and
저희가
our
2위로
form
올라가도록
is
하겠습니다.
on the very high.
네,
So we'll make sure to take the
올라온
win.
폼 우리 만만치 않을 거다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 지금까지 팀팔콘의
And that was
필더
the team
선수,
rep interview
포커페이스의
between
심플
Team
선수와
Falcons and
인터뷰
Pokerface. Before we
나눠봤는데요.
head into the
오늘
match,
저녁
I'm going to
첫
send
번째
it back
경기 많은 기대
to Unknown and
부탁드리면서
Hex.
오늘 경기가 펼쳐질 첫 번째 맵도
Alright,
확인해보시죠.
thank you, Quest, for the translation. And our first map is going to be Lijiang Tower. Team Falcons, being the higher seed in this occasion, is going to make that pick. So, any thoughts on the map picks here?
It didn't really matter for Falcons. They were going to pick whatever control. They're not good on any of them. Lijiang Tower, they're 1-2 on. It's actually their worst win rate for control, but it has been the most popular. It allows you to run the most standard stuff in the world. On the only outlier really on Lijiang Tower ends up being on Control Center when teams are running Mei, Reaper, Ramatra, stuff like that. But then also other teams are running Double Flex and Faras. So it's been a weird thing to watch evolve from these squads. But yeah, I mean, Control is just, it's such a volatile map mode, and nothing really outlines that better than seeing that the Falcons' record on Control is what it is.
Hey, if anything, if you look at Pokerface's record as well, they have a really bad win rate on Lijiang Tower, so if it really doesn't matter what map they choose
it's a good call.
in Team Falcon's favor, like, why not just choose the map that Pokerface is bad at, I guess, because they're 1-4 on Lijiang Tower specifically.
It's a good shout. That's a great call. Only 20% on this map for Pokerface, and yeah, Pokerface can usually bust out something a little bit weird, like on Samoa they can play like a Ramatra or Maga. Lijiang Tower feels like the most honest of control maps, I guess is the best way to say it. It's a term that pros like to use, where it's kind of straight up. There's not like a village on Nepal per se. You can't really get cheesed off of the edge like you could on a Sanctum. So Nepal's got some weird stuff going on. It's one of the reasons that pros don't usually love Ilios either, because Ilios feels a little silly sometimes.
Especially or something like that, right?
I mean, I've called it Silios times before. It hasn't caught on. I haven't been able to make it a thing. Eventually we will. But yeah, this is for second place. This is for a bye in the playoffs.
Yep, especially in such a versatile meta like this, definitely having some time to watch your potential opponents kind of open up their tactical strategic cards is going to be invaluable data, and well, just having that time to prepare against it for that counterplay may give you that, I guess, or that 1% that you need to make that water boil. And also, being in second place, having that bye also means that you will be guaranteed the higher seed in the playoffs, meaning that you will be able to choose the first map on that on the playoffs match as well, and in a first to three, having a one map advantage, of course, considering that you will win your map pick, is going to be really crucial.
It could come into play, especially if we get teams that end up picking Nepal and they want to run an Orisa on it, or they've just got a really solid Mei strat on it. So yeah, definitely top seed always going to be something that you strive for, especially a team like Falcons that has struggled on Control when they have to go to Samoa and when they have to go to, well, I mean actually Lijiang Tower. But I think Lijiang Tower is going to be the map of, I think it was mostly what we saw yesterday. I think 2 out of the 3, maybe we saw Nepal feathered in there, but no Samoa yesterday as the map choices. And also, I mean, if Pokerface had their choice, you would maybe go to Samoa and maybe let Proud play the Ashe. Proud had himself a day yesterday, a defining map, and yeah, that's what kind of carried Pokerface in a very tight matchup. And we were talking a little bit before the broadcast too of like why maybe we don't favor Pokerface in this is because when you get outlier performances like that, it's just really hard to replicate. Right? You know what came to mind? This is for the old heads out there. Maybe one person is going to remember it, maybe 2. But like Flower at the World Cup, like 6 years ago. Do you remember that?
I do. He was a New York player, so how do I not?
Of course, yeah. I should have recalled that. But yeah, like that was the peak, and I remember saying this, and maybe I should have told you. I'm like, if I was New York, I would sell Flower right now. I would sell Flower right now because he's never going to do that again. It was just that. It was no knock on Flower, totally fine player, but it's like that was such a peak moment that you're almost never going to see again, that the value would have never been higher. And you wonder, it's really hard to replicate on a Widow, on an Ashe, to just get on a heater like that and take him to Proud Town, which he did yesterday. So it's just that the volatility and the consistency of being able to do that often is hard to do. If anyone can do it, it's Proud. He's been crushing on Ashe all stage in that Widow play. I mean, won them maps.
Yeah, also, kind of throwing into that, I think Team Falcons is going to just throw Pokerface on a different sort of challenge where Team Falcons, in a compositional point of view, they might be very similar with what Crazy Raccoon are playing, like the Tracer, Pharah, maybe the Winston, etc. Which is going to be making life a little bit hard for Proud to replicate that sort of performance, but we'll see how both teams do play it out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to control.
Depends on the stage, but Proud has to find a hero he can get something done on. When Pokerfaces look bad, it's been kind of forcing the Cass, even forcing Ashe in maps that Ashe doesn't work perfect on. So we'll see what they want to run here. You can't trust any of this just yet. We got about 15 seconds before we can really believe what these teams are going to do.
Yeah, yesterday, I was very kind of optimistic about my chances for Juno, and then I got betrayed after it was just that speed boost.
Yeah, not only that, but I told you we were going to see some Zen, and you're like, nah. And I'm like, what?
I was very wrong on Dorado. I remember that. I was like, wait, there is no way that Pokerface is going to play a Brig Zen.
Yeah, it was, to be fair, a Brig is a rarity. It's just, if you're able to kill everything, as simple as Zen was able to do, then it works, I guess, in that way. But you were right to be skeptical.
All right. I'm hearing that Pokerface has a issue with the audio. Of course, it's always the audio. But then, I guess the good news is that it is the audio issue, so it will be, it is expected to be fixed very quickly. Usually, I've been telling this all during my cast. Step one, I'm just joking around here, by the way. Step one is just unplug, and plug. Step two is restart your computer, and step three is, if you can afford it, replace your computer. Well, I mean, which is what they do in the tournament. On stage, they usually reset the settings, and then let's see if that was the issue. And then if they don't, they replace the headset, and if that doesn't work, they just replace the entire PC, because they have reserved PCs on stage.
Step one, if you're a player or someone like me, is call an IT professional and stay out of their way. Whatever they want to do, that's fine. I have no input about it at all. Please just fix it. Thank you very much, and we're getting back into it.
All right, I do have to give special credit to that amazing art of Team Falcons over there before we got back into the game. But yes, indeed, we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen, and Pokerface looking like they are going to start Gardens with a Junker Queen. I don't think that we've seen this very often. For Team Falcons, this is going to be Stalker and Proper on the Tracer, Pharah, nothing so special. Smurf is on the Orisa.
The big question for this composition is, can you give Proud enough room, enough space? Obviously, it's not a tank that you consider like a shield tank that would give Proud all that space, but if you can play aggressively on Junker Queen and force some cooldowns out of Smurf before he can get into Proud's space, then you could maybe get it done. See him kind of squatted up in this back corner here.
Well, at least in terms of securing space for his team, I think Smurf is doing an absolutely marvelous job right now. As you can see, there is a little bit of a separate skirmish on the point with Jill and Stalker, but no casualties just yet. And Pokerface, they kind of outmaneuver Team Falcons into getting that point first. Team Falcons looking forward to make that flip happen, but Jill trying to delay that as much as possible. Jill taking down by Stalker means that's not going to be the case, and the early flip happens, and it is going to be ultimate fights now as Fielder has the Senior Rush ready.
Yeah, sneaky flip comes in. Now Pokerface can be able to Team Falcons can be able to completely set up their defense. And you're going to be able to get your Pharah in a really good spot. You really can't come across the bridge anymore. That's what winning that first point defense gets you when you're running this kind of comp. Yeah.
And Proper just blasts Proud out of existence on the rotation there. This is not going to be good because some players already were there. Thankfully enough for Pokerface, Australia was able to make it out alive, and now this is going to be even harder for Pokerface to even cross the bridge or get into that point itself, because Team Falcons, they have 5 ultimates.
And you're just going to get all this poke damage,
excuse me,
no
Falcons,
damage
yeah.
fall off. Yeah, Pokerface is going to try to play this a little bit, maybe send Bob in. Kitsune Bob is kind of one of those old school theory crafts.
And Geo down first. This is going to be a good start for Pokerface. This is what they need. They are going to use both Kitsune rushes. Team Falcons, they still think that with the power of the ultimates that they will be able to have the advantage, but no, Smurf take it down, so this is not going to be the case. Mixa burns the down barrier, but oddly enough, the flip is not there yet. It will be soon, but that was a very good stall for Team Falcons despite losing Geo very early, and at 72%, I think Team Falcons should be able to have enough tools to make that retake happen.
Able to get themselves into a single fight win position here at 72%. If you can get a team wipe, which you see very often at the highest levels of Korean Overwatch, then you will be able to get that extra 20%. They're going to just rush across this bridge. Lucio's be damned, Rampage be damned.
Alright, Pokerface, in their own right, they do have some good ultimates. They do have the Rampage, they do have the Bob, they do also have the Pulse Bomb. Geo starts things up with the sound barrier. The Rampage is there, but it's not going to threaten anyone to death. Proper just taking down 2 means that this is going to be likely an easy teamfight win for Team Falcons. Smurf does fall in the hands of Geo, but will be punished by Fielder, so this is going to be a flip in a matter of time for Team Falcons, and like you said, Hex, at 74 seconds and remaining, this is already final fight territory.
The white flag is somewhat raised right now as Proud has to get off of Ash. Proud goes over to Echo. Hasn't been the Echo player for this team to make big plays for Pokerface. They'd prefer not to run it, but they are in desperation time and someone has to deal with Proper. It's almost always an Echo. It seems weird. Hitscan should be able to deal with it, just not the case anymore.
Yes, and remember, this is a Terra without a Mercy. Before, previously, we thought it was Terra only viable with a Pharmacy, but oddly enough,
The Curie buffs a lot.
exactly, I guess. And now overtime is ticking. Pokerface, Simple, and okay, never mind. I thought Simple was a little bit pressured, but there it is. The Kitsune rush and also Proud taking down Proper means that Team Falcons does have a number 6 advantage so far. They're kind of wondering, okay, never mind. I was about to say, I thought they were wondering whether they should commit ultimates or not, but with Stalker gone, oh, wait a second, Smurf uses the Terra Surge, and okay, Team Falcons clearly think that this is winnable, but I mean, the kill feed says otherwise. Gale also traded out, but in the end, it's a teamfight win, easy teamfight win for Pokerface, and the flip is also there. Odd, to be honest, very odd. Ult usage from Smurf, but the swap is there, so maybe that was the reason.
It's definitely something that you consider that probably going to switch after that fight, but Pokerface, yes, they won that fight, and we are in final fight situation. If this team is going to be a top team, you have to capitalize on those advantages a little bit more. That fight lasting as long as it did is not great, considering Pokerface's investment. They're going to invest in the barrier.
Alright, Proud uses the barrage to take down Proud. Proper is taken down, but Bellatrella is taken out of the process as well, and the flip is there, so Team Falcons at a massive advantage. Also, the sound barrier there for extra protection. Pokerface, they're in the backfoot. They do have 2 ultimates to work with, but with Mixa gone, Geo gone, I think this is already a gone opportunity for Pokerface and Team Falcons. Although it didn't look easy right now in Gardens, it looks like they should be able to close it out, and they do.
It is one of those small things where I think Pokerface has improved a great deal, but you look at the top teams, and I still consider Falcons a top team. I still consider Pokerface, not to use the term contender, because, you know, they were in contenders for a while, but they're more of a contender than they are a champion caliber team. And you can see that Falcons, when they get that kill, they go for the engage, they get 3 kills right off of it. That Pokerface fight where they took out Proper immediately, they were unable to secure any kills after that without the grace of Falcons making mistakes. And so that's why Falcons were able to get another 30% on the points, and they were, you know, Pokerface was unable to get the decisive blow, have that killer instinct. That is the one thing they're lacking that we need to see from this team before we consider them serious players.
Well, exactly so, and now we're in night market, so no control center just yet. Team Falcons coming with the Winston, Tracer, Echo, while Pokerface is still going with that JQ composition. Well, this time, Pokerface won the composition game.
Yeah, you would imagine they're going to be able to get on the point rather easily. Fielder and Smurf in a world of hurt.
Well, Smurf, yeah, taken down, but Proud is taken out in the process. Stop like a little bit hard for Proud. Proper taking down Fix the So despite losing their team. Team Falcons in a fairly good spot to secure this early point. Fielder taking down Jew. Wow,
Yeah.
Fielder.
There's more consistent value out of their damage players. More consistent damage. Stalker has been alive much more than Jwoo. Jwoo's had a pretty good stage, came onto the scene, been a kind of a Tracer ace, but Proud gets taken down first, and once Proud is down, I mean, it at least eliminates the threat to Proper, and he can just run wild. Like, who else is shooting up at him?
Alright, now all Team Falcons are already having that early nano that Anti-Nade didn't register, but still a good try. And I think Team Falcons right now is just they're gonna just start up with the nano and probably gonna be the Winston.
You can use it defensively. Yeah, they're just gonna anti-Belisria try to secure this kill with Belisria with a good peel back, able to live through that. Stalker still getting the best of this Tracer on the ground.
Yep, Stalker doing a lot of work. Look, he also makes Proud really kind of, I wouldn't want to say useless, but he's making life definitely hard for Proud, and also winning that Tracer 1v1, so doing a lot of work on that Tracer pick. And now, start to have ultimates of their own, and what a big Bionade by Fielder over there. Gives them...
Cleanse.
The cleanse was there, but Team Falcons, that means without the Zuzu, Team Falcons could just easily press the aggression trigger, and there it is.
Yeah, the cleanse being forced out was, exactly as you followed up on. It means that there's nothing to really help you out from that pulse bomb. The Tracer's gonna run wild. Stalker's a pretty good player for being on the bench for 3 weeks straight.
Well, I mean, right now... Oh, wait, nice leap on Proud means that Proper is going to just finish Proud into Neverland, and Chio, although, is going to be taken out. So, Pokerface's life is a little bit extended because without that flip, it probably would have been overtime. And Fielder taken out means that Team Falcons, they have to just full back and reset. Means a little bit more time to breathe for Pokerface.
Yeah, Pokerface has to win a couple more fights, but they did invest very heavily into that last fight. And the question is, what are they going to do about the nano? It might go on Smurf. You might hit Proper with it too. You generally want a nano target on somebody who can engage and close the gap. But if you can just take this point over...
Oh, that was a big anti-nade. It also forces out the Suzu once again. And now it's going to be Proper on the nano. Remember, without the Suzu again, there's not going to be an easy exit for Pokerface, and also considering the progress that Team Falcons already made on the point, Pokerface, they have to take this fight whether they like it or not. Belisria taken down by Chio with the poop over there. Simple trying his very best to keep Proud alive, but Proper is not going to allow it. Proper is going to be the name of the game as he is making some kills happen, and Chio also wants to join in the fame as he makes 2 kills for himself, and this is going to be a 2-0 win for Team Falcons.
Pokerface just found themselves in the worst possible position on that map. Obviously the antis were huge, forcing out Suzus, and then the engagements would come right after. But to get the Lucio early on, and then everyone's just sitting back there right on cliffside, you can't even disengage with that. You don't have the speed. The moment you poke around, you're dead. So it was just an inevitability that Falcons was going to clean that up. On the ground, Stalker just had a little bit better of the Tracer. The Echo is a really, really good hero. It has been one of the questions that I've had about Pokerface, as good as Proud is on those maps that allow Proud, Blizzard World, Dorado, that allow Proud to shine. It is sometimes a liability on maps where he's forcing Ashe, he's forcing Cass, and it's just not going to be at the same level as some of the other damage heroes that are available to play.
And also, I think his performance yesterday kind of made him a very big target for Team Falcons because
Mhm.
multiple times we've seen that. Of course, Fielder with big bionades. It looked like Team Falcons, their priority target was Proud.
Stalker
And-
was all over Proud. Like that was his
Yeah.
first target. He wasn't worried about where the other tracer was because Jaywu didn't do enough to really worry him that he needed to check the other tracer. It was Proud getting shut down first pretty much every time. And you go in and you make sure that Coach Gun comes out. And then guess what? I'm back in because I'm Tracer. Now you don't have Coach Gun. So forcing the team to peel and back. Yeah, Proud was definitely priority number one. And Stalker made him pay a couple times first death in those fights.
All right. So credit to Team Falcons for identifying that win condition. Let's see how Pokerface can react after a short break. So map 2 is coming. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently approaching our second map of the first series of the day, and it is going to be Junkertown. I don't think we haven't seen Junkertown as like the first map pick, available map pick, in a while.
This is the new Pokerface special that they lost on as their pick. But it's kind of funny, like it's so it was like what, you know, Fnatic used to always pick Dorado and they were like 0-4 on it at one point. It's like, why do you guys keep picking this? The reason is I think that's Pokerface kind of knows where their bread is buttered, that they want to run Ashe, they want to run Widow, they want to like focus on Proud. It's very similar to how like Zeta was playing Stage 1, where it's like, well, either we're going to win with Flora on Cass or we're not. And Pokerface is we're either going to win on long range hit scan or we're not. That's what we're going with. That's what we believe in. And some huge roster changes for Falcons as well. Obviously, Proud is staying in. I think everyone could have surmised that. But with that happening, we're going to have the happy inning. It's going to come in for Proper. Obviously, you need to counter the Widow or Ashe or whatever hit scan that Pokerface wants to run.
Yeah, I think this is also something that, remember in pre-match we've been talking about how Team Falcons pose a different challenge to Pokerface in a sense that Happy, of course, I'm not saying that Flora isn't a premier hit scan, but Happy has been a phenomenal Widowmaker after he came back. On not just historically, after he came back. And
he had a couple matches, yeah.
Especially on that Blizzard World, I forgot who that was against, but still on that Blizzard World, I still can't, believe what he just did. But anyways, I think this team, T Falcons, can pose a different challenge for Team Pokerface in a sense that they can match. They are not afraid to match this Widowmaker.
Well, that's a great point, and these are two squads with 8-person rosters. So you want to take a map pick and try to out-rotate us, try to out-swap us. We're not the team to do that against. This is a team that has as many pieces. So if you want to see what an Overwatch chess match looks like with coaching and decisions coming in for both of these squads, this is it, because they both have all of the tools to be able to try to outthink and outplay the other team by just putting players in position to be successful. Choi Se-won will also come in for Jaewoo, maybe gives them the Genji option. Obviously, if you can't really deal with the Widow 1v1, then I think sending a Genji at her is usually pretty solid. We might not even see Widow. I mean, Ashe can be super consistent and good too. So this is a map that's been a little bit surprising. We haven't seen a ton of it, just a little bit yesterday. But yeah, both of these teams are going to be able to make swaps and counter swap. And I think that was what Pokerface's advantage was going against teams with lesser players, a less amount of players. Perhaps that's fewer players. I'm not sure of the word. But that was their advantage of being able to pick maps that maybe a team was not going to be able to field heroes on, that they were going to be super comfortable. But that advantage is out the window against a Team Falcons team that has improved their roster management in the last several weeks.
Yeah, I think this is also the first time I've seen Team Falcons swap 3 players at a time. Usually it was just 1 or 2. It was usually just Happy coming in for another DPS or a tank swap, or just swapping Stormageddon. But I think this time they actually mean business. They're making wholesale changes to the team because they are 8 players strong. This is the maximum amount of substitutions you can make.
There's nothing to hold back anymore. I mean, this is how critical this match is. The stakes are on the table. Getting that first round bye, having the higher seed, being the 2 seed. I mean, Falcons, last stage they expected to be the 1 seed, and now just to have to fight for their 2 seed is a little bit interesting. And you're seeing why the changes are coming in, because Proper never came out until I think this week actually. So that's why you see a little more changes. But yeah, Happy and Stalker will be in together. Hanbin in, Surmajet in. That one's the easiest to figure out why. Usually Alari, sometimes a Zenyatta. But Alari can be pretty good on this map with the long sight lines to be able to supplement your Widow. If your Widow hits a body shot, Alari can just come in and finish that off for you.
Yep, and Hanbin coming in is by no means a surprise, especially on this map where traditional off tanks have been the meta, and a lot of wow, that's a lot of good artwork. Choi Se-won fans, Fixa fans, so
like
mostly Poker fans. The one in the middle,
yeah,
the top middle,
yeah.
Choi Se-won on the Tracer. Yeah, that's a lot of talented artists in the stadium right now. Speaking of which, I am hearing that it is all sold out. Of course, you might see some empty seats here and there because it is the course of 3 matches. Some people just want to see a specific match and don't show up until that match happens or leaves after their specific, I guess, favorite match finishes. But still, good to see a lot of fans coming in LAN in front of the players. I think this is one of the reasons what makes this kind of event so special.
Absolutely, and we haven't even hit the playoffs yet. But this is, a de facto playoff game will be later today, as one of those teams will be eliminated. This one for such a huge advantage going into the playoffs, and I think people are just amped to see some of the best teams play against each other. When I was going into this week, I was like, oh, it's just seeding. Does it really matter? Then I'm like, oh, I get to watch the 4 best Korean teams fight 3 matches in a row. Obviously, this is just quality entertainment to be able to see high-level Overwatch, watching the best players figure out patches and figure out maps, and we're still having interesting stuff happen. Yesterday was the first time we saw Junkertown all stage, so there's still curveballs to be had. I mentioned that the game is in a great game state, and a lot of it is because maps matter, compositions are so varied. As much as I am a classic, dive fan of just Tracer, Winston on a dive, just do that, I'd like to see a lot of different compositions, and we're getting treats from Pokerface and Falcons right now.
All right, speaking of treats, there are some treats in Junkertown, as it seems. I'm not sure if that's, those are, let's just say, sanitary, made under sanitary conditions, but...
honestly, like the bigger a menu is at a locally owned restaurant, the happier I am. I'm like, oh, this place knows what they're doing. I don't care if it looks dirty or whatever. That's the best taco and Chinese food you'll ever have, is a restaurant that doesn't look really up to spec, but the food's always going to be baller.
All right. All right, looking at the hovers right now, Pokerface on the defense, they're going with their Matra and Proud. Big surprise on the Widowmaker. Chisuan on the Tracer, always ready to swap into the Kenji, like you said, trying to make Happy's life miserable. Team Falcons, on the other hand, they are going with the double flex support. No surprise, but Fielder on the Juno. That makes me happy.
Okay. And Surmajad's in to run the carry, so yeah, very different compositions here. Defensively, they're just waiting for Proud to get something done. They're going to play back corner. It allows Bellisria to play kind of, just standard, get some poke in. That's also why Simple's on the Baptiste.
Yeah, I think the plan for your Pokerface right now is that they have to push to us anyway, so everyone don't die until Proud makes a kill, but Happy doesn't make that happen, as Happy is going to draw first blood on a headshot onto Simple. Didn't even have time for a drone response over there, and Happy is going to be punished by chasing on, but not before Stalker takes on Bellisria, so this is going to be a lot of, space conceded by Pokerface here.
Gets chased down, they're going to just take as much of the push as they can get before Hanbin feigns going up. Will come around the edge. But yeah, so much of this, it's just not that deep. It's my Widow got a shot, and now there's nothing to contest our Widow. And there's another Widow kill.
Proud finding a headshot onto Fielder means that I was about to say that Pokerface might have stabilized things a little bit, but Proud being down like that might change things. Okay, never mind. As Pokerface, they do go into find a brawl into a comfortable distance, and now they just fend off Team Falcons. But considering, all things considered, this is a very low-profile affair compared to the progress that Team Falcons made on the payload.
Just really solid peel from Bellisria. I think Bellisria has opened some eyes on tank flexibility and just what Bellisria actually is as a tank. He's a pretty top-tier player, and being able to play several different tanks at a high level lately has, I think, a lot of people remembering how good Bellisria is. But yeah, just very simple peel. It was peel for Simple. He was very close to dead, but Bellisria comes back, keeps him alive, and that's enormous to have all that healing come out from Simple. And now, 90 seconds left on this push.
Alright. Happy on that infra site. So going to be a little bit easier to find those headshots happen. Stalker taking down Fixa. Stalker's pulse bomb goes wide, but still, I mean, he's juking with Chisewan and takes him down. So this is going to be Happy. Definitely going to be happy with this, as he doesn't have to have that Tracer to worry about. And Fielder did he just solo Belstreo with the help of his ultimate?
It's very possible. Belzray looked at about half health there, but also these late kills are really nice for Team Falcons. Happy gets simple, and now this allows you to take this angle early on. You're not going to get poked out. I mean, obviously, a Baptiste should not be fighting you straight up like that, but you're not going to take any damage. You can hold this door. It looks like Pokerface is going to be smart enough to not peek that door, and they're going to take the long way out.
Yep. Well, at least still, even that gives them a lot of, I guess, free push for Team Falcons, which is also, you probably have to get what you can get, and Happy just chasing down by both Chisewan and Fixa. And the follow-up with the down here, but Simple is already down. Belstrea is going to use the Annihilation. Humpin very low, but has the self-destruct for the remake. The remake is actually going to happen, and Chisewan is just, I think he just died in the blast trying to deny that remake, and it all went downhill from there.
Very likely going to be the case, or you just had used all your cooldowns and unable to get out, because Tracer really shouldn't be dying in that instance. Happy making the swap to Sombra. I was actually reading a thread today about how everyone hates Sombra. I enjoy seeing it. I don't necessarily enjoy playing against it. I get the criticism sometimes, but Happy's just going to try to be super annoying. I think he feels that they're going to be able to get this point, but the test is going to come out from Pokerface, even though they have almost nothing to work with.
Alright, Stalker, they do have the, pulse bomb very soon. Humpin, purple right now, will be able to heal up from the help of his teammates. Happy taking down Fixa. Vermeja taking down Chisewan as well. So it was a valiant contest, but in the end, it's not going to mean anything more than a simple delay of the inevitable, as Team Falcons, they will secure point B, and now Widow is not going to be as, I guess, oppressive before, so this Sombra pick makes sense, and already Happy closing on to that EMP.
The Widow's an option, it's okay, but I think the value that you're going to get out of Sombra here is just monumentally better to be able to work this dive with your Winston, with your Tracer. EMP's going to be ready already. Happy's charging this so quickly.
Yep, and also Fielder has been making this Juno pick look very viable, because the several times that we've been seeing Juno, it wasn't that impressive, and to be honest, how much I may have liked Juno. It does work, but it didn't look optimal, but looking Fielder making it work, and also that good EMP from Happy just shredded everyone on the side of Pokerface. That insta 40%, is it 40%? I think it is 40% damage. Just was enough for everyone on the side of Team Falcons to just follow up and finish them off. Chisewan getting a little revenge on that stick onto Fielder, so maybe Team Falcons has to back off a little bit, but no, actually, they're just taking the fight. But Simple, with a double kill by Onade, will be able to stabilize things.
Yeah, and roughly enough for Falcons there on that push. They were unable to force anything out. So Pokerface very, very patient on their work. Fielder, as much as you had just mentioned, Juno, is going to switch to the Ana. Just a better boon for your Winston to be able to match this if you are going to go to dive. But Happy switches off of the Sombra onto the Widows. That's something that Pokerface has to deal with. You're going to see Juno on narrow maps and areas where you can't get flanked very often.
Yep. And I think the idea behind Happy switching to the Widow is that if you just make one pick, then that's just finishing the map. Sermajet taken down early, and Humpin following suit by Belstrea means that once again is going to be Team Falcons have to be on the retreat. Proud making a good headshot onto Happy. So yeah, I think that was the idea of Happy going to the Widow, is that, hey, if I just make, I know that I'm not going to make build that ultimate, and so if I just make one pick, headshot pick, and that's gonna secure us the map here. But not gonna happen. Happy onto the Cassidy. So this is a pretty interesting pick. Team Falcons. 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds left. They don't have a lot of tools in their toolkit. They do have the Primal Rage. Speaking of which, Velostraya is going to use that. That was a big anti from Simple over there. There is no follow-up damage though. Fielder uses the Nano. So
That's what they were
guard
playing
from
for.
Simple goes wide, and that's Hambin just taking down Simple over there.
They were playing
Overtime-
to get the Nano up. Fielder was waiting on it so that Hanbin can come in and make space. Hanbin can also primal this and make space. They need to get Happy in position where he's mid-range and can do something, because otherwise you're just going to get picked off on the way in his pass.
Well, I think Hambin just did just that, but wait a second, the entirety of the backline from Team Falcons just obliterated by Chaseon and Velostraya, so they don't Happy on a slipper of hell. Just get bashed to death.
It's about as close as you can get to finishing the map without finishing it, though. It's a tough map to finish with that defender's advantage towards the end. Some interesting swaps, but you could see what Falcon's idea was. You want to switch off of Juno onto whatever, but mostly onto Ana, with enough time to build Nano. Yes, you have value just doing heals and antis, but the Nano is where you're going to win fights and win positioning. So they were playing it pretty passively, kind of slow to get Fielder up to that. And this is one of the reasons people don't like Sombra, is just when you're just hanging out. What?
Yeah, and I think Chaseon did, like, off-screen, did a lot, especially on the last point, because it looked like Team Falcons just had it in their belt, just had the full cap secured, but then Chaseon just made a stick into Fielder, and then Chaseon also took down Hambin in an instance, and also a good bob from Proud, so I gotta give the DPS duo credit for denying that full cap, and let's see what Pokerface can do in the offense, because they have a clear win condition. If they can full cap the offense, they win, or else it's probably just going to be an early match point in favor of Team Falcons.
Yeah, Pokerface's map pick. They picked maps and sides, so they wanted to attack second here, knowing now what they need to get done.
Proud on that Widow. This is going to be another Widow duel, especially on point A and possibly B. Not less probable in C, but let's see how it goes. Once again, both Tracers on each team looking to help their allies' Widow's cause by taking out the opponent Widow. Dermagen on the Zenyatta, so extra damage like you said. Also, the Discord Orb puts on a lot of pressure to the enemy tank, so that makes a lot of sense as well, as long as he can keep himself alive.
Well, Falcon's just going to sit back. The onus, of course, is on Pokerface to push through this. Happy knew you were going to be there. Happy's target acquisition is the best I've ever seen in a Widow. I've mentioned this before, but just scouting Happy before he joined the Overwatch League, I was like, oh, this is just a different type of Widow.
Like, having played Widow a lot of times, I think he just knows where the optimal position is, and he kind of counter-calculates that into, hey, I know that you're going to come from this angle, and then just rips the head off of the opponent Widow. Of course, right now, I think Proud knows where Happy is as well. Happy in a little bit of a pinch at 16 HP, waiting for Fielder to heal him up. In the meantime, it is going to be Pokerface who is going to push, and Hambin on the retreat actually finds Chaseon, and Soccer finds Proud as well, so this is going to be a lot of momentum lost for the side of Pokerface. Velostraya also taken down. Look at all the assist feeds over there. That must have been at least, I don't know, a sleep, a Bionade, and a Discord Orb. So, well, Velostraya being very famous amongst the members of the Team Falcons over there.
I wonder how much Happy is feeling it right now that he is ahead in Infrasight. Usually you're just holding it and you want to counter Infrasight. Both Widows almost have like a gentleman's agreement there that we're just getting Infrasight at the same time. Fix
Oh, that was a good anti-need from Fielder over there. I mean, we've been talking about some good Anas like for a few days now, but Fielder is definitely over there at the very top. Sherman, no, oh, that Nano saved him just enough to get that Transcendence alive. What a lifesaver! But as a result, I was about to say that was 2 ultimates expended, but still, Estrella takes out Shermajud. But what a save from Fielder though.
Yeah. I mean, you die anyway there, Zen, but it was cool. It was style points for sure.
And also, it forced, I guess, if anything, it forced the Primal Rage from Australia, so. But, back to the grand scheme of things, Proud taking down Hanbin, Simple taking down Stalker, means that point A is secured for Pokerface. It did take a while, but still, with a 3-minute time bank to test point B, Pokerface shouldn't be too pressured in terms of time.
You can almost see a Tracer's mindset sometimes, and they have to talk themselves out of it, because Choi Se-wan saw that there was a Zen and somebody else in there, and he had Pulse Bomb, and you can see that Choi Se-wan talked themselves out of it looking for this, but that's why you talk yourself out of trying to 1v1 a Zen head-on, is because you can just get deleted as the Tracer. Choi Se-wan, there's been it's not just been Choi Se-wan. Some of these Tracer plays in the last 2 maps have just been double blinking straight at people, which is weird for some of these high-level Tracer players to be doing.
I think that's kind of a little bit of a show of confidence that they can get themselves out, but...
Well, they can't, though. They've died.
That is always the issue, my friend. Proud looking for a headshot. Unfortunately, being a little bit quiet on the offense, except for I guess, isolated few kills. Jason with that Pulse Bomb, probably looking for some value. Fielder with this Nano. This is the only ultimate that Team Falcons has so far. Simple starting things up with the Nano. The primary target is going to be Estrella. Estrella should be able to build that Primal Rage. Will he elect to continue follow up with it? Not yet at the moment. Fixa is actually going to be the one who follows up with the rally, and Hanbin, despite being the recipient of the Nano, is going to be pressured down and be mech'd and just taken down. So good ult usage from the side of Pokerface, being very far forward, and now good sleep guard as well, so that's going to be Fielder out of the picture. And yep, the Pokerface, they did use some, I guess, big ultimates, but in the end, it secured them point B.
It's always fine to use ultimates to get point B. The run back onto point Bs in a lot of these maps, Escort and Hybrid in particular, are just brutal. You lose 40 seconds, you lose all sort of position. Who takes down Proud? I mean, it's like a 4v4, and then these two are playing their own game.
Yeah, it's like the own mini game, and Team Falcons, I think Cappy, if they end up losing this map, they can say, hey, still, I won the Widow game. I didn't lose, but let's see how it goes. Still a little, like 80% of a point to be played left. Remember, as long as Pokerface finishes this map, they will win, because Team Falcons, as close as it is, they didn't close out the map. Happy using the infrastructure, Proud following suit as well. Hanbin and Tide. Oh, Fielder almost died there. Proud almost with the head. I think that was almost a headshot, but I don't think it was fully charged or something like that. Shermajed, you having to use the Transcendence. I think he was pressured in, and then so that's a big tool. Loss for Team Falcons.
Both teams playing for Nano right now. They're both playing for Nano. That is the critical next ultimates. They almost got the Ana on the other side. Choi Se-wan, I don't know if you really want to keep going after Majed. It has been very back and forth between those two.
Oh, Fielder, although being pressured, kept himself alive and will be able to build that Nano that you were talking about, Hex. But the payload is really close, and I think Fielder wants to keep it for the next fight, but he was forced to kind of give it to him because, yeah, he was stuck by a pulse bomb from Chase-Wan over there, so...
Pretty clutch, though, to be able to get that Nano off on the correct targets. Fielder on... Okay, he was Moira for a second. It's going to make G-Clef very happy. G-Clef admitted to playing Moira once, and I'll never let him forget it.
Oh, wait a second. Proud taking down Happy. So finally, an opening for Pokerface to make an opening here, but Soccer taking down Proud. but the backline from Team Falcons is gone. So Pokerface, as long as they keep themselves alive, Team Falcons will bleed to death happy on that. So Ultra 76 pick probably to get there faster, but it is going to be cleanup duty as Pokerface. It was by no means easy, but they equalized the series 1-1.
It's very similar from what we saw from Pokerface yesterday, that they can win their map picks for the most part. Control is going to be the one that they don't, but they just have a set strat in what they want to do, and they're getting enough work out of Choice1 on the ground to be able to match the opposing Tracer. You saw Tracers at the end were just absolutely cleaning up kills, and even though Choice1 died a couple times going after Surmajed, totally fine, but they're picking maps in which they can really exploit the idea of that composition where you run the Winston on a package, the dive package, as I mentioned before, but then it creates enough room for Proud to do work. Those are their map picks. That's what they like playing and able to pull it off. This Falcons team is this Pokerface team is leveled up so much. I mean, just coming into this stage, if you're like, oh yeah, they'll take maps off the Falcons, you'd be like, nah. That's not happening. But they look every bit up to the task. It's weird because I thought the Zen was getting a little bit exploited and not necessarily getting huge value, because Transcendence, it's not going to be a fight swinging ultimate. It's like a survive ultimate. It's kind of the same issue I have with Briggs Rally, that you're not going to get enough out of it, but Transcendence is almost worse because both teams are running an Ana, so you're going to get antied. And then Transcendence is just, I guess, I'll live, see you guys later. And also Transcendence means you're not putting out the damage that you want Zen to do. But there was enough like defense from Surmajed that I don't hate it. It was just an interesting pick. Very even from both sides. It's not like one DPS got the better of the other. Everyone was trading back and forth, and that's what you saw. I mean, it was a meter away from being one way or the other, super close between these teams.
All right, so just if you look at the grand scheme of things right now, it is tied 1-1. It is now going to be Team Falcons map pick, so let's see what Team Falcons has up in their tactical sleeves after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our third map of the first series of the day, and it is going to be Paraíso, Team Falcons pick. What do you make out of this, Hex?
It's clearly just an homage to Old Ocean. Having Old Ocean out of the tournament, somebody has to pick Paraíso. This is a map that's, you know, we're going to see some subs, but they're not like super confusing. But there was a question because this map feels, of a lot of the maps, this one feels very settled as far as the meta goes. That teams don't really run different variations. It is very much like Ana, Brig, Winston, Ashe, and then either a Pharah or an Echo, sometimes a Tracer. I guess that part is not settled, but for the most part, those other four, locked in, 100% playtime. So yeah, it'll be interesting, because we do have a couple of switches coming in. Smurf coming in makes sense. Yeah, Smurf's going to play Winston.
Yep.
Maybe Ball. I mean, I guess you can run it, but like I said, this
Why
is one of
would you,
those
though?
this is one of those maps that just feels like teams know what to run. It's standard. It is kind of, and even beyond that, it is very by the book of we need to get our Winston onto stairs 1. Wait for cooldowns. Now we need to get our Winston into the back door. Wait for cooldowns. Like it is very much mapped out and standard play. So yeah, Chio will come in for Summerjed. Very likely to play the Brig. And yeah, the big question is, and we'll see in a moment, but I'm going to spoil it. I think you spoiled something earlier, so I will now as well. Karu is going to come in for Simple. And I think the last time that they did this, Karu just played the Ana anyway.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
So Karu usually plays the flex support anyway, so, and also it's not like Fixa is going to get swapped out, so this is not going to be a double flex support unless Fixa is going to be, hey, I just want to play flex support because I want to, or the like of it. So interesting to see. I don't think that Karu has been practicing something like very super special. Like even the Curie isn't out of the realm of possibilities, but I wouldn't be really surprised at it. Oh, that is a nice drawing of Widowmaker over there.
You know how I always ask you, oh, she's even got the Tops cards. The signed Happy. Well done. Is that a Houston Happy? Looks like it.
It looks like it is a Houston Happy, and those are actually really hard to get by in Korea because that manufacturer doesn't really have a presence in Korea, so you just have to buy it straight from the US store.
Oh,
so
I have a whole book full of them. Do you want? I'll send it to you.
Alright.
The only card I'm going to keep is there was a cool moment where I think it was in 2021 where they made caster cards, so I do have an actual playing card of myself.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's pretty rad. I wish I was better looking so I could, be happy with it, but it is what it is.
You are as handsome as you. Don't worry about it. But I was about to say, I also wanted to add on to what happened on Junkertown. Now you kind of think of it. Hanbin played Winston on, I think, at least a half of the duration of the map, and I think that's kind of a testament of how Pokerface kind of made Team Falcons uncomfortable, because clearly their game plan was not playing the Winston, because if the Winston was going to be the main plan, then probably Smurf wouldn't have been benched on that occasion. You wouldn't swap Smurf out and Hanbin in just to play the Winston. Of course, Hanbin has history of being a very excellent Winston during the Dallas Field days when he was playing Winston instead of Fearless in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, but still, that's not your primary game plan. Pokerface, which kind of means that Pokerface, at least on Junkertown, was forcing Team Falcons out of their comfort zone in terms of their game plan, so I think that's kind of a, I guess, positive for Pokerface.
Is playing the D.Va a lot, but even on that D.Va, if you go back and watch even the POVs that we were getting, actually being hit by antis a lot of the time, which you don't really expect for D.Va because you've got that really awesome defense matrix tool. But even then, just kind of getting pushed back, and they were using defensive nanos, and it would prolong the inevitable of getting killed. So they just eventually had to go with kind of the better dive hero, which is just straight up Winston, to be able to get to this back lines. And then you saw, the bubble usage wasn't poor, it was fine. Okay, so what is Karu on? Yeah, see, this is just... It might just be map dependent. Sometimes, like, players are just better on a map, a certain play style. Is he more defensive? Can you hit darts? You just... Is Karu the one that scrims this map? You know, but it's not going to be a hero-dependent pick from Pokerface.
Alright, let's see how it pays off, because Pokerface right now, Fixa, looking at the sky, probably just for that third point of view vision, I guess. That's my guess.
Yeah, I mean, you put the shield up because you know that Widow is going to come over the top, right? So it was kind of like a new little tech when Brig got introduced to the game. It's like, oh, we can just hide a Widow or an Ashe behind this tiny little shield, and it works.
And in terms of compositions, you're alright, Hex. This is just the typical composition that you were going to look for, but what's not typical is that Proud is going to be taken out first, because Pokerface game plan is heavily dependent on Proud making headshots, and well, Bell's right down, carry down, Proud has to walk all the way up from spawn. It means that this might be a very early point A, maybe a contest after the second tick, but if Chaseon is staggered over there, that might not be the case. Chaseon, it does live, so maybe that contest will be there, but looking at where Australia is, probably not the case.
It's less than ideal to try to come back in there, but that was just as basic flowchart Overwatch as you can get. Smurf was able to take stairs. You even saw him looking back at the brawl of his supports and being like, I don't want to have to come back there. I would like to go to the area, but he does end up coming back to supplement their damage in there too. And now you're just going to see the Brig and the Ana hanging out near cart in that doorway so that they can play defensively, so they can dodge these shots. This one is about as standard as it gets, but Falcons, by the merit of winning that team fight as decisively as they did, this Nano's going to come in. Usually it's the Winston on these maps. I don't know, if they're feeling cheeky, give it to Stalker.
Yep, I mean, we've been talking about Nano targets, and usually the quote-unquote stronger teams tend to give the Nano to their DPS players. Let's see how it is this time around. Ooh, Chasing One was very low. Karu being there to keep him alive. Proud, in the meantime, rips Happy's head off. So this is going to be Team Falcons probably have to back out a little bit until he comes back.
Yeah, and it's going to allow Pokerface to catch up in ultimates. Team Falcons had a window, however small of a window it was, but without Happy to be alive there to check the opposing Ashe, to be able to put in the follow-up damage from a distance, they just can't go in. So I mentioned this map is standard. This one is going to be all about execution. Both teams the same ultimate zone.
Alright, there is that Nano from Fielder onto Smurf, and Karu using the Nano onto Proud to keep Proud alive. And so far, Proud being the recipient of that Nano did survive, but doesn't transition that into any kills. Smurf also pops Primal Rage to keep himself alive. Fielder being anti means that Chio can only save him with the overhealth through the rally, and he does it marvelously. So good play from Chio over there. But if you just look at the macro side of things, I was just about to say that they didn't get anything out of the 4 or 5 ultimates that they were using. But taking down Karu is a start, but it's not looking good for Team Falcons, as Proud making a lot of value with the Bob. And in the end, Hex, 5 ultimates burned from Team Falcons, but team fight lost.
A little bit later on the rally from Fixa was pretty nice. I mean, you always try to look at what was the Nano target. Did they really achieve either of their goals? Not really in that case. And then neither of these Echoes got much done too, so Pokerface just living on virtue of being a little more patient with their support ultimates and having just a tiny bit closer spawns. But again, very much like the end of Junkertown, a bloodbath where everyone is trading with everybody else, but that's always going to favor the defense.
Yep, and still, because Team Falcons
another window here. Sorry, another window for Fielder. Like, you have to get this off. You cannot lose somebody on the way in. There it is. Smurf's anti though.
Right. Also, Smurf is also taking a nap, but Fixa is taken out before that, so maybe Pokerface conceding a little ground, but I think that they should have enough time and space for the recontest before the cap. And it is going to be Karu with 86% on that Nano, so Pokerface probably wants to stall the card until the Nano is online. And on the other side of things, Team Falcons Smurf is approaching that Primal Rage, gets it immediately, and after it just presses Q. And Belastrea answers with the Primal Rage of his own. Winston's not finding a ton of value and the targets, but at least Team Falcons is keeping Pokerface out of the card. Belastrea fine, in the other hand, just registering those kills on both supports, meaning that Team Falcons, they have to back down. 1 minute and a half remaining for Team Falcons. Pokerface, right now, they have their ultimates online. Team Falcons, they will also have their ultimates online, so pretty much on the same ground, except for that Fielder will be a little bit ahead on that Nano.
As he has been throughout this, but the swing back has been really strong. I really thought Smurf had that too, because he was able to isolate both supports, but there's no help for him because no one can really follow him into those close quarters. You're not going to send your Echo in after that too, so unable to confirm the support kills even though they were both isolated from the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Belastrea, more out in the open, does have the help and follow-up damage of his DPS. 45 seconds left. Fielder, you gotta think this one just comes right off the rip again. He's building it so much faster than Karu.
Yep, the only disparity in ultimates is going to be that Nano, except for that everything is going to be on par. There is that early Nano on to Smurf. Smurf already on to half health, though. Very pressured, and it is going to be Chasewan beaming down the Winston over there, and Chasewan also just instantly using that duplicate on the break for extra sustain, and Hex, I think that Pokerface just is going to make that stall happen.
If Pokerface, if Falcons thinks they can come in with this, Stalker dies immediately.
Yep, and
that wasn't an echo, that was a whisper.
Yep. And Belastrea over there, far on front to Falcon spawn, just bullying Fielder with that Winston ultimate. So it's only going to be Shio left. And, well, I thought Team Falcons could have had an opportunity to cap point B, but good defensive efforts from Pokerface over there.
Just a little more passive style, and I wonder if that's why Karu is in, to be more patient on the Ana, to have more survivability, to pull off the peel better with Fixa in the back line, whereas Simple, I feel, always rifles in a little bit more damage, right? Makes the offensive antis. It's really hard to figure this out without seeing like replays of their specific heroes. But Pokerface did a great job of peeling back whenever they were getting jumped on with the Nano, which should have been this kind of game changer moment, and waiting a little bit and then sending their Winston in with the Nano, and he just had so much more wide open space. So Falcons were trying to dive into the corner, and the Pokerface supports just kept falling back, and oh, now we're out of sight lines. Proud can't hit us. There's no Echo here to join you. Meanwhile, whenever Belastrea went in, people were already softened up with shots. People were, trying to retreat, but they were wide out in the open and getting beamed down. So it was just better engagements for Pokerface, and the supports really just kept each other alive a little better and made sure that there was no good Nano value from Winston. Like I said, you're not going to surprise anybody on this map. Everyone knows you're going to Nano Winston at them, right? That's what this map is made for now. So Pokerface just had a strategy and was able to, I think it was that one moment, I know I'm talking a lot. There was that one moment where Smurf was going in with the Nano early on when they had a big advantage and was able to isolate both Karu and Fixa and got neither of them. And meanwhile, the counter dive absolutely crushed Team Falcon's backline.
Yeah, so all in all, good defensive effort from Pokerface now. Pokerface on the attack. GC1 on Farah. No compositional differences. Like you said, this is a fairly straightforward map on the compositional side. Team Falcons on the Echo. So a little bit of an advantage, especially in the air, but Smurf being pressured down a lot. As long as he stays alive, that all converts into nano charge, so he shouldn't be that concerned unless Fielder goes down. Proud. Oh, that was a scare. That was a jump scare from Team Falcons over there.
Yeah, Proud missed, I believe, 2 shots early in that, where Fielder did not see that Proud had the beat on him, and he's going to be kicking himself for that one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that might have made all the difference here, and Happy going to be the first want to go down. Smurf, after a good nade from Karu over there, just falls, and then Stalker also follows suit. Proud, kind of making a semi-redemption after that, after not connecting those 2 shots onto the Ana, and it is going to be a early 0.8 cap for Pokerface. Almost 5 minutes on the Giant Bank Hex.
Yeah, super easy. Happy is going to find Proud, but this is a point where you can afford to lose players because you're kind of just sitting and waiting to get ultimates up and ready to go. Choice one onto the Pharah is interesting. I think it's really good for first point where there's going to be clumps of 2 and 3 people. Falcons are still playing a little bit clumped up, so that's why Choice One's getting so much value. It'll be interesting to see if Choice One stays on this after the ultimate, if Stalker is able to counter him.
Right. My guess is that he might consider swapping after the Barrage, but let's see how it goes. Team Falcons has a plethora of ultimates, but last time they had 5 ultimates, things didn't go well. Let's see if they can make things better a little bit. Pokerface also has their own share of ultimates as well. Smurf being pressured all game right now. He's always low. Stalker instantly taken out of that duplicate form, but Happy is able to take Choice1 out of the skies. So Pokerface at a numbers disadvantage right now. Looking like they are disengaging until they are back in a group of 5.
Staying with this Pharah, I think they're going to nano Pharah here. I think you want to send Belisria in up top, maybe get a bubble down that Pharah can live in. You nano the Pharah and try to dislodge this DPS on the bridge. Oh, they have to nano the Winston.
But, okay. Belisria just anti leaps back, so not a lot of value from that. Nano, unfortunately. And Team Falcons right now, they use the rally. Let's see how that goes off. This is just being a bloodbath, like you said. Oh, huge nade from Fielder, though. But the kill feed is going to be traded between Proud. Oh, never mind. I think in the end, that anti-nade just was crucial. And Smurf even did have to use the Primal Rage, but does take down Proud. So this is a little bit of a push. But this point is by no means over yet, because I think
it's 246.
They should be able to regroup.
Yeah, I mean, Choice One has died first the last 2 fights, though. So, I mean, they must have a plan for this Pharah to perhaps get in position and get something going. Barrage can be one of those ultimates that's almost impossible to use and live through. But maybe the plan isn't to live through it. Are there any eyes on them? Yeah, they spot them.
Oh, Stalker taken down by Belisria early. I think that's huge. And also, this is the go sign for Belisria to just use his ultimate to take down Happy. I mean, 1 ultimate for a kill may be a little bit expensive, but you are already at a numbers advantage, and there is that Choice1 kill onto Smurf. Remember, almost the golden box of victory is almost there. Team Falcons didn't even cap point B on their offense, so this is desperation territory for Team Falcons. Now there is that nano rush taking out Stalker. Is slept, but there it is. There's the map.
And even though Choice One died a couple times on that Pharah, that was what they were playing for, because Pharah is not awesome in those areas where it's wide open, and you saw Pharah get picked off a couple of times, both by the Echo and by the Ashe. But when the team has to come out of one of those 3 doorways, you're just nailing rockets in the back line to push the Ana so far back, able to use the roof and get the healing, and then the roof slide down when everyone has to come through the doorways. It's almost akin to like White Room on Lijiang Tower, where a Pharah will be like right above that, just waiting. Like that, you need the natural cover to be able to get anything out of your barrage. I know I'm talking it up. It got 1 kill and they got slept, but that was the reason I think they were sticking on it, is because that's the win condition on that point. If you can get a little bit of space and get people in the right spot, then that Pharah does become a menace once you get through the kind of wide open area of the streets. And even though Choice One had died a couple of times on that Pharah, they were persistent on it. I have been pretty adamant that I think the best teams nano Pharahs. I think that is the best way to play it. I think your Winston needs to be able to self-sustain enough. A couple of times they had to use the Nano on their Winston just to keep them alive. Totally fine. But a win condition is that Nano Pharah, because not only Barrage being good, but just the no damage fall off rockets will just straight up win you a fight. And Pokerface is taking that step to be one of those teams that doesn't play afraid. They don't just Nano their Winston. They are coming at you. And this is what I wanted to see from them, because on Control, if you recall, I mentioned they're lacking that killer instinct. Maybe this is the moment where they find it that, hey, we're a team that can Nano our Pharah.
Yeah, so maybe a sign of a new, I guess I wouldn't want to say contender like you said before, but maybe we are seeing the rise of a new very strong team powerhouse coming in. But let's see how Team Falcons react to this, because they are now at threatened at match point. So let's see how they react after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently approaching our fourth map of the first series of the day, and it is going to be Lijiang City. So a lot of Hog, Junker, Queen, Junkrat lore on today's series here, Hex.
One of the only heroes we haven't seen played at the professional level in almost any region has been Roadhog. I'd be a little surprised if we see it now. Lijiang City has been much brawlier than perhaps Suravasa. I think Suravasa's got that kind of a dive feel towards it. The Pharah Tracer has been really good on it. This has been a map where teams have been running some interesting stuff. A Genji would be decent here. Magas have come into play here a little bit more often. Of course, you still can run like Pharah, Lucio, and try to get on the other team, but this has been one that is definitely more Venture, Junker Queen, Genji kind of plays that we've seen, whereas Suravasa is generally like a Tracer Echo Pharah map.
Right, and I think Proper coming in instead of Happy kind of proves what you just said, because Happy is kind of more like comfortable on range. Usually his strong suits are going to be mid to long range hit scans like Cassidy, Widowmaker, or Ashe, but Happy coming in means that things are getting close and personal.
Yeah, Proper probably comes in to be able to play the Genji, I would say, or one of the flyers. But yeah, Happy, it's way too much investment to try to get the mostly Cass on this map into a good position. That, you know, you're in position, and if you're not hitting like 3 or 4 headshots, then it's just not enough. We've seen it work rarely on this map, but just the versatility of having Proper and Stalker in is going to allow them to run pretty much anything that they want. And if you want to be able to pull off a Genji on this map, which has been popular, then you would definitely have Proper be the one on it.
Yep, and on the Pokerface side, we're going to have Simple back in the place of Karu, so maybe a little bit high-paced, more action-packed map, meaning that, like you said, Simple being the more aggressive Ana might be that, or maybe we'll just have the Kiriko as well.
Yeah, it might have just been a scrim thing too, because I know that Pokerface tries to get their players in, tries to get as many people playtime as possible, so there might just be specific maps that Karu comes in and play. You don't want to sign a player that never play them, right? Looking at you, Falcons. But I'm gonna let the Stalker thing go. They have atoned for their sins at this point in time, and I think a lot of that was to get one of my favorite players of all time to get acclimated to the team and Happy. But yeah, so yeah, it's an interesting map choice, very brawly. It's gonna kind of be. I just want to see what Belos Rhea ends up running. I've been so impressed with Belos Rhea and the versatility that they've shown throughout the stage. And Belos Rhea's Junker Queen has been solid, very good on first point here. Maybe we see Magas. And then this ends up being a map, and Flashpoint in general ends up being a map style where you see so much counter picking of, oh, they're on the Maga, now I have to go to Diva, oh, they went Winston, right? You end up having these tank counter pick battles that your first rollout is going to be the only time you can catch a team off guard.
Yeah, and Team Falcons right now, they're in, I would want to say that they're in unfamiliar territory of being threatened match point, but unfortunately, especially this stage, they had several times. It's already several times now. But they would definitely want to come back from this and make it a 3-2. But they have a long way to go if they want to make this series a long one. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to New Jump City.
That's actually really cool. I don't know why, but I love that art style of the Junker Queen right there. That's amazing. I've never considered a tattoo before, but that was the first thought that came into my head. I'm like, I want to get that. That looked dope. I don't know why. It's just really hitting it's really just kind of hitting the chord with me right now. Yeah, I mean, look, this is the rarest of bingo cards that anyone would have had, of Pokerface knocking Falcons, out of the second seed. No one had this at the beginning of the stage, and they are on the verge of it. It's such a momentum-based map, too, that if Pokerface can pull off one of these first fights, and they're going to try this Maga Cass Pharah. The initiation is so important. Of course, Smurf is going to be on the catching end of this, playing the Orisa, which is decent against this, but once you can burn out cooldowns, then the Maga Pharah Cass can have this great sustain with the Cardiac.
Alright, let's see if Pokerface can actually pull it through, because remember, Proud is usually just stuck on the hit scan. Is this going to be a blessing, or is this going to be a curse for the side of Pokerface is going to be left to be seen. Estrella using that Cardiac to full effect, as he was threatened less than half health, but he ends up being the one that wins over Smurf. And of course, trades are happening, I think, currently in favor of the Falcons right now. So despite Australia being the Maga unkillable king, but in the end, Team Falcons is the one that's going to assert initial control on the point.
Yeah, just the the Pokerface DPS were unable to go with them, and I think maybe that was a comms thing, because Bellisria was able to get Fortify out of Orisa, was able to get the Cleanse out, and like that's the go moments, but they were getting jumped on in the back, so they could not follow up. There was not the speed boost from Fixa to rush them in there, because even though this is a composition that you can play mid-range and you can play Poke Thrower, it's really much better when you're right up with your Maga.
Oh no, things are looking very dire for Pokerface right now, as Proper was duplicating the Malga, but is taken out as well. Fixa responding with a good sound barrier, and despite Team Falcons at first sight, it seemed destined for Team Falcons to win that team fight. Okay, never mind. I was about to say Pokerface was living as long as they possibly could, but Proud taking down means that damage is not going to be there, and Chase1 follows suit. Bellisria trying to just stay on the point a little bit longer, but it's only going to delay the inevitable as Team Falcons will secure first flashpoint. And yeah, I mean, I thought that when Proper first duplicated the Malga, I thought it was just over at that point, but Pokerface did live longer than I expected to, but in the end, they still can just win over the Team Falcons.
It helps. I was curious if they had another thing in mind for Choice1 to stay on that Pharah, but he's just way too hard countered with the Diva and the Echo on the other side of things, because like a cage fight and a barrage can work out really well, but now with the Diva on the other side, not with the damage that's going to come down, so Choice1 is going to flip over that cage fight, and Deadeye can be good, but they need to deal with this Pharah first, otherwise they're going to get no value out of that ult combo.
Alright, let's see how it goes. Stalker used Pulse Bomb. Here is that cage fight, and that you were talking about, instantly Team Falcons just drop down to the lookout. Proper once again duplicating the Malga, not getting his cage fight just yet. Simple using the Consumer Rush. The cage fight is there, but Proper has to just break out of the duplicate form. Smurf finishes off Proud. Fielder is traded out. This is a very big bloodbath if I ever seen what Chase1 takes out. Fielder is going to be punished by Proper though, but in the end, the flip is going to be there, and Team Falcons is the one to be smiling at right now.
Pokerface really committed late into that fight. Simple dropping the Kitsune late. It's a very good point for Kitsune, so you can somehow sneak out value on it, but really Proper being able to just put a Maga on the field has been so valuable for them, and also Maga on the field allows Proper to charge up very quick. Proud hits a shot.
Alright, Fielder starts things up with the Continuous, but Fixa answers with a sound barrier. Chio is the first one to fall, so that is going to be a sound barrier denied for the side of Team Falcons. However, still no extra casualties. As I say, Proper is down, so this round is going in favor of Pokerface. Extra stack kills happening at 58%. There might be a final fight. I'm not really sure. It's going down to the wire probably. Fielder swapping to the carry. Go ahead.
It's probably very likely going to be a beat engage. Falcons should be in a good enough position. They will engage with a beat.
Alright, there is that beat you were talking about, and Simple at 82%. Almost there to the Consumer Rush. Proper taking down early. And trades happening here and there, but right now Pokerface looks like they have the upper hand, and while they were fighting Team Falcons that were unable to touch and keep that overtime running, so this is going to be 1-1 tied in terms of flashpoints secured. And the rotation-wise, Team Falcons should have the upper hand, but the ult economy is in favor of Pokerface right now.
I just like the couple times that we've seen Choice1 on the Tracer, I feel like I can get into his headspace. He's like, I want that Lucy, I want that Lucy. Oh, there's a Tracer over there now, I have to leave. It's been very, very interesting to watch Choice1's Tracer. It's been the best hero that they've played so far tonight. Right now, Bellisria's just got much better sustain on this Ramatra, and it's kind of throwing people for a loop. He's able to take the space for Proud, but if Proud's dead, then it doesn't really matter.
Yep, I think that was a good coordination from Stalker and Chio to take down Proud, so this is going to be an early advantage for the side of Pokerface. Is Pokerface going to commit? The answer is going to be yes. Bellisria going to use Annihilation. Proper is going to once again duplicate the tank and try to give Bellisria some taste of his own medicine, but Bellisria surprisingly holding ground long enough, and Proper out of that duplicate form did find a lot of kills, so it looks like the team fight is going the way of Team Falcons. But man, Bellisrea did live very long.
There's a Bob on the point. Bellisrea is still alive, and he's not far away. Bellisrea is still going to put out this point. They're committing the beats!
Yeah, even though if Team Falcons end up winning this fight, this is going to be a massive expenditure for Team Falcons right now. The flip is finally there, but what did it cost Team Falcons? It costed everything. Of course, Pokerface also used a lot of things, and the staggered kills are definitely going to help. But Team Falcons, wow, they have to work for it.
Right. I don't hate that from Pokerface. It feels like this is a team that would have just, given up points, come back and re-engage, but now they do kind of have this next level to them that they've retooled this roster, and you've got players who are just like, no, we're as good as this squad. The switch again for Bellisrea, who is really flexing versatility onto the Junker Queen to be able to counter this Winston.
Yep, and also notable that Proud is on the Soldier now. Simple starting things up with the Kitsune. Simple very low from Bellisrea. Takes down Smurf Force. This is going to be an early numbers advantage for the side of Pokerface. Chiso taking Geo down. Everyone down on the side of Team Falcons. Pokerface flipping as quickly as possible. So this is 46% and running. By the time Team Falcons will be able to recontest, this is progress will probably be matched and even exceeding that. So maybe this is final fight territory for this Flashpoint specifically.
Yeah, very likely going to be the case. We'll see what Proper duplicates. It's been all tanks all the time, and the Junker Queen is not a terrible option for the dupe here either.
Right, Team Falcons slowly approaching the point so far at 86% and running. The only ultimate for Pokerface is going to be the Pulse Bomb. So Chisewan has to choose his target carefully. Well, everyone knows where he is, and that Pulse Bomb didn't get anyone, and Proper, like you said, is going to duplicate the Junker Queen once again. Stalker taking down Bellisrea early. Proud takes down Chio. So this is technically a 4v4 fight, but Pokerface doesn't have a tank. Proper is taken out of his duplicate form, but has enough damage to take out Proud. And by the looks of the kill feed right now, it looks like Team Falcons will be able to secure the third Flashpoint.
We might look back on that one as a silver lining for the Primal, because I think Fixa was in the mindset of, if I get this beat, we're still fighting. But he gets knocked out of the sky with that Primal, so they will have the advantage of that beat during the next fight. I'm not sure how precise their tracking is going to be, because the beat is only 30% ahead. Pokerface, if they have this killer instinct, it might just be a beat engage. There it is.
There it is, the beat engage. Will Pokerface get anything from it? They get Proper, which is a great start, and Fielder is taken down as well. Fielder probably thought the fight was already lost and decides to hold on to that Kitsune rush, which I pretty much agree. Pokerface, after they establish control on this point, they will have a lot of tools to dissuade Team Falcons away. Team Falcons right now, they only have the Kitsune rush. The beat is going to follow up really soon, but Bellisrea has a Rampage. Also, the rush overclock is going to be very scary. Wait a second. Pokerface
Huge Rampage gets 3.
And also, the Pokerface just decided to use everything in their arsenal right now. And, well, still, they got what they came for.
Well, it's fine. I mean, it's Kitsune versus Kitsune, which you're totally fine. If you're going to trade those out, then let's battle it out. Proud's ultimate is not good without Kitsune. There's just not enough damage over the top, so you have to be using the Sojourn ult with something that boosts your damage to be able to get railgun shots in. And Bellisrea, I mean, he hit 3 on the Rampage, so I'm not mad at any of those.
Yep. And now Team Falcons starting things up with the beat. Not finding anyone so far. It's actually going to be Proper who falls. Fixa is traded out, but and also the flip is there in the meantime. So a little bit of stability for Team Falcons, but stability be damned. Stalker is taken out of the picture by Proud. I think that was wasn't even a railgun shot, because the sign was not there. It's just that ordinary headshot that takes out Stalker, and Pokerface regains control of the point at 93%. Team Falcons does have a chance of touch. Proper going to once again continue the trend of duplicating the tank. Let's see if he can get that Rampage. Pokerface looking like they are going to disengage for the moment. Jisewan low, but Proper not going to get that. The Rampage he was looking for. Now this is also going to be an opportunity for Pokerface to come back to the fight. Vixa instantly taking down Fielder and Proper taking down at the picture as well. This is disaster for Team Falcons as Pokerface, after a very good disengage, comes back with Fury and take over the point again. And this time there isn't anyone going to be able to touch from the side of Team Falcons. All squared, and it all comes to this on the 5th flashpoint. Pokerface, remember, they're on match point, so if this point goes in favor of Pokerface, this is the end of the series.
That's brutal. I mean, it's a great disengage, but then Falcons, like, they were happy to be in that position where they were on the point and they were in a more defensive spot, because then you can get Kitsune Rush value. Kitsune Rush on defense, very, very solid, but they were able to jump Fielder. Speaking of that, both supports already down. This is, again, one of the markers of the best teams. Fight them where they do not expect you. Pokerface taking a page out of the Crazy Raccoon book and just kind of dunking on Falcons. Falcons were probably just going to go into that and try to get ultimates out of Pokerface, try to win in the neutral to try to even up this economy, but Pokerface wins that using nothing.
Yep, and now what do you have? 5 ultimates against nothing in the Team Falcons arsenal right now. Chio now having that speed, so probably going to be that engage tool. But Smurf is taken down early, so Chio doesn't even have that chance to use that beat as the engage tool. What do you know? Pokerface, this time, 2nd time in a row, did not even use a single ultimate. Things are looking very dire for Team Falcons right now.
As long as Pokerface doesn't overcommit, I mean, I think even if you use the 3 ults in the middle, actually it's going to seem like an overcommitment, but it totally wins you the fight. And at 70, Pokerface 1 fight away from upsetting Falcons.
Right, Proper taking down Jisewan. So this is a start. But Simple thinks that this fight is still winnable, at least, or thinks so, by using all the ultimates right now. They're using everything in their arsenal right now. Stalker takes down, and Smurf takes down Proud, so this is still a glimmer of hope for the side of Team Falcons. Proper also very close to that overclock. Is going to get pressured and taken down by Simple before he has that. This might be the start of the end for Team Falcons right now. Proud coming back on that Pharah. It looks like Smurf is going to go down. Fielder is doing what he can with the Kitsune Rush, but he is just going to go down as well. Overtime is burning down. And ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a Pokerface 3-1 win over Team Falcons.
Supposed to be unbiased and impartial, but you can't help but be kind of happy for Pokerface. The journey that they've been on from Stage 1 to Stage 2, changing this roster, and just, I feel you can see it in their play style. This team used to be kind of timid, you know, passive, oh, we lost one, let's disengage. But now you've got players like Vixa who's like, nah, we're still in this, we're going, let's go. They've got kind of this swagger to them, taking the fight outside of where I think Falcons were expecting the fight and just winning, like team kill without using any ultimates. It's like this huge sign for them. Beat engages from Vixa, like they've got a completely new attitude, and as everyone expected, Pokerface will be the #2 seed going into the playoffs.
The ascension from this team to, like, you don't even have to go far. Like, on Stage 1, this team was a mid-tier team, mid-table team.
They were the tier break. They were like, oh, Pokerface is the start of the 2nd tier, right? Like that's kind of what they were.
But now, where they're at now, they're 2nd place. They are 2nd seed, well, not 2nd seed coming into the play. Yeah, so they're literally 2nd seed coming into the playoffs. They are just below Crazy Raccoon. And our player of the match is going to be Belisraya. Well-deserved.
Absolutely. And yeah, Pokerface gets to enjoy their bye week, but the versatility that Belisraya has shown for this squad has Been phenomenal. This is a player well-traveled, been on a lot of different teams, has sometimes been referred to as, you know, one of the better balls or one of the you know, great Orissas, but then sometimes been kind of get some shade thrown. But the amount of tanks that Belos Rhea played more than competently, it's like, is this someone? Like, what is going on here? The Junker Queen gave Falcons fits. The Ramatra was solid and stout. The Winston was very good. Like, just to be able to have all of those in your pockets. I mean, the Winston on like these two maps was insane. And then the Junker Queen on, yeah, I mean, I've just been very impressed. I thought Proud had moments, Choice A1 had moments. The marker of consistency for this squad was Belos Rhea tonight.
Yep, I definitely 100% agree, and just especially being able to be this versatile, just it's more value than what it seems like in paper, because if you have like a set hero pool, like the team can utilize this in substitutes. But before we talk about anything more, we have a team interview going on, so Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. The first series was an absolute banger as Pokerface takes the 3-1 victory over Team Falcons. A result that not many people have expected, especially the people in chat, as 83% of you voted for Team Falcons. But of course, we have the POTM, the man of the hour, Belos Rhea on stage making his introductions. Of course, Pokerface now continues to stir up the pot as they take another victory, this time against the almighty Team Falcons. So how do you feel about the victory? Honestly, we thought it would feel good to move on as second seed, and our head coach kept saying, "Hey, let's win today." So we couldn't afford to lose.
네, 자 이렇게 오늘 승리 모두에게 한방 웃음을 가져다주는 승리가 아니었나
싶은데요. Their win brought a lot of smiles.
도미노처럼 몰아치기 시작했습니다.
Of course, their tempo picked up from Junkertown.
자, 포커페이스만의 뒷심을 보여줬어요. 오늘 전반적으로 게임.
So can you tell us about the overall momentum of the game, of the match?
1세트 때는 상대팀이 저희 팀을 많이
round one
분석하고 파악해서 와가지고
Lijiang Tower,
카운터픽을 맞았다고 생각을 하고.
I thought that our team comp got countered
않았나
because I
싶고,
thought they did a
그
lot of
뒤로는 이제 저희도 이제
analysis on
파악을
us.
해서 이거 이렇게 하면 좀 더 쉬울 것
But
같다.
we figured out their game
하던
plan,
대로
so
하자를 해서
okay.
잘 먹혀가지고
All right,
이긴 것
let's
같습니다.
play this way.
네,
And
3세트 때는
I think
1점밖에
that
내주지 않았는데
game plan worked out.
이것이 승리의 그런 흐름으로 성막으로 올라가지 않았나라는 생각이 들었어요. 자, 그리고 마지막 5세트
We have to talk
2대
about.
3으로 이렇게 승리를 딱 확정짓게 됐는데 오늘 1등 공신 누구였을까요?
So who was the key player
POTM보다는 제가 제일 잘했고요.
네.
for today's match? I think
그다음은
me.
잘해주는
First of all, because I
에임
received
섭진이랑
the
근데 솔직히 오늘은 다 잘한 것 같아요.
because I received the POTM, but I think I have to give all the credit to all my teammates as well, because I think everyone played phenomenally.
자, 오늘도 POTM 벨로스 레아 선수를 빼놓을 수 없죠. 정말 각이 다른 윈스턴을 보여줬어요. 자, 우리가 알던 윈스턴이 맞나라는 생각이 들었었는데요. 자, 상대가 와르르 무너지게 하는 플레이 기가 막혔습니다. 또 제가 또 궁금했던 게 오늘 점프 뛸 때 어떤 심경으로 뛰었나요?
So what were you thinking when you were making all those jumps on Winston today?
뭐라도 해주겠지 하고 이제.
And I just jumped thinking, hey, my
뛰면
teammates will do
석진이랑 세현 형이
the
잘
rest.
잡아주라고요.
And
그래갖고 뭐 잘 되는 것 같아요.
but of course our
팀원들을
backline
믿고
did.
뒤를 맡길게 하면서 자신 있게
while I
뛰었던 게 오늘 승리로
basically
이렇게 또
created
흘러가지 않았나
chaos
싶습니다.
after jumping
자, 오늘
to
이제 또 초
jumping in,
강팀의 단열의
the rest of my
오늘
team
포커페이스 팀입니다.
did very well in
여기까지
cleaning up
오기까지 정말 잘해준
after me.
팀원들도 한몫했는데요. 팀원들께도 한마디
Can you please say a
부탁드립니다.
few words to your teammates as well?
얘들아 우리 플레이오프 때 더 잘하자.
Let's play better, boys, in the playoffs.
네, 자, 팀원들에게 앞으로 더 잘해보자라고 한마디 해주셨습니다. 그리고 또 여기까지 오기까지 팬분들의 함성에
course,
또 한몫했거든요. 팬분들께
their journey
부탁드립니다.
without their fan support
오늘 저희 팀
wouldn't have been
응원해주신 분들
possible.
정말
So please say a few
감사드리고.
words to them.
근데
as
솔직히
well.
말해서 저희도 몰랐어요. 이걸 여기까지 뚫어. 이걸 여기까지
Hey,
뚫어.
we didn't
이등을
expect
해.
it. We didn't expect this placement at all. We really did it. We really did it. So again, thank you very much for supporting us.
성사가 아니었나 싶습니다.
And we'll do better for the future.
포커페이스 벨로스리아 선수 만나봤습니다.
And that was the interview with Belosria from Pokerface. And of course, again, congratulations to them. Before we head into the second match, I'm going to throw it back to Unknown and Hex.
Alright, thank you, Quest, for the translation. And we were talking about Belostria, yeah, so, and his versatility, but, yeah, good play from Belostria and the entirety of Pokerface. And now, we're going to our second series of the day, so please, don't go anywhere.
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 슈라고 합니다.
크레이지 라쿤에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 맥스라고 합니다.
CR 초롱입니다.
CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 리지언입니다.
CR 준비지입니다.
CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 희상입니다.
로스터 안 바꾸고 그 로스터로 쭉 가면 팀업이 더 맞는 건 사실이기도 하고,
팀업이라는 걸 중요하게 생각하는 사람이기 때문에 같은 팀원과 오랜 시간 동안 같이 하면 당연히 그걸 바탕으로 다른 팀들보다 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있는 것 같아요.
이번 스테이지는 저라고 생각합니다. 메인 힐러이다 보니까 약간 좀 잘 안 잡히는 게 있긴 하더라고요.
주목을 받아야 할 선수는 희상이라고 생각합니다. 이번 팔콘전 할 때 희상이가 유독 많이 떨어가지고 이제 긴장이 다 풀린 모습을 기대해 주시면 감사할 것 같습니다.
일단 제 개인적인 생각으로는 왜 사람들이 팔콘과 저희를 라이벌로 엮는지를 잘 이해를 못 하겠더라고요.
솔직히 저는 팔콘보다 제타나 푸나틱이 저희랑 좀 라이벌 구도로 좀 되지 않을까. 이번 시즌은 팔콘 쪽도 솔직히 의아해하긴 할 거예요. 왜 계속 짓는지.
영향력은 이제 100%라고 생각하고, 이기면 이제 코치 차이고 지면은 코치 차이입니다.
WCS 첫 번째 때는 저희가 코리아 우승을 못했는데, 이번에 시즌2는 저희가 무조건 먹고 열심히 해가지고 스톡홀름 가가지고 열심히 해서 우승하겠습니다.
이번에 코리아든 아시아든 스톡홀름이든 셋 중에 하나는 무실세트 우승을 한번 해보고 싶습니다. 희상이만 좀 잘하면 꾸준하게 1왕을 하지 않을까. 제가 항상 대회 전에 하는 말이 있거든요. 너만 잘하면 이긴다. 너가 해야 된다.
유미 형이 뭐 하려 하지 않고 아무것도 안 하면 이길 것 같습니다.
그 맞긴 해.
폭탄 돌리기
합니다.
팬분들 덕분에 계속 우승하는 것 같아서 항상 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
이때까지 응원해 주신 만큼 보답을 해드렸으니까 앞으로도 똑같이 응원해 주시면 그거에 맞는 보답으로 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
사우디 월드컵을 할 때 저희가 홈팬이 너무 없어가지고 이제 좀 서러웠거든요. 근데 다시 이제 한국에서 대회 할 수 있게 되어가지고 여러분들 응원 들으면서 더 노력하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
응원해주시는 만큼 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
있지 니산 크레이지 라쿤 간바테.
오우인 시테쿠다 사테 아리가또 고자이마스.
다음에 우리 팀이 일본에서 경기할 수 있는 기회가 있었으면 좋겠고 그때 한번 만나서 이제 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
화이팅!
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전에서 탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 베르나르라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 바이올렛이라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 핀이라고 합니다.
메인 DPS 맡고 있는 플로라라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 희성이라고 합니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 알파이라고 합니다.
열심히 해서 이런 좋은 팀 오게 돼서 좋고 신입의 패기가 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
좋은 팀에 좋은 스폰이 들어와가지고 저희가 좀 연습할 환경이 좀 좋아진 것 같아서 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있을 것 같아요.
폰이 생겨가지고 이제 합숙을 하게 됐는데 이제 그러면서 더 선수들끼리 친해지고 좋은 성적을 거둘 것 같습니다.
솔직히 좀 만족하지 못한 성적이고 꼭 이번 OWCS에서는 우승하고 스웨덴 가서도 우승을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 코리아랑 아시아 둘 다 3위 했는데 좀 아쉽다고 생각을 하고 좀 더 잘할 수 있는 팀이었다고 생각을 하는데 이제 합숙도 해서 더 좋은 연습 환경 갖췄으니까 우승할 수 있도록 노력하면 될 것 같습니다.
아무래도 같은 탱커라서 저를 항상 이제 좀 이해를 해주고 항상 POTM 투표도 항상 저를 해준다고 하더라고요. 그래서 고맙고요. 탱커가 사실 제가 힘든 포지션이거든요. 항상 못하면 티도 많이 나고 잘해도 티가 안 나고 그런 포지션인데 다들 화이팅 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
목표는 당연히 1등이고
이번 각오는 절대 3등은 안 하겠습니다.
당연히 우승이라고 생각하고요. 제가 항상 각오로 이제 3등을 안 하고 싶다고 했는데 이번에는 꼭 안 하도록 하겠습니다.
일단 저희가 지금 사우디 대회까지 해가지고 3등을 거의 3번 해가지고 저 홍진호급이 돼서 이제 1위 들어갈 때가 되지 않았나 싶어요. 스웨덴 가고 싶고요. 진짜 3등만 하기 싫습니다. 3등 말고 1, 2등 하겠습니다. 3등만 하기 싫어. 저희 팀 응원해 주시는 분들이 자부심 가질 수 있게 이번에는 꼭 우승해 보도록 하겠습니다. 저희를 이제 항상 응원해 주시고 이제 경기도 보러 와 주시고 하는 팬분들 덕분에 이렇게 저희가 좋은 환경이나 이제 좋은 팀도 구할 수 있고 하게 되는 건데 그에 보답할 수 있도록 저희도 노력도 많이 해서 좋은 경기를 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 日本で応援してくれてる方に感謝します。ありがとうございます。今 OWCS コリアにクレイジーラクーンとゼタっていう日本のチームが2つあるんですが、ラクーンが今まで優勝もう3回取っちゃったんで、今ゼタが入ってからは優勝はゼタが取ろうと思います。頑張ります。ゼタ화이팅!
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're approaching our second series of the day, but we do have to talk about our first series. Man, what a performance from Pokerface that was.
Just leveling up. They've just gotten better and better every time we've seen them. And I think I mentioned it a couple weeks back of this team looks really dangerous, and then they ended up beating Fnatic. They've been really close to Zeta division. It's just a team that looks like they're getting better every single week, which should be frightening and horrifying to a lot of the teams that have to play. Like, they just beat Falcons of all teams, and Zeta had their struggles as well. Like, Pokerface, back to back just beat Zeta division and Falcons. Like, it's kind of hard to say that they're not, I mean, at least in the conversation for second best team. We do need more like consistency out of them. Like, if this is the level they're playing at, that's insane.
Yep, and also I just want to give a shout out to their coaching staff as well, because as big as their roster is, utilizing that to full effect are just two different things. Even on the same heroes like Ana, we've been seeing both Karu and Simple just being traded out. The point is that even though if the hero pools are similar, they are using their full roster to match the play styles of how they want to play this map.
Absolutely. Crazy Raccoon. I don't know. Do you have anything more to say about Crazy Raccoon? I really don't.
Well, not except for the fact that they are super strong. The question now is going to be more like every time Crazy Raccoon plays, the question is, are they going to win? That's not going to be the question. The real question is, are they going to drop a map? Hey, let that sink in, because in a competitive sport or esport, or whatever you want to call it, do you really think that just not expecting a team to lose at all is normal? Because I don't think it is, and that's how good Crazy Raccoon is. And we are introducing Zeta Division into this studio, who is going to go against them. This team has shown, this team has been showing, to be honest, they are looking better than they have as FTG in the first stage, but at the same time, it looks like they are a very momentum-based team, and right now the momentum is slowing down a little bit.
Zeta Division currently in 4th place in our seeding decider matches. This is a team with a very vocal disdain for 3rd place. If they 3-0'd Crazy Raccoon, they could end up taking 3rd place. I don't necessarily see that happening. I think, without a ton to play for, Crazy Raccoon has already acknowledged that they are completely, looking towards that undefeated map record. And it is something that they have acknowledged that they're playing forward towards, that they would like to have it. The Zeta Division, not a ton on the line for them going forward from this match. So it might be a time where you see Zeta Division experiment a little bit, run, Juno compositions, which they've been playing around with anyway.
Yep, and it's going to be Bernard starting instead of Hisung, which is already a change in its own, because usually in control maps we've been seeing Hisung being the starter, presumably with the Winston pick, but we might, like you said, Hex, we might be seeing some experiments happen, because, I mean, Zeta Division, what do you have to lose? If you win, you still, yes, you feel good, but you don't get anything tangible out of it. But if you lose, to be honest, I mean, this sounds a little bit rough, but you were expected to lose anyways. So why not experiment a few things, because you are already guaranteed into playoffs, and then experiment some things with the meta, experiment with what some players might be comfortable with. Let's see. But before that, we have a pre-match interview. So Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are here with the second team rep interview of the day. Of course, we have the 2 team reps for Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division. And on Crazy Raccoon's side, we have Chorong representing his team. And on Zeta Division's side,
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전에서
we have
힐러를
Finn
맡고 있는
representing his team.
핀이라고 합니다.
네, 핀 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 크레이지 라쿤
Of course, the first question goes to Crazy
지난
Raccoon.
인터뷰 때 순위
In a
결정전에서
previous
만나고
interview,
싶은 팀으로 제타
you picked
디비전을
Zeta as your
뽑았어요.
rivals
이렇게
for
또
the
시간이
stage.
됐는데, 자, 요즘 제타
Of course,
디비전 어떤 거
some
같나요?
time has passed since then, so
그때는
do you think they're still worthy?
하기에는 너무 식상해서
So at the time,
제타라고 한번 말하고 싶었어요. 그냥.
오, 네.
Falcons seemed like saying Team Falcons was a boring answer, so I just
옆에서
said
핀 선수가
Zeta Division.
너무하다고 자 말을 해주셨는데 자 제타 디비전 역시 강력함을 보여주고 있습니다. 자 제타 디비전만의 강력함 한번 어필해 볼까요?
So can you tell us about
이제
a unique strength
형이랑도 말했는데 이제
of the team?
저희가 솔직하게 말하면 이제 상금이 걸려 있으면 세지거든요. 그래가지고 이제 풀업 때는 더
So I talked about this with Rascal.
기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
But when there's money on the line, we become a lot stronger. So please expect good things from us.
세질 예정이니까 기대하셔도 좋다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 자 2일 연속 풀세트 접전을 보였지만 어제는 약간 아쉬운 경기 결과가 있었어요. 하지만
despite going the distance,
오늘 더
Zeta failed to capitalize on it.
오늘 경기 기대해봐도 될까요?
So can we expect good things from Zeta Division today?
저희가 이번 이제 순위 결정전을 거의 이제 라쿤전을 좀 많이 생각했거든요. 그래가지고
So our match versus Crazy Raccoon was the one that we thought about the most. So
자 가볍게 툭
I think we'll be able to
않을까라고 말하셨어요.
put a dent in that
자,
undefeated match streak.
마지막 경기인 만큼 팬분들의 응원이 더욱더 간절해질 때입니다.
So of course this is the last seeding decider
팬분들에게
match.
부탁드립니다.
So please say a few words to the cans to encourage your support.
오늘 경기력 기대해 주세요.
야 오늘 무실세트 깨지를 절대 없을 거다 오늘 기대 많이 해주시라고
The undefeated map
말씀을
streak is
해주셨고요.
not going to
그렇다면
end, so
핀
please
선수는요?
expect good things from us.
뭐저
And as for
무실세트
Finn,
깨겠습니다.
as Finn says,
네,
hey,
2일반에서 무실세트
we'll put a dent in it.
깨버리겠다라고 말씀해 주셨습니다. 자, 지금까지 크레이지
And that was the team rep interview between Chorong and Finn. And before we head into the match, please take it away, Unknown and Hex.
진진할 것으로 예상이 됩니다. 다들 기대
Alright,
많이
thank
해주시고요.
you.
오늘 경기 맵셋
Well, also extra context is that both teams are Japanese-based organizations, and we've been saying this in the pre-match, but this rival is actually really fierce in other game titles as well. So interesting to see which organization. Well, I think I kind of know which organization will probably win, but still interesting to see how this goes. First map is going to be Lijiang Tower. Crazy Raccoon going to be the higher seed, picking Lijiang Tower. It has been Lijiang Tower being the preference of Crazy Raccoon in the more recent days.
It's been the favorite. Can you guess what Crazy Raccoon's record is on this map?
What, something like, what, 4-0?
Hey, there you go. I just, thought it was funny because it was obviously going to be a 0 at the end of that. They are 9-0 on Control. They have won every single map that they've played in this stage. There is no reason to continue bloviating about it. What is interesting, though, is that, with it being Lijiang Tower, not seeing Heesung, as you mentioned, is a little bit of a wrinkle that has been Winston Ball kind of thing. So we'll see what Bernard is doing. But we also saw, and maybe it was just a Bellisria thing, of being able to play Orisa, Junker Queen. Definitely some options for the tank players here.
Yep. Also, Bernard is also, I guess, is pretty much in the same line of, of where he was very flexible. Despite being a traditional off-tank player, Bernard is a very flexible, and I mean, not only does he have a wide hero pool, he's like very serviceable in all the heroes that he plays. So let's see if he can pull another Bellisrea, because Bellisrea was very, very crucial to their team's win on the previous series. So let's see if Bernard can also keep those same standards. Looking at the fans right now, these are all Crazy Raccoon fans, Moon fans also in the fray as well. Shu, Max. Yeah, also interesting to see how much playtime Max will get, because, why not? Because he's been featuring in some maps as well, especially in Circuit Royale, if I'm not mistaken. But Max is also a really good tank player in his own right. He just doesn't get the opportunity to play because the Jumbins is the other tank.
It's going to be really fascinating about the narrative for this Zeta division team going forward, because I think right now people are kind of down on them, but this is a team that went 6-1 in round robins, only losing to Crazy Raccoon, beat Fnatic right out the gate, beat Pokerface right out the gate, beat Falcons 3-1. The problem is, like, those first two matches went to 5, so it wasn't like the most convincing thing ever, and then the tail end of their season was Dawn, Old Ocean, and Vec. You're not going to open any eyes. You're not going to convince anybody that you're a great team beating those squads. And then in the seeding deciders, they've lost 2-5 mappers in a row. So it's just kind of crazy how the narrative has shifted about this team since EWC and since early in the season when they were beating good teams, and now they're beating not so good teams, and now they're losing to teams going to 5. It's just kind of been this very weird narrative arc that this team is on. And I don't think we're going to see the real team and the real strats until we actually get to the playoffs for this squad.
Yeah, I still stand with what I say. This is a very momentum-based team. This team has shown us that it has a very high ceiling, that it can, on its good days, really beat the best of the best teams. But against Crazy Raccoon, that's probably, I think the 3-0 loss to Crazy Raccoon in the round robin kind of was the start of Zeta Division slowly losing momentum over there, and I guess Zeta Division can use this as an opportunity to get that momentum going if they do manage to get at least a map off Crazy Raccoon, because that's an achievement in itself.
There has to be some point where you're trying to play spoiler, and you're trying to put people on notice of like, even a god can bleed kind of thing for Crazy Raccoon.
Exactly.
And Zeta Division was a team that was widely regarded in the between the stages at that tournament as like the second best team. And now it's kind of muddy in the middle between 2, 3, and 4. I guess Pokerface obviously has the right to that, having beat both of these squads back to back, Zeta Division and Falcons. But yeah, it's really tight, and then it's just Crazy Raccoon. I don't know how many more tier breaks we have to add before Crazy Raccoon at 1 tier break. Is there a third tier break?
I guess
then,
because nobody got a
else.
map off them, I guess, right? So it's at least 3 tier breaks from everyone else, and also, I'm also hearing that Zeta Division are having audio issues, so it's getting a little bit delayed. So every time we get it delayed, I'm going to talk about Violet, our favorite player of all time. No, to be honest though, a lot of this team revolves on 2 things. One being how Violet is feeling. Like, is Violet feeling like the best support in the world, where he gets double the ult charge of his opposition? Or is he not feeling so well, or he's just giving up first blood every time, team fight? Because that's a key difference from when Zeta Division is performing well and when Zeta Division is not performing that well. And also that kind of also goes to the DPS players as well, because I love Flora and Alpha E, but these players...
Streaky. They're streaky players.
Exactly. So it's kind of like in baseball, when you're on a good streak, you can feel that you can even hit home runs against the best pitchers, but once you're on that cold streak, it's a straight ball that's right in front of you, but you just can't make that hit happen.
Right. By far the most consistent player on this team is Finn. I don't think there's really any doubt about that. The tanks are fine. Like, they can have big moments and have off moments. Tank is really hard to evaluate in that way. It's just funny they bring up Violet, because right before the broadcast tonight, I came across a YouTube short of Violet just autopiloting on the bridge on Colosseo. And it was a coach, I think it was Coach OC with the short, and it was just Violet walking out literally alone 1v5 and getting tapped, and that cost them the map. It's kind of crazy how, and everyone knows it, and Violet has to know this, that this is the reputation of the best support player in the world sometimes, and then the craziest mistakes you'll ever see at professional Overwatch level. It is just a fascinating dichotomy for a legacy to have. Just walked out 1v5 on Brig, went over the bridge on Colosseo, like the bridge right before last point, did a whip shot, and then just got domed. And that was it. That lost them the fight. That lost them the map. It was just this crazy autopilot, but here's the thing, is like there's a couple teams, and we'll talk about the supports when we get to the Fnatic matchup. And with Violet, you just have to ask, and I mean, we'll ask this question when we talk about the Fnatic supports too, is the juice worth the squeeze? One of my favorite sayings. You know, is it worth Violet's throwing a map here and there for what you get out of it? And for the most part of Violet's career, the answer has been a resounding yes.
Yeah, and I think also this season in itself, if you just count Stage 2, I think it was a gamble that paid off. Violet, at least at the current moment, even on the Lucio and on the Brig as well, look really good most of the time. And yes, even during those sort of matches where Violet did perform, he did kind of throw in some kind of like service throw to keep us all laughing and have us casters kind of something to tease about. But still, like overall, it did give a positive. It ended up in a positive for Zeta Division, but I don't know. I don't know if Crazy Raccoon are that sort of team that can let that pass. I think Crazy Raccoon, in the current form right now, will just destroy those kind of, I guess, exploitable throws per se, and that's Zeta Division. I guess the team identity itself is just this Joker team. Well, Joker team not meaning in a negative way. This Joker team meaning that they have very high highs, but also at the same time they can fumble so easily.
Yeah, a bit of a wild card. I think there's some of the same issues, but we saw Pokerface deal with it of Flora's hero pool being very similar to Proud's hero pool, and where is Flora going to shine the best, and then also Alpha E just has to pick up everything else. So obviously early in the stage, Flora was forcing the cast, forcing Ashe, and when it works, it works brilliantly, but there is versatility questions with that. But it does get covered up a little bit with Zeta Division's extreme versatility for that support line that we've just lauded over for a little bit, that they can run everything a little bit better. They don't need to sub anybody out because Violet has been main support for a couple years, but also just made his bones on flex support. Finn, obviously a very solid, stout flex support that you never really complain about Finn. Might not be the guy who's going to win you matches all the time, although there's been a couple player of the match ideas for Finn. But just you're never going to complain about what Finn is doing. I think you need that very steady, solid, consistent support if you're going to run Violet as your other support too. It's kind of a nice balancing act. But it is a team and this is Flora and Alpha E have had these questions about them for years, before Zeta Division was even a squad in OWCS, of can they be consistent damage dealers? That's always been the bugaboo. It still bubbles to the surface here and there.
Alright, I'm hearing that we might need a few more minutes for the audio issues to be addressed, so you guys are stuck with us for the time being right now. I just also wanted to talk about, talking about versatility. I think one of the key I don't want to say weakness, but I guess some of the vulnerabilities that the Zeta Division has in terms of compositions is that right now, it seems like, I don't know if it's because Crazy Raccoon is running it, but it looks like the Pharaoh Tracer in almost any map that it could be played is the strongest GPS combo that is available. But because Flora doesn't look as comfortable on the Tracer than as on his hit scan heroes, Alpha E has to stick. Usually it has to be Alpha E on the Tracer, meaning that Flora is, like you said, is stuck on the quote-unquote proud heroes like Cassidy, Ashe. So the Pharah Tracer isn't really a viable option for Zeta Division. You can only play one of the flyers without the Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same problem that the Toronto Ultra ran into as well, when your best Tracer and your best Echo and Pharah are the same person. You run into issues without being able to sub anybody out. Obviously, that team only had 5 players. This team only with 6, and no one can come in and play the Pharah for them. So yeah, it's definitely a limiting factor. I think teams will try to exploit it. Crazy Raccoon, meanwhile, like Hisang's gonna run Pharah until you do something about it. It has been like that kind of flex for this team of Hisang can play the Pharah at a super high level. Lip just picks up anything. Sombra,
Lip
Tracer.
plays the Genji and Echo for God's sakes.
Yeah, and they've had times, and I think it's like Runesapi most of all, where they've had times where one of them will be an Echo, the other will be on Tracer, and then they just flip. Like, that's the versatility that you have on this DPS line of like, oh, I'm not on my Tracer today, can we swap out? And it's happened. It's been some of the maps they've looked the weakest on, obviously, where they can't figure out who's going to play Echo Tracer. But yeah, I think as great as Lip is, I've always said that Hisang's hero pool enables so much for this team. The only tell that they have is when Max comes in, but even Max has been playing like Winston and been fine on it, so it's just a glutton of riches for this squad. Thank God for the dubstep button, we're going it.
Yep. Alright, we're going to Lijiang Tower. By the looks of it, it is going to be Gardens that is going to start us off. Jimbo, I mean, again, I've learned my lesson. Don't be too excited by the hovers right now. As much as I love the Juno, it's probably, once again, just going to be the speed boost and straight back into the Lucio or the Kiriko. Unless I am pleasantly surprised. 5 seconds left. Jinbin looking like he's going to play the ball. Turtle gave me a jump scare a little bit with that Mercy pick. Maybe indicating the return of the pharmacy, but early anti into Flora has to be instantly cleansed, and Bernard on the Malga, so a little bit of a different showing from the side of Zeta division here.
Junmin almost gets some environmental kills right away there, but yeah, just a huge fly nade around the corner, going to do a lot of damage there. And I guess the question going into it is, can anyone do enough against Hisang's Pharah to force Hisang off the Pharah? This has almost always been a great Pharah map, but just now lately, it is that much better. Another huge anti. What's these purples?
I mean, I guess it's nothing special for Shu, because Shu has been a fantastic Ana for the entirety of his career, and in more recent years, he has been touted as the best Ana, so, but still, impressive performance from Shu and good angles of that anti-nades. And look at how high his ult charge is already. Like 82%. That's already almost a nano by the time the next fight's going to be there. Violet taking down Jinbin, so this is a good start for the side of Zeta division, but Toro punishes Violet. So maybe Crazy Raccoon will decide to just, yep, they will decide to go ahead and use the nano barrage, but it's going to be punished, so maybe the flip is going to happen now.
Well, they've traded out pretty evenly, and Lip is still alive. No recall, though. Lip in trouble. Somehow Churong comes in and gets Finn on the other side. Their flip has not happened yet. Churong gets two!
Churong gets two! He is going to get punished, but this is the time. But Junbin is already back into the fray, and Hisang already on the point as well, so this is not going to be a flip. As much as I thought that Zeta division had all the chance in the world to make that flip happen, Churong comes to the rescue. And oh my goodness, this is how good we talked about how Crazy Raccoon is so good at stalling these flips to the point that, like, it should have been a flip and it didn't, and that makes this much progress towards Crazy Raccoon. Alpha E kills Hisang with the pulse bomb, so once again, Zeta division is in prime position to have a team fight win, but Charles committing with the sound barrier, also answered with a violent sound barrier of his own, but despite the numbers disadvantage, Crazy Raccoon is holding on really well. Jumping, killing Violet with the mines. Flora also taking out Shu, but I think this should be Crazy Raccoons, and wow. Garden's going in favor of Crazy Raccoon, but the highlight of this match was that amazing stall of the flip by Crazy Raccoon. I thought it was not surprised. I wouldn't have been too surprised if Zeta division just made that flip happen over there after that team fight win. But Charon comes to the rescue after 2 kills, and I think that was very instrumental in Crazy Raccoon securing Gardens.
It's one of the enormous benefits of Crazy Raccoon running the ball And even the far helps out a little bit, but it's the ball tempo that helps you so much of like, oh yeah, we lost Junbin first, but give us 5 seconds and Junbin will be back. Just being able to know that your 4v5 is going to be a 5v5 any second now, and they utilize the tempo of the ball play so well, and they just never feel out of it. Even if they had to play a pure 4v5, would not worry Crazy Raccoon at all. They've got the confidence to pull it off.
Alright, we are going to Control Center next, and it's going to be the same composition for Crazy Raccoon, except, yeah, exactly the same composition, and Zeta Division, they're not backing out off their compositions as well. Isang getting a lot of poke damage going on. Flora, half health. Alpha also half health, but not particularly concerned yet. Zeta Division. Violet is? Okay, never mind. It's actually going to be Jim who falls first. So maybe Zeta Division can get... Okay, now they do. Yeah, I wasn't too confident on saying that Zeta Division should be having first point because there were numerous times where Crazy Raccoon just won straight up 4v5s. But this time, Zeta Division, it looks like they have things under control.
Yeah, a little bit of a tech mishap on the stairs there for Jumin's ball. It's a rarity that it happens, but Jumin is going to go over to the Junker Queen, the pretty solid counter for Bernard's Maga. Flora is able to clean up there. I mean, it's a nice situation for the cast to be able to get people trying to leave the points when everyone's in a bad situation, but it's not going to be enough to deter Hisang. Hisang very likely gets this nano from Shu.
Alright,
dies first.
Yep, Flora. This is, I guess, one of what we were talking about, the ceilings of these players. They can match or even sometimes outplay some of the best players on Crazy Raccoon. Zeta Division, despite losing Finn, they are committing with the sound barrier, and it's going to be answered with Charles' own. They lose Shu, but Lip is just retaliating with fury as he takes down 2. Alpha E going to take down Jim, then Racharo is going to punish Alpha E for that. The flip is there, and yep, Crazy Raccoon once again losing members early, but still able to make things happen. Remember, Lip coming into the fray like, hey, remember that I existed? I am the best DPS in the world. And
gets somehow overlooked in this meta. Somehow we forget about Lip until he just rocks like a 3k because, yeah, Hisang does stuff like that.
Yeah, Hisang was just hiding in that corner and says hello, send his regards to everyone on Zeta Division. Using the barrage, that wasn't even a nano barrage because there's no Ana anymore on this team. But still makes things work, and even more impressive, he lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, it's that defensive position. We talked a little bit about it on Paraíso. Like, if you can get Farah with a wall between you and what she wants to shoot at, you're actually in a great spot.
Early and an awesome rampage, 3-man rampage from Jimbin. Makes sure that Zeta Division has no business winning this team fight over here. Alpha, he does take down Hisang, but to be honest, I don't think anyone cares except Hisang himself.
Unable to stand on business, and it's really nice to put Zeta Division in that hole right now. Zeta Division has to come in here. This has to be a cage fight and a Deadeye. But who are you going to cage fight? Maybe Junbin, if you can find him?
Well, the Deadeye comes here first. No cage fight just yet. The Deadeye doesn't find anyone, and Bernard is pressured into very low HP territory. He's probably gonna use the cardiac overdrive, but actually does find 2 kills. So maybe Zeta Division find a way back into this map.
They should. Cage Fight is just one of those ultimates that should just straight up win you a fight, even without the Deadeye, which is actually a pretty nice Deadeye to open that up. Zoning Deadeye to push Hisang back around the corner. And, you know, even just the simple Cage Fight and then your McCree primary should be able to clean up. Zeta committed a lot. We're going to get to that point where it's both support ultimates on both sides.
And Hisang also has the barrage. She's starting things up with the Kitsune Rush. Already 3 down. Violet, no response for the sound barrier. I think he thought this fight was already lost and would rather have a second try. Probably he has to use the sound barrier early. Yes, he does. Gets all 5 members into that sound barrier. Overtime is there. Hisang uses the barrage, and it's not going to be the barrage that makes the kills happen, but in the end, it doesn't really matter because Crazy Raccoon kills everyone and secures Lijiang Tower.
He's not able to live through that. You are seeing some of the deficits of this Zeta division damage line. You have to be able to counter the Pharah in a much more effective way. Like I said, this team is just they're gonna run Pharah in ball until you do anything about it. And at the end, they were unable to do anything about it. The damage throughput is way too strong. Yes, Lip shows up in the kill feed, but he's taking down low health targets because they're taking no damage fall off rockets on the way in, and they're just getting eaten alive. The ball tech, super annoying. People are turning around, and rockets are hitting you in the back. So this, I don't think we're going to see either teams like reveal any strats, but I also don't think Crazy Raccoon needs to do anything else. Like, you have to force them off of this composition, which is what they're best at, and make them play something else. And even when that happens, they are able to play anything else. But yeah, I mean, it's one of my favorite Pharah players, and this is why I go to the Church of Pharah now, as I've seen Checkmate play it, I've seen Heesung play it. I'm like, oh yeah, when they play it at the highest levels, there is almost nothing you can do about it, and it forces this composition out of another team that they kind of refuse to play.
Yeah, to be honest, this result on Lijiang was expected, but still, all the more, still it doesn't stop being impressive, right? The matter of how Crazy Raccoon just elects to take 4v5s and just win those are just impeccable. And let's see if a Zeta Division has an answer to this, because it's their map pick. We go to map 2 after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently approaching our second map of the second series of the day, and it is going to be Circuit Royale. So,
Okay.
yeah, what does this imply to you?
That they would very much like to run hit scan, usually. Although we've seen a couple of wrinkles on this map come in where teams are running a little bit more brawl, especially first point defense. I mean, I think about VEC kind of having their own unique style on this, where you can run first point defense and have a very disruptive composition where you're running maybe a Junker Queen, maybe a Venture, something like that. If you're going to play standard, this largely means you're sitting back with a Widow and Max is coming in, so perhaps a Sigma, but we've guessed that before, and then Max just runs like Junker Queen or or even the Winston. So yeah, I mean,
yeah, I think we just lost Hex over there, but to comment, I mean, I guess
is
welcome back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess I get a little red in my Discord. Apparently, the voice cut out for you. Yeah, Max is coming in, so this would signal a very standard circuit, but it's also, I think that Zeta might end up throwing some curveballs, but really this is just Flora's best at long-range hit scan. There's not much more to it than that.
Yeah, the big question is going to be, is Flora's long-range hit scan going to match with the Warlord Lip's long-range hit scan?
How tall is Lip now?
I mean, 8'6" apparently.
there we go. Does look like we have a little bit of a tech going on stage. Everyone looks very concerned.
Yeah, I don't know. Changun and Rascal, it seems, are looking at Violet's screen, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe I don't hear anything from production, so maybe it's something, I don't know. Anything might have happened, but I don't think it's super serious right now. If it was, production would have let us know. Oh, nice. That is a drawing of a raccoon, and it says, "I root for Charong," and it's her first time coming onto the venue. So welcome. Hope it was a nice experience. Of course, being a Charong fan, the nice experience would be not having that map streak broken. So, I mean, they're on good course for that. They look really solid on Lijiang Tower.
I think there has to be a study as far as like Google search trends for how to draw a raccoon. That probably spiked a little bit like 4 months ago, you know?
Yeah,
we need the Korean Google algorithm.
Alright, let me get that for you by next week. But if that's actually true, I might also send it to Crazy Raccoons and to Pavan and everyone else on the side of Crazy Raccoons so that they can get a beefier sponsorship fee. I don't know. I'll be very honest with you. I don't know the detailed contract details of them, but still, it looks like Crazy Raccoons. If that's actually the case, probably is likely that the organization is going to like it. And a Flora fan on the Ashe. Ashe has been a very strong pick for Flora historically, alongside the Cassidy. Let's just see if we can put up with the likes of Liv.
It's a tall ask, although, you know, Zeta Division 2-0 on Circuit Royale, so they're definitely trying to, take a map off of Crazy Raccoon. I thought they might end up, not taking this one super serious and not trying to show compositions or anything like that, but Circuit Royale is not really a map that you're going to surprise people on anyway, so totally makes sense. And it is kind of it's kind of one of those wild cards too of if your Widow's just on more that day, and there's really no quantifying it. If your Widow is just a little better that day, and I think most Widow players would tell you this, like some days you have it, some days you don't have it as much, you can just win this map.
Yep, and also, the scary thing about Crazy Raccoon right now is talking about compositions and whatnot, is that they've been playing this Ball Tracer Pharah so much that this might not even be their A plan. And they might have something secretly cooking in the back. but they don't even have to use it because their current A plan is just so perfect that nobody's been able to break that so far. But of course, like you said, Circuit Royale and Max coming in, Circuit has a meta of its own, so it's not gonna infer like anything like a drastic change from, oh, is Crazy Raccoon gonna play this from now on? But still gonna be interesting to see how teams execute those kind of somewhat obvious compositions.
Saw some Juno on this map though, because it can be linear if you can set it up properly. So definitely something to look at.
Alright, Crazy Raccoon, they are continuing the trend of Max not playing the Sigma on this map, of course. They are on the defense, so probably this is going to be what they end up playing.
Yes, that very disruptive kind of cycle on the defense where you have the Venture running through side room and, you know, land sharking in, leaving. Finn is also the best piano player in OWCS. So
oh, in the world, no doubt.
Yeah.
Guys, the Finn, yeah, 2 seconds left though. Alright, okay, Zeta Division going on. So both teams not playing the Sigma, which is kind of, oddly enough. Bernard, that's still on the Diva, makes sense. Violet on the Juno, I think Violet loves Juno as much as I do, despite not always having the best results. Also, both teams playing the Mei, so they definitely have a clear game plan in isolating a single target and just focusing them down.
Yeah, I think the offensive Mei is to counter the defensive Mei. Like, you need a wall of your own to be able to help out if you get isolated. The plan for Crazy Raccoon is kind of just to hang out in this left room to disrupt with the Venture, and then if someone chases the Venture, then you wall them off and you delete.
Yep, and one of the, I guess, also good big ideas for this setup is that you can start defending in the first corner right here, because usually with a Sigma setup, you have to go all the way to the second corner to defend. Heesang being in a little bit of pinch there, but in this case, Lip just saves him. Lip already having almost very close to that Blizzard. Violet uses the ultimate, but not before Flora gets down, and that early Blizzard, I don't think Zeta Division saw that one coming.
No, absolutely not, but Crazy Raccoon does end up losing 2. And Max clean up this bat. He's just going to go forward. I think he might even pop Annihilation here to try to survive it.
Oh, he probably... Oh, never mind. Okay, I thought he actually might have. But still, a lot of time dropped for Zeta Division, and Crazy Raccoon with 4 ultimates in the bank right now. They still have a chance to contest before... I think even before that corner over there that you usually defend.
Yeah, so we're come to be running Ana in. So the next question that Crazy Raccoon has to answer is, what do you nano?
That was
not even
Lip
get the
headshot
answer.
into a shoe tab over there onto Flora. So that's going to be the overclock denied, and Zeta Division, they have to back off until they can regroup. They probably know that Crazy Raccoon has as much ultimates as they have. Zeta Division, they also have 4 ultimates. So likely that this is going to be an ult fest. Alright.
Left in the back. Going to be a nano onto Bernard.
Yep, and also Alpha E is going to use the Blizzard. So, and it works out, but it was a pretty expensive one, as Zeta Division, they had to use 3 ultimates, but still, I mean, if it gets them point A, probably will take that every time of the year. And Crazy Raccoon Max did use the Annihilation and also the Tectonic Shock from Heesang, but still, Zeta Division has the upper hand. Moderate time bank for Zeta Division right now, but now it's going to be the real contest where after halfway through point B, the uphill fight is going to be really uphill, like in a literal sense.
This is usually where you see the dive composition come in pretty well, so the Diva's going to try to pressure up top just so that you're not getting rained icicles down on. But some counter pressure coming in from Max. And they can just fight this just with like a rally if you just put Chorong up front, because now you've got everybody clashing here.
Oh, wait a second. That's actually a good play from the side of Zeta Division here. Violet ult was pretty good, but Lip coming down with two kills with that headshot. Probably saves the day, but oh, wait a second. Okay, he has Paraíso, so will be safe for the moment. And the Nano token is going to be Lip, so they really want to keep Zeta Division off this slope here. And Zeta Division, they do have to back off until the Nano expires, so which is now. Crazy Raccoon, they don't have any ultimates of their own. Same could be said for the Division. Now, Alpha E does have the Blizzard. Oh, what? Never mind. They also have the Nano, and Bernard is going to use that to full effect to take care of Max. Crazy Raccoon also loses Charles, so this is going to be a little bit of a... Okay, I was about to say that this is going to be a fast push for Zeta Division on to point B, but Crazy Raccoon, good stall. Probably enough time for Max to contest the cap.
Well, in the prior fight, Churong ended up burning Rally really, really late, so the swing back on Ultimate Economy was always going to be strong and in Zeta Division's favor. They've got everything to use. This is a small enough area that Violet is just going to fire this ult.
Yep, a Max is going to be demexed, so there's nothing that can eat the Blizzard, and to be honest, the Blizzard isn't really necessary in this fight. So, cleanup duty for Zeta Division, pretty easy point B cap if you ask me.
The tempo with which Zeta is playing right now has been just unmatched. I think Crazy Raccoon knew they were behind it. They were just happy to stall out on second, and that's why that rally came in as late as it did, and now they're kind of getting their economy back in order. They will have the ultimate advantage as far as supports go. The question is, like, you know, just do they have the super impactful player that you can nano, or do you try to use it defensively? Nanoing Max is fine. Nano Diva's not awesome, but it's enough to stall out a point.
Alright, let's see which target the Nano is going to be on. On the meantime, it's going to be Isang who's going to be just taken down. Lip does drop the Blizzard, but Lip himself falls, so it's not going to mean a lot. And once again, Max is just going to be bullied out of existence. So despite having the ultimate advantage, like you said, X, they can't make that opportunity count, and which means the Zeta Division, they will kind of catch up with that. Oh, that was nasty.
Oh, just waited out the defense matrix. It was funny because Juno came around the corner, saw the Widow, and just did a 180 right around it. So yeah, Crazy Raccoon is in a decent spot, but Zeta has been very patient with their ultimates. 90 seconds remain. The question is, how do you deal with Lip on the Widow now? It's kind of an untouchable spot if you can play pretty far back. Flora's going to be slightly outranged, but Flora's been able to make an Ashe versus Widow work before.
And also Bernard is there to trying to keep Lip at bay. A good bio need by Shu. The Zeta Division survived initial aggression. He's not having the best time of his life. That pick. And Nano onto Max and Bernard. Alpha E getting the better Blizzard value compared to Lip previously. And
well, it's like this point is tailor-made for the Juno ult too. Violet just set it right down. It is like almost the perfect size for it. Everyone was getting the sustainability and the damage, and now it's just Crazy Raccoon hoping to get a pick, hoping to get anything going right now and stall out this point till overtime.
Yep, and Bernard trying to dissuade everyone from getting off the point, and does get DMAC. Pearl finds Finn, but overall it's just going to be Zeta Division with 18 seconds on the time bank, making that full push.
So the last couple of times we've seen Circuit Royale, it has been this meta of Juno and boosting and getting your Mei in a good position to be able to do a ton of damage. Alpha's Mei just got a lot of superior damage done. They were able to push it forward. The Mei pushing forward, she's always kind of been half a tank. That opens up a lot more room for Flora, even though Flora didn't light up the kill feed, always a threat. Until this last point where Lip was able to play the Widow, but Alpha Yi kind of dominated on this, but the unsung hero in a lot of this was Violet just sending that ultimate down, and I wonder if it's just going to be another hero that Violet is able to build ult faster than everybody else.
Yeah, I think it also suits his playstyle, right? Very aggressive. Has enough mobility to get himself out of some tight situations. Of course, we did see Violet be, well, Juno pick, rather, a little bit vulnerable to Tracers when they just can chase them across half the globe. But still, mobile, decent damage output, a lot of utility, good ult value, in albeit very limited situations. So it kind of looks like it fits Violet's playstyle. So let's see how much value he gets it this time. Charles looks like he's going to play the Juno game as well.
Well, it fits this map really well. Like, as Juno, you want everything in front of you. You don't want to worry about anything behind you or on your sides. And this has kind of been how this map plays, which is why you often see a Zenyatta on this map too. Until you get to that like second point, and it gets a little dicey for a second where the defenders have high ground, but it works really well for Juno's playstyle. Big nade though.
Yeah, big nade and health bars across the board, and just has to burn to death, so not good news for the side of the Zeta division here. Max finally gets some agency, some freedom to just boost around, because Zeta division, they didn't have their Ana online, so this is going to be a free push for Crazy Raccoon until I think the next corner. And Flora on the Sojourn, looking for a headshot. The railgun shot goes wide. Lip on the Ash, looking as threatening as ever.
You want to get the area of effect and the splash damage through this hallway, which is, where Shu is aiming right now, but to be able to get the dynamite in is critical. Both these teams going to play it kind of slow. Shu is going to get to that nano first, of course.
Yep, there it is. And Bernard already very low, so probably has to back out or threaten the D-Mech, and D-Mech it is going to be, and then the perfectly timed self-destruct is just going to take Pilot Diva out of the picture, and after that it is just going to be a slaughter for the side of Crazy Raccoon. And this is a quicker, if I'm not mistaken, this is a faster point A capture from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Of course, they do have to make the full cap happen, and hopefully, in Crazy Raccoon's point of view, they would definitely like a better time bank, considering extra rounds.
Well, Crazy Raccoon was able to play a much more first point disruptive defense and get a couple of holds early on, so definitely a faster offense. And now they're around the bend. This is where the Juno ultimates start coming in, where the team can't really retreat, and there's decent lines for it. He's signed very low, stays alive.
Max is slept, so can't eat the Blizzard. So good play from Alpha E over there. Max is gonna get D-Max. Shu takes down Violet though, and also Lip takes down Alpha E, so this is actually gonna be a numbers advantage for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Shu takes down Flora with the Bionade as well. Bernard, however, is going to try his best to keep everyone. Okay, keep the situation under control. Shu anti-naded, but is going to be saved by Charles. Shu also has the nano if he feels like the fight is winnable. Bernard is just bullying Shu to the point that, he forces out the nano onto Charles, but has to pay his mech for it and then also his life. So, yeah, this was really good play from both supports from Crazy Raccoon. I thought in normal circumstances, Shu had no right living over there.
Crazy Raccoon, even if they had lost people there, which they obviously didn't, they always make people take way longer to do stuff than they should. Even when that Blizzard came out, the Trogon ult was up and keeping sustained, so it's like 5 shots instead of 3, and that just opens up windows for Crazy Raccoon's tanks. The Bob is in the back.
Alright, still overall, Bernard just takes down Bob, so that's one threat averted, but that also expended the ultimate from Violet as well. So Crazy Raccoon, they are happy to take another fight after this. Charles' ultimate is incoming soon as well. And also the Blizzard will be online. Here is that Juno ultimate to start things up with. That's almost simultaneously with Lips Blizzard as well. Alpha E has no chance of surviving that, and that is already going to be captured during the fight. I do have to mention that Crazy Raccoon, they are so good at getting objectives while they are still fighting. That's, I think, one of the key factors that they are so successful in recent days.
Yeah, that damage and that sustain from the Juno ult and then the Blizzard is just insane. And you saw Zeta Division melt, but on the other hand, they had no chance to even burn anyone down. There wasn't enough damage to burn through those ults. Surprise, surprise, Shu about nearing Nano. Finn and Shu. Nanos.
Oh, Alpha E's left. Still, Paraíso should be enough to keep Alpha E alive, and Alpha E does have the Blizzard this time as well. 2 Nanos max, probably for maximum survivability, and Finn also survives the aggression from the D.Va as well, so good job from the support line of Zeta Division. Nobody falls, this is a fairly extended fight. Alpha E still not using Blizzard yet, probably waiting for Max to be mech or the like. Violet holding on to that ultimate. Lip, once again, uses the Bob. Alright, also Max just dove into Violet, but Violet uses his ultimate to survive. But low health bars are all around Zeta Division. Alpha E is going to be the first one to fall. Bernard somehow takes down Shu with the self-destruct, so maybe this is going to be a swing of things, but Charlie is just going to add on to the sustain through. Oh, what a nice headshot from Hisang over there, and probably the damage boost from Charlie's ultimate helped the cause as well. And
now it's just clean up. The Orbital Ray and Blizzard have been working so well together. It has won them the last 2 fights very clearly. But now with a $140 left, Crazy Raccoon has emptied their bank. If Zeta Division can play this a little bit slower, Finn should be able to sustain. And now you get the power of the defensive Widow outside of spawn. There is no answer for it for Crazy Raccoon as Max had died. Now Zeta Division, 90 seconds to defend, and they're going to need to piecemeal out ultimates.
Yep, Zeta Division currently having that Nano on board. Violet a little ahead on the Geno ultimate. Apart from that, I think just Crazy Raccoon overall will be having the DPS ultimates a little bit quicker unless, yeah, I think they should be able to have ultimates a little bit earlier. He's not just taking down Violet. This is going to be so painful for Zeta Division. Crazy Raccoon, in the meantime, Shu matching that Nano progress with Finn. Finn instantly using that Nano onto Bernard. Finn very low. Can he be saved? Shu also applying that Nano to Max as well. So Bernard, okay. Bernard is healed up and also has that self-destruct now. Alpha E very close to that Blizzard, so he needs to be careful not to fall before that. Pearl using his ultimate Lip and tied and taking down Hisang using the Blizzard, but also being taken down as well. Max still does treat out for him, but looking at the situation right now, it looks like Zeta Division has it under control. 10 seconds remaining.
It's going to be the first battle. As that Crazy Raccoon went to the bank again. They got Orbital Ray. They went Orbital Ray Blizzard. That's what won them several fights. And this one's not over yet. There is a contest. There's going to be a Bob on the field. This might even be a situation where you try to offensively self-destruct.
Alright, the Bob is there on the point, but is instantly melted. So a body has to be on the cart. Is going to be D.Va. Max trying to stay alive as long as he possibly can because he just doesn't really want to.
Zoning Blizzard?
Alright, the Nano is onto Max as well, and he has the self-destruct, but he probably doesn't want to use it because he knows the Pilot D.Va is going to die instantly after that. Wait, he lives for... Okay, I was about to say that he lives for the remake ad for the first time, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy Raccoon drop a map. Oh, so gods can bleed.
That is bonkers, and I think it's the idea of a new composition on a map. Obviously, this is something that's, you know, you can't tell me Zeta Division wasn't thrilled about this to be able to get their Juno play in, and they just kind of had a little bit better idea of it. They got a little bit better Mei value. This Juno Mei comp together, like those ultimates comboing have worked really well together, and it was just the final time where Crazy Raccoon went to the well with it, and they'd won previous 2 fights of Orbital Ray and Blizzard. The sustain is too good, the damage boost is too good, and they'd been able to pull it off. But wow, very good stuff from Zeta Division. It's they've figured out a new Circuit Royale comp. As much as I like Widow and Sigma, this one's been fun to watch. It's been fun to watch Juno, and it's really just those lines where you're fighting every single time, especially you get to last. That Orbital Ray is so good. It's good around the corner. It just works really well on this map where there's not going to be anyone behind you, not going to be anyone on your sides.
Yep, also it kind of shows that the Zeta Division has a really high hive. We've been talking about this all day about Zeta Division, about how they are good. When they're on their good days, they can actually compete with the very best, and taking a map off Crazy Raccoon, and that's something that no other team has been ever meaning Stage 2, have been able to do. So I think Zeta Division, of course, we don't know how the series is going to be, but they can be proud of themselves, at least for the current moment. But now this is going to be Crazy Raccoon on unfamiliar territory. They will be, for the first time this season, choose their map. So let's see what they choose after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our third map of the second series of the day, and it is going to be Colosseo. Crazy Raccoon, they are not very used to picking maps because this is their first map loss. This is the first time in Stage 2 that Crazy Raccoon has picked a map.
They pick Control, I guess, but everyone's just picking Lijiang Tower. So, but yeah, this is the first time they've had to pick a map that was not Control. We were talking a little bit in the break of, what may have went wrong. I think part of Crazy Raccoon has to be kind of happy that they're not perfect anymore. And I know that sounds weird, but it is like this extra pressure. And whenever you see it in traditional sports or the NFL of a team that's undefeated, they always talk about like, yeah, it's fine. Now we just lost a map. We get out of the way. Now we can focus on the playoffs and the championship run rather than having the extra layer of being undefeated. Not to say that Crazy Raccoon wasn't giving it their all there, but it's a new wrinkle on Circuit Royale that teams aren't super used to. I'm sure that teams have been scrimming it, but to have that map just be decided completely different with the May and the Juno comp threw them for a loop a little bit. They had a set plan. They were winning fights based on it, and then just the defender's advantage at the end, a little too much to overcome. So we're going to go to the Falcons special. They're the only team that really picks Colosseo. And yeah, we'll check it out. Crazy Raccoon and Falcons are on the anti-Runasapi tour.
Yeah, I guess it does also kind of make sense because Runasapi kind of opens up possibilities for a lot of compositions, right? And if you consider yourself the better team, why would you open up variables with variable compositions and
Right.
some compositions that you might not be ready for? Because Colosseo, from past experience, is a map that isn't like completely meta locked, but it does have limited options that are considered viable, like the Winston or maybe the Ball, and still. We've been seeing teams play Tracer Farah even on Colosseo as well. So
I think that's the big call, because Runasapi also opens up the CAS, which would be beneficial for Zeta Division. Although Colosseo used to be this great CAS map or Ash map, it has been so much leaning towards Farah Echo Tracer. I think a lot of it is getting rid of that glass, the map update that did happen at some point, so that the Tracer you're playing a little more flanky. It's not just this kind of like Civil War style of let's march armies towards each other down the middle and see who gets a kill first. So yeah, it's definitely a different map, but it is much more conducive to ball play and Winston play.
Yep, I think I'm just I don't know if he was already introduced in right now, but it is indeed going to be Hee-sung coming in. So Zeta Division, they're agreeing to play the Crazy Raccoon. I guess Crazy Raccoon posed the question, and Zeta Division agreed to play their game. So it is probably going to be somewhat of a Winston variant on the side of Zeta Division, and Crazy Raccoon would have probably expected this as well.
So Hee-sung, the Zeta Division dive tank, not Hee-sung. Is there like a very... Am I just always going to say it the same way because I don't have the articulated palette?
No, it's Hee-sung and Hee-sung. It's their just real names. The real names are very similar as well, so it's like...
Okay.
Yeah. So...
Anyway, so it's the Zeta Division tank coming in to very likely play Winston or something along those lines. Obviously, no substitution for the Crazy Raccoon damage line, because they only have 2 damage points.
Yep. But still, versatile as ever. This is going to be the most versatile duo, like, without substitutions you'll ever see, because we've been talking about this pre-match as well. If your primary hit scan can also play the Genji and the Echo, like, what more can you possibly ask for? Like, I mean, not to say that Lib's Tracer is also world-class, and you look, this man plays the main as if it was designed as a hit scan.
Yeah, the mate play from Lip had been really, really stout coming in. I think Alpha had played a very strong May on Circuit Royale. obviously with a ton of set plays and getting ready to get that damage in. So, I mean, the question is, how do you react if you're a Crazy Raccoon? This is the first map loss in what feels like forever. It's the first map loss in over a month, just about a month at least. And so, like, how do you bounce back? Do you bounce back with dominance, or do you just be like, whatever, we're still the #1 seed? I mean, again, there are not a ton of stakes on the line, especially now that Crazy Raccoon has lost a map. That perfect idea goes out the window. So it's like, what are these teams playing for at this point? Are you playing for pride? Are you just playing to test stuff out? So I think the next couple of maps are going to be really interesting.
Yep. Also, I think for Crazy Raccoon, I think if I were Coach Moon, I would be like, hey, especially if you have like a secret composition going on, cooking in the kitchen right now, just show your regular Tracer Pharah, and then that should be probably good enough to win and save the real composition for playoffs. That's probably what my first instinct would be, but we'll see. It's really interesting.
There's no way either of these teams are showing strats at this point. There's absolutely no benefit to it. I think the closest we saw was going to be on Circuit Royale, where those aren't like secret strats. You'd have to guess that teams are running that. It's not even the first time we've seen those compositions, so it's just now seeing it more in pro play. But yeah, neither of these. I really don't think that Crazy Raccoon's gonna bust out anything. Well, so they're not going to bust out anything that they have like in their pocket to win a match, but Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they'll play Torb on King's Row, so like they could do something stupid. I mean, that with all due respect, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make sense, right? If the Tracer is kind of like giving you a hard time, why not just use a Torb too?
No, it was to get a hammer kill because Lip is Lip. They even mentioned after the match in the interview, they're like, well, he just said he wanted to play Torb, so we're like, well, okay, it's Lip. Like, that's the whole answer to it, right?
Alright, but the dubstep button is there, so finally, we are gonna Colosseo. Let's see what teams have in store. The hovers right now, though, of course, cannot be trusted fully until, like, what, sub 5 seconds? But it looks like Junbin going to... Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, it's not bad for the brawl in the middle that's going to happen. They're going to try to get there quickly. So very different support lines. Crazy Raccoon is on an aggro support line, and you want to get Kitsune down, and Zeta Division, it's just about how are you going to deal with the aggression that's going to come your way, because it could be commanding shouts, speed boost the Pharah in, and what's Zeta Division's answer for Hisang in the air.
Alright, also going to be point of interest is going to be how the aerial fight is going to be. Yesterday we saw Hisang just absolutely outclassing Proper on that Pharah, and outclassing Proper is by no means an easy feat. So let's see how it goes so far. I mean, just to grace. Oh, that was a good shot onto Alfie over there. Charles taking down Finn, and Junbin just instantly following up with a kill onto Alpha Shu is taken down in the process, but it's not going to mean anything as Charong is bloodthirsty as ever and takes down Violet and Flora, and this Crazy Raccoon squad is just going to get early control of the push. I was about to say that because Crazy Raccoon won the early compositional gamble on the tank side, they would have a little bit of agency on that push, but still, impressive aggression collapsing over the entirety of Zeta Division on very coordinated matter.
Well, it's a weakness of the Zeta Division comp. They're going to switch now. Violet's going to go over to the Illari to maybe help put some damage in from a distance, but when you're running the Brig in Ana, you just don't have the same disengage that Crazy Raccoon has. So when they see an opening, you're going to get Commanding Shout for the boost, you're going to get the Lucio speed in, and you can't get Flora out of there on time, you can't get your supports out of there on time.
The saving grace for Zeta Division is probably going to be that they're going to have Nano before anyone on Crazy Raccoon has an ultimate, and Chorong just going to be taken out by Flora, but Lip is going to retaliate. Still, Zeta Division might believe that they have a window of opportunity, but not if Violet just falls like that. And this is really, really important in a sense that it just blows away Zeta Division's opportunity, because Finn was the only one that had ultimate there, and if everything went to plan, Zeta Division may have that upper hand in that fight, but I guess it wasn't meant to be.
I mean, it's twice now that Junbin has killed Alpha E in the sky as well. This Junker Queen from Junbin has been a bit of a revelation. It does get into the rampage, and there's no cleanse for it.
Well, Junbin is finally punished by Finn, but the damage is already done. The only saving grace is that Zeta Division has a spawn advantage, but Crazy Raccoon, 40 meters versus 2. They're still pushing. I don't think they're going to greed for further progress because, you know, this is how Colosseo works.
You can play defensively here, and even when Zeta finds themselves with a decent initiation, you're just dropping down Kitsune and you have a Junker Queen in there. It's one of the weaknesses of Zeta Division running Hisung on here, because Hisung almost exclusively been playing Winston, and Junker Queen's just such a solid counter for it.
Yep. Now Zeta Division has a little bit of a advantage, as I say, just because I was about to say that they have an advantage on the ult economy, but Violet just throws it away. But Junbin is taken down by Finn, so a little bit doable with the side of Zeta Division, but it's not going to be easy without the Illyari.
Okay, Junbin going back to comfort, gonna play the ball, try to disrupt this backline, force Finn and Violet to protect each other rather than adding utility to the front.
Alright, the ult fest is finally here. Alpha E taking down 2, Junbin and Hisung down. It's just gonna be Finn down on the side of Zeta Division. The push is still not happening. She takes down Alpha E, so Crazy Raccoon might not concede a lot of beaterage here.
These supports been able to protect each other in such a phenomenal way. I mean, we talked about that Circuit Royale where they're just somehow able to keep each other alive. The synergy between these supports, it doesn't even really matter what hero they're on. Just the peel is so good, and that's Junbin being the menace in the backline.
Yep, all that Zeta Division, just like all of that, teamfights and ultimates for about like 10 meters of push, and now Crazy Raccoon is coming back on the ball, is just going to push that much more.
All of that for a drop of blood.
Oh, Hisung gets Flora, Violet in the end, punishes Hisung, but still it's a good opening for the side of Crazy Raccoon. The Kitsune rush is there. Hisung has to pop the Primal for his own survival. Oh, Violet gets Shu, so this is a... Okay, I was about to say a glimmer of hope, but not if Flip has anything to say about it. Hisung takes out Churro. Finally, Zeta Division able to stabilize things, but not before Junbin takes Finn. Wait a second, okay. I was about to say, if Hisung takes one more member down, this actually might be a little bit dicey for Zeta Division, but thankfully enough for Zeta Division, they have things under control for now. They will have, I was about to say, they will have push priority, but it looks like Lip doesn't want that to happen.
What's a little bit what we talked about on the first map too is just they're able to get back in position so much faster with the Lucio, with the ball, that even when you win a fight, you're not gaining any sort of progress here. Crazy Raccoon has been happy to fall back to this position several times. They're totally fine to fight in mid, having the huge advantage that they have, and just burning down the clock. 3.5 left.
Yep, and Crazy Raccoon, if need be, are in prime position to use their ultimates, and he's not just taking out Flora. Is just just a huge kick in the teeth for Zeta Division's chances of getting a win here. And Churro starting the aggression with the sound barrier, taking down Finn. Hisung is nanoed, but there is so much, there's not much he can do. He does take down Hisung, but at the cost of everyone on the side of Zeta Division. Flora falling a little bit late there. Looks like it's going to be the checkpoint cap for Crazy Raccoon, so the gap just gets bigger.
Zeta Division overlaid their support ultimates as well. Double support ultimate to lose a fight never feels great, and now they're going to be super behind. Violet, I never feel great when Violet has to play musical chairs. It means that like whatever he was on is not working, so he is on the brig and he is off the brig. This is that same bridge I was talking about earlier with that Violet clip, by the way. I just really want people to see that Violet clip.
But yeah, just looking at the game state right now, Zeta Division, they don't have a lot of tools because they just made wholesale changes to their composition. Hisang has the Primal Rage, but probably has to use that defensively as Crazy Raccoon. On the other hand, they have all the tools in the world. Let's just take down Violet with a Pulse Bomb. And Hisang, like I said, he's not finding kills with the Primal, he's just keeping himself alive. And, well, at least he buys enough time for Fan to take down Jumpin, and Shu also taken down by Flora as well. But I don't think Crazy Raccoon's too upset about this loss. They can, by the time they're back, Zeta Division will probably have pushed the card to mid, and it's the same thing all over again.
They have to be perfect. It's 90 seconds left. Crazy Raccoon can kite this for a while. If they feel like they really need a barrier engaged, then Chorong is going to be there during this next fight. They're going to have mines. I really don't even think you need to hit Q for Crazy Raccoon. They can lose a couple of fights here, and some nice shield distribution from Junbin. But yeah, they might just beat engage here.
Yep, exactly what you said. Hisang also ready to use the barrage, taking down Alpha E, but Alpha E takes Hisang down with him. But in the meantime, both supports are down. At the side of Zeta Division, she will also be a madman taking down Hisang. Junbin just making easier work of Flora. This has been a repetitive process for Crazy Raccoon.
I think he wanted to get up to the higher ledge, but you grapple the one ledge to reset so you can get onto the higher ledge.
Yep, he's doing the chandelier meta, and I mean, with 30 seconds left, Crazy Raccoon, as long as they bait out enough ultimates from Zeta Division, they can even just easily, they would be happy to even lose this fight. And in the meantime, Lip says no to that because he's just killing few people on Zeta Division on the neutral without any ultimates.
The only target you know where they're going to be on Crazy Raccoon is the backline, but diving that backline with one or two heroes is a futile effort to begin with. Just watching this map, and actually most of watching Crazy Raccoon this evening, it reminds me of the line about velociraptors in Jurassic Park, where it's like you're getting hit by the things that you didn't see, right? So you're like, there's a velociraptor in front of you, and that ends up being like Chorong, and we saw it. Like you're chasing Chorong, and it's a Lucio, and it's a free kill. Then all of a sudden, Shu hits you with a Kukri from a mile away, right? So it's like it's just the things you didn't see. Every time someone's chasing down Hisang in the air, and it's like, oh yeah, I have a good shot at Hisang. Now you're pulse bombed by Lip because of how they play with the I think this Tracer Farah Wrecking Ball composition is just all over the place, that you can't ever really get your bearings of like, oh, now, okay, the ball's gone, that's fine. No, now the Farah's there, and then you're dead to Lip. Like, it's just chaotic in a sense that the other team has no idea where it is, but the calls and the engagements from Crazy Raccoon are always so clear for them and so clean that they're just going one target to another. And yes, they've lost a map, but like that was the clean Crazy Raccoon that we expected to see. That was their map pick and able to play that comp. And eventually Zeta had to switch. They had to go to an Echo, and it's not what they want to play. And it's you know, the hit scan just not able to do it. So if they can force that comp on maps, they look damn near unbeatable.
Yep, so I guess Crazy Raccoon, they still have that confidence in them despite that map loss. Let's see if Zeta Division can duplicate the Circuit Royale performance, because they need it if they want to stay into this series, but we'll see that after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching map 4 of our second series of the day, and it's going to be King's Row, picked by Zeta Division.
It's a good map for them. We were looking at the dugouts, just kind of talking between the break. And you said, like, Violet looks a little upset. Then you said, oh, it's going to be King's Row. I'm like, well, it's Violet's like best map. They're able to play the Kiri Ana composition. So you're going to run Ana, Winston, obviously, so Heesung is staying in. But Violet's Kiri has been the difference maker on this map before, especially on defense. They're going to attack first, but it just really allows Violet to get more impact going and being able to do that damage. This has always been a map that Violet has been very strong on. You can look up highlights of Violet on San Francisco Shock frontlining as Zen on this map. You can look at him teaching the world how to play Baptiste on this map. This has always been a Violet comfort zone. He was the one sitting down. It looked like, he had some things to say, but maybe that's where the map pick comes in of like, let me just play my best map. I will try to carry us to victory.
All right, I guess that's solid, because if you look at how Circuit Royale win was happening, also Violet played a big part of that. Of course, it was a team effort, but I think one of the biggest win conditions for Zeta Division is that they need Violet to be comfortable and also ahead of the opposition in terms of ult charges and also just in compositions in general. Because if you compare the map losses, the most recent Colosseo loss, you can see that Violet was not having fun in Colosseo. Whereas
yeah. No, I agree. It's when Violet has to play defensive and when Violet has to play Brig and wait for the other team to engage and hope that you can fight it off. It's not really Violet's wheelhouse. You would rather be on the offensive, being able to engage, being able to open up with picks. So once the tables turned on Colosseo and Violet had to play more defensive heroes and play the Brig, it just didn't look as good. You're waiting for the other team to do something to you, and that's just not how Violet's playstyle goes. He's always been a little more aggressive. Again, that's why we talk about Violet making mistakes on occasion, but that's going to happen with an aggro support. So I would be really surprised if they don't end up running a lot of Kiri here. Ana Kiri works well on this map. It's going to allow Heesung to play their best heroes. So again, the question mark for the Zeta Division, hate to always bring it up. Actually, I don't, because it's honest. Like, Alfie and Flora, what are they going to play? What can they get going? Because I guarantee you Heesung is going to try to force the Pharah until someone deals with it.
Yeah, and also, I guess, to my surprise, to be honest, King's Row is not a bad map to play Pharah on. So let's see how what Zeta Division has been cooking in the kitchen. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to King's Row.
It's also a good Flora map, now that I think about it. You can run a lot of Ashe on this map.
Ooh. Well,
yeah. Least surprising composition ever from Crazy Raccoon. This is kind of the well, I mean, you see this played on Paraíso too, so this is just the hybrid composition apparently. Zeta Division, Violet's going to play the Illari. He's played a little bit of that, so it makes a little bit of sense, but it is still the double flex. I thought we were going to see Kiri, but it's attack first. His Kiri has been better on defense. And so yeah, Violet will be able to just set up a pylon, very likely on statue or wall, wherever they get first footing.
Whether it is the Ilyario or the Kiriko, I think just the job for Violet is the same anyways. You do a ton of damage, do more damage than the other support, you get your ultimates faster, and then you just use your ultimates to your advantage. Let's take down Violet. Violet, we've been talking
on the Juno,
yeah, we've been talking multiple times that Violet is going to be the key component of any hopes of Zeta Division winning. Taking down Violet early is going to be a big hit to those chances.
Yeah. It just slows down the ultimate developments, obviously. So I said it was going to be Kiri, then it was Illari, whatever. It's double flex. Violet is going to try to be a more impactful factor. Shu going down is a big deal.
And also, he's taken down by Alpha E, so, and Jiffin and also Charong. This might be first point.
Yeah, they have Hotel. There's almost no way that this is not going to be first point. They will clean up the rest of it for Zeta Division. A nice engage. Despite losing Violet early, Finn is still going crazy good on the Ana. There will be no engage. Crazy Raccoon decides to take the second defense, but a pretty good forward push from Zeta Division. It's going to push them through Archway.
Yep, and I think they're just threatening for the Nano over there. Oh, okay. I thought Hisang was going to stay a little bit longer for the Nano over there. Just like that, in the meantime, Alpha E is going to take a turn once again. So Crazy Raccoon conceding a lot of ground here. Shu is going to be taken out as well. That extra damage with the Nano is going to do a lot of work. And Hisang doing a good job of... I was about to say... Alright.
It's fine. It's fine, you can say it.
Yeah, so he's securing a lot of ground for his team to get free push. If he died there or just had to be forced out a Primal, that would have been a different story. But good job of surviving there, and that's all going to convert into a support ult charge.
Crazy Raccoon has to reset. I want to see what Violet can get done here. Very similar to Circle Royale, a linear map, a narrow map with some chokes that Violet should be able to get some value out of this ultimate.
Alright, Zeta Division is getting an awful lot of free push here. That was a good anti-need from Shu, but not be followed up, and it's going to be Jumpin being nanoed here. Let's see what he can do. He also has the Primal Rage to follow up. No casualties, so not a lot of value from that nano, except for Zeta Division having to back up. Oh, Jumpin was victim to an unfortunate anti from Zeta over there, and Alpha E is taken down, but not before he took down Lib. He's on getting the better barrage. Okay, but it looks like the card is still going on. Shu taken out.
But there's going to be a contest. Because of these trades, they're going to be able to contest. And now Junmin is in the back line. He's just breaking up this support line, trying to get out with their life. They will. Zeta can re-engage with this nano.
Both Bobs being, well, I mean, they met mid-dash, and it's going to be Flora's Bob that goes down first. So, oh, the nano just to save Hisang just in time. Flora was antied, but no follow-up damage to finish him off. Low health bars across the board in Zeta Division, but no casualties as of yet. And remember, the heart is ever so close. Flora push guns to safety. Lip also in a fairly safe position. Alpha E was so close to dying over there, but is going to be able to survive and fight another day. Shu's nano is going to be online. The likely recipient of that is going to be Jumbin. Let's see if the target selection is going to be otherwise. It might be Hisang.
Well, they've been favoring Stall much more, so it very likely will be the tank play here. Hisang is just a more volatile target. It is on Jumbin.
Yep, a Churl is going to be given up. Looks like Zeta Division might have to back off. Wait a second, Alpha E takes down Hisang mid-air. We've been talking about Hisang and his mid-air shot directs, but this time Alpha E is matching and look at the better trades of the Pharaoh War here.
It's the Juno ult that's just really, really impactful, and I think this is a hero that Violet's going to be able to play well. I mean, if you look at it on Colosseo when they were playing the Brig Ana, there's no engage, there's no disengage, there's really no impetus, there's no agency for Violet, and now he's on a hero with agency, and yeah, Alpha E has been absolutely crushing and being the recipient of a lot of Violet aid.
Well, 3K, including 2K on that barrage, and also surviving after that is just all the more impressive. Alpha E getting the nano, doing a ton of damage, but not making those. Okay, I was about to say he can't finish them off, but Hisang just eating a nano, I guess a direct rocket to his face, and whoa, Crazy Raccoon, this is not a common sight for Crazy Raccoon to eat this kind of disorganized, and Junbin doing what he can with the Primal Rage, but
that one kill might be enough. Just the defender's advantage on defense is going to be so critical. Zeta Division, I don't think they're going to commit to this. Zeta Division, you kind of want to end up hitting a couple of combos here. Alpha E is going to have to switch up the Pharah. The ceiling is a little too low on this last point, but Zeta Division, Violet will have ultimate again.
Laura also has the Bob, which she's
very
going to
specific
use,
for maps.
So that's not, there's going to be the Nano not going to be available, and they probably really want that. There is that,
Orbital Ray.
Yeah, Orbital Ray. Thank you for the save over there, and Crazy Raccoon. They concede full cap from Zeta Division on King's Row. Wow. I mean,
I think people are just figuring out where the Juno works, and it is these maps that have, you know, King's Row has just long been thought of as a very fair, honest map. It's a map that Rhine and Zarya used to get played on, right? Which is always the marker of like, what's a fair map? Can you run Rhine Zarya on it? Yeah, that feels fair. But it's linear. There's not a great deal of good flanks for the defense, especially when you get in positions like this. So you're able to launch in this Orbital Ray, and it just covers everybody. The sustain is huge, the damage boost is huge, and it was Alpha Yi kind of being the beneficiary of getting all of that. It's kind of interesting because Pharah was reintroduced into the meta, as it were, when Maga was really good, because the sustain that allows Pharah to do damage and live through it, that's always been the issue with Pharah. Can you live long enough to continue to do damage? And it's an interesting add-on to the cast of heroes to put Juno there too. And you know, Juno also not terrible at aiming in the sky, which is always a question for how is your support line going to be able to support a flyer. Zeta Division on defense now. I really thought this was going to be the Kiri, but I guess Violet's going to play it a little more passively. Going to go with the Brig.
I guess it does make sense, but I mean,
this is a standard dive defense composition, right?
But then
makes sense.
It makes sense, but at the same time, you can't hide, pretend to be not disappointed, especially after what we saw what Violet can do on that Juno pick. Ooh, ambitious anti-nade from Shu. It's actually going to be Junbin who falls, but Hisang trades too. Hisang trying to make a redemption arc happening, a mini redemption arc. He's been so good the entire season. He doesn't really necessarily need a redemption arc. Still, Alpha E has been looking like the better part, at least on Zeta Division's attack. Yisung just instantly obliterated, although Charong is traded out. It looks like Crazy Raccoon will be matching the early 0.8 cap that Zeta Division was able to do.
It's one of the reasons that the Curie was so good for Zeta Division early on, is that Violet's able to flank around Statue and then get a Kitsune rush, so if there is any dive on the point, that Violet's been able to deflect that. Not going to be the case here, where everyone's hanging out in window, so it's just a super easy dive target, and as long as Junbin doesn't end up eating the anti-heal, they're just going to be able to press that out, which is exactly what happened. And now we're down to Anna's. Maybe on the offense, Hisang starts getting these nanos. Defensively, it made sense to feed Junbin the nano.
Alright, it's actually going to be Junbin this time. That is the recipient of the nano. Zeta Division looking to disengage. Not a lot of that Junbin can do. So, not a lot of value in terms of kills, but still, Junbin threatened Zeta Division to back out, which gives Crazy Raccoon some much needed free push. Remember, they're not only fighting for a full cap here, they're also fighting for a time bank. Now it's Hisang's turn to get that nano, but at the meantime, Hisang just blasting away the entirety of the backline of Zeta Division. But oh, wait a second, Hisang also taking down two. Charles trades out Alpha E, so still Crazy Raccoon should be in a numbers advantage. He's doing so much work in Crazy Raccoon's backline here.
We'll get deleted. Junbin's gonna kind of toy around with this and take as much push as they will possibly allow. This might be a situation where if Junbin sees an isolated target, you go in and you end up with the the Primal to push back, because Chorong, if Chorong can get in any sort of decent position and rock this ult over the point, they should be able to cap pretty easily.
Alright, Flora knows this and uses a bop preemptively to just dissuade Crazy Raccoon from trying any of that. And Crazy Raccoon back out. They know they don't want to gamble. Violet starting up with an early rally. Also, Orbital Ray is online, is already there for Charles. Lip taking down 2. Lip just decides to take matters into his own hands and just takes that 2, and also caps the point himself.
The Orbital Bob, the Space Robert, Astronaut Bert. I don't know, we'll come up with something good, but it's obviously going to be a pretty solid combination to be able to get the damage and the sustain to Bob on the point. Yeah, but that was exactly what we expected in one of these narrow corridors. It's a spot where I think we're starting to see where Juno's ultimate can work, is also places that Kitsune used to work, but it moves, so you have a little more forward push for it. So I think a lot of it might just end up coming down to preference, but the ultimates function in a similar way, but the sustain is just stronger with the Juno ult. It's been interesting to see her added into this mix.
Alright, Sung jumping in, but look, Coach goes back to safety. Shu has to be careful. Anti-needed, but looks like will be able to survive and has that nano. Yisung, on the other hand, is just taken out by Yisung. Yisung doing a lot of work this map specifically. And Zeta Division with 4 ultimates, 5 upcoming, they are definitely looking forward to denying the full cap, or maybe even if they do have to concede the full cap, just trying to chip some more time off the timer bank, because Crazy Raccoon at the current moment, they have a very big one on their hands.
Well, Crazy Raccoon, what has been so good about them throughout the stage has been the precision in which they can engage, in which the ultimate combos come out. It seems like it catches the other team off guard, where the other team can't even respond with ultimates. Here's the engage.
Alright, Charles starts things up with the Orbital Array, answered by Violet's own, and Lip just says goodbye to, hey, that's not my Bob, and just shoots him out. And now Lip has a Bob of his own. Hisang also has the Barrage, and Shu has the Nano. Let's see what they do with. Lip starts things up with the Bob. Hisang just blasted out of Oblivion, so unable to use that Barrage. And Zeta Division successfully just... Wait, how did Flora die to the Bob after everyone else just saved her? Oh, well, things happen.
Yeah, just... He wanted to say hi, was a little bit confused of who owned Bob at that point in time. Able to get back 219, Zeta Division with a $120 in the bank, so Crazy Raccoon wants to have a better time. This has to be the fight that they win. They've got the tools to do it. Nano incoming, Finn with the defensive Nano available as well, but Crazy Raccoon just has to find the correct engage.
Yep. Also, Hisang can't afford to die again, but it was going to be the homing torpedoes that is going to take care of Hisang, and also Chorong is down, so any hopes of getting a better time bank for Crazy Raccoon is just down the gutter now, and now the real question is going to be whether or not they can actually make the full cap happen.
On the Zeta Division attack, both of these damage players switched off of the Pharah, and now they're just happy to do it, but Hisang has been impatient in going in very aggressively and punished the last 2 fights. We'll get Nano this time around. Chorong dies.
For a good Barrage angle. Yeah, Hisang also the Nano is just going to be blasted away by Hisang, but Alpha E takes down Hisang, but Lip trades him out, so relatively favorable for Crazy Raccoon, but remember, spawn distances are a thing, and Zeta Division will be coming back to contest. 43 seconds left. German taken down is not by any means good news. I think Crazy
Disengage is going to come in. Disengage is going to come in. Crazy Raccoon has one good shot at this, and they know that they need to get Chorong into position to be able to do anything here. They're going to have that one big advantage with the Chorong ultimate, and it has to come right down the pipe. Finn is waiting for this. Is going to be a sneaky bio.
Astro Bob, this is your chance. Oh, that's a good nade onto Lip and Churl. Churl lives, but the same cannot be said for Lip and Shu. This might be. Oh, wait a second. Hisang and well, it was just on the floor Bob, but Jimbin is going to be the only one on the payload. He needs to survive long enough for his teammates to come, and hopefully Primal is going to be enough to do that. In Crazy Raccoon's point of view, he does survive for a good amount of while.
Lip on this Widow is coming back. They do get 2 kills. No way.
Wait, Flora, that nano for longevity. Oh, doesn't survive long enough. And all bait. Overtime. The Crazy Raccoon stay in this map, but the best that they can get out of this is a draw.
I think it would be the first draw we would have seen in the Korean region of OWCS. I was going to mention, I'm like, oh wow, this Juno is almost impossible to kill. Like, how annoying is that as a stall hero? And then I watched the Winston just be like, oh, hold my banana. You want to see a stall hero? Jumin gets in there, just dancing around. It buys enough time for Lip to get in. And in these situations, I'm always kind of reminded of like Gibraltar last, where this Widow is set up on last point. It's actually one of the greatest spots to be running a Widow because no one can devote the resources to come back and deal with you without getting off of the cart, right? So Widow just gets carte blanche to shoot through there. A couple of kills from Lip. A full hold going to be necessary if we want to see the full, the first draw in OWCS Korea.
Yep. And, well, even if they don't, Crazy Raccoon still has another chance of winning. Of course, they are up to 1-1, but still, they probably did not wake up today and expect to lose 2 maps when they haven't lost a single map before today.
I don't think Crazy Raccoon ever expects to lose. That's kind of the vibe that they give off. Zeta Division gonna teleport out just to take this kind of hotel high ground.
Alright, Violet continuing the trend of playing the Juno on the offense as well. Hisang looking for some direct rockets here. The same can be said for Alpha E. Hisang jumping in. Also, remember, only 1 tick is going to be enough. Oh, good nade all to Alpha E. That's going to have to force Alpha E to go back to the safety of his supports, but I guess that's not going to be enough for Hisang to take Alpha E down. And in a division, they have to back off already at 33 seconds. This is probably going to be the last good fight that Zeta Division is going to have.
Well, the plan ideally is that Hisang jumps in, does not die, Finn is able to pump in all of the healing in the world, and that they can initiate with Nano. I think with 90 seconds, you're hoping that Nano was the one ult that you're able to get up.
Jump in at 1/3 health. Okay, is healed back up. Point is contested. Alpha E. Nobody has ult yet, but Finn and Violet. The supports are kind of closing in on their ultimates as well. There is that early Nano, the first ult of the lobby. Churl just falls, but not before. Oh, wait a second. I was about to
follow up.
Yep, I was about to say that Crazy Raccoon just had their ultimates online and it was in prime time to use it, but not before Zeta Division just cleans up everyone on the side of Crazy Raccoon. And, well, this, I didn't see the series going all the way to 5, but here it is, Zeta Division threatening Crazy Raccoon to match point.
Flora just in a really good position there to be able to follow up that dive. As the support line was expecting, like, oh, we're in this cubby, we're fine. We backed away. Floor is able to hit a couple of shots and really conclude that dive on the Ashe. If you're going to be running the Ashe and you're going to be aggressive on that point, then that is the angle that you want to take. That's where teams retreat. If they're not in window, they have to retreat to that back room and to be able to put yourself in position to be able to hit those shots and help out. Because the way that Crazy Raccoon support lines peel for each other, if it's just the Winston in there, you're not getting anything done. They're living through that. So you need that follow-up. Really well played from Flora. Finally shows up towards the end and makes that Ashe work. Not that Flora had a bad game. It's just, it was kind of quiet. It looked like the Faras and the supports were the stars of this one. Zeta Division opened it up by taking a map, and we're all surprised by that. Can they take a match off of Crazy Raccoon? It's been such an up and down season where they opened up looking really good against the good teams. And like I said, just the way the schedule went down, Zeta Division had to play against, some of the 3 lower end teams. So no one's really talking about them. Like, oh yeah, they beat VAC. Of course they beat VAC. They beat Old Ocean. Of course they beat Old Ocean. And nothing wrong with those teams, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course.
And then like the seeding matches have been really close. They've been going to 5, but I think a lot of the narrative was this team, are they still the second best team? And now, yeah, obviously they're making the case that they're beating Crazy Raccoon. The caveat is there's not a ton at stake. So this one, I don't want to put an asterisk on it officially, but I want to think of an asterisk on this one because there's just not a ton for either of these teams to be playing for right now.
Hey, but I mean, if you look at Zeta Division's point of view, perspective right now, this is already your 3rd map 5 just in the seeding deciders.
That's right. Yeah.
And if you go into the playoffs just like losing to Pokerface, losing to Falcons, like remember this is a very momentum based team. If you go into the playoffs with 3 straight losses, then that's not going to have a good look on you in the playoffs especially. But if you go into the playoffs with a win on to Crazy Raccoon, that changes things. Let's see if a Zeta Division can finish this off with a win after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our final map of the second series of the day, and it is going to be Suravasa. I mean, to be honest, we don't have a lot of data on what Crazy Raccoon preferences are in terms of map select, because like we said, apart from the control maps, today is the first day that Crazy Raccoon is making map picks this stage. But it looks like Suravasa, they want to keep things a little bit on the ball side of things, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's probably the read. It's definitely been a more popular Flashpoint map. Obviously, not a lot of options when we're at map 5 and you're on Flashpoint. So it's, you know, flip a coin, really. But Suravasa has been kind of the map where Crazy Raccoon looks their best when they run this ball dive, of course. They run the Pharah on it, they run the Tracer, and then, you know, if they need, Lip will switch to an Echo or even a Genji, something like that. So it just really plays to their comfort heroes. I do think the Crazy Raccoon is the best Pharah ball team in the world, and when this team gets going on it, it's kind of nuts. I think they usually run a Lucio with it. That might change. Maybe you start running the Juno, as that's been kind of the Lucio replacement now that the map is Lucio. So yeah, it's like once they get going and just keep an eye out of where Crazy Raccoon takes these engagements, where they force fights out. So yeah, this is a pick that's, I mean, we've seen them just absolutely roll through Suravasa, like not losing a single fight. It works really well. It's just Junbin's ball tech is better than everybody else's on this map.
Yep, and on the other side, Zeta Division is bringing Bernard in, so no more Winston, I guess, unless absolutely necessary. I wouldn't be too surprised if Bernard kind of like has to play the Winston. It's just not. It's not going to be Plan A for the side of Zeta Division, at least so far on Suravasa.
Orisa, Diva for the peel. I mean, it could be a couple of different things. So keep your eyes out for that. By the way, only 9% of chat voted for Zeta to beat Crazy Raccoon. It's actually high, in my opinion. I wouldn't have thought 9% of people would think that Crazy Raccoon finally goes down, but Zeta has been the team that, you know, has that potential that we thought could be the number 2 team. It's just been kind of this revolving door of like, who's the second best team? Obviously, we know the answer of who's the first best team, but with what Pokerface did tonight, with what Zeta Division's doing to Crazy Raccoon, the top end of OWCS Korea is in good hands.
Yeah, and what's really more surprising is that this is 91 versus 9% is based on the number of points bet. If you kind of break that down into how many people actually voted, it's actually a lot more closer. 415 people voted for Crazy Raccoon, where 115 voted for Zeta Division, so it's actually a lot closer.
Yeah, but I mean, they might just be degenerate gamblers trying to get those good odds and the good return, you know. There's always that.
Chat, I have nothing to do with what Hex just said. I stand neutral. But still, anyways, Pigeon's over there, but it is looking at the hovers right now. It is indeed looking like Crazy Raccoon is going with the ball composition. They're not panicking into making wholesale changes to their composition.
No, and the tempo that Crazy Raccoon can play this with is absolutely nuts. I think it's their best map. It's one of my favorite maps to watch Crazy Raccoon play. It doesn't seem like it would make a ton of sense, but the architecture really allows Pharah to do so many good movement abilities. And Junbin's dive on a point that is more poke-based that you would think would both like favor Zeta Division with Orisa and Ashe. Junbin will just disrupt that.
Alright, although the first Flashpoint doesn't have much of a higher ceiling, I guess, Hisang still feels confident enough for him to make value out of this Pharah pick. In the meantime, Alfie is forced into that recall. Zeta Division also outmaneuvered Crazy Raccoon into getting that first, pick. No, excuse me, first point controlled, but looks like it'll be quickly flipped in Crazy Raccoon's favor as multiple members of Zeta Division are already down.
Both supports down with the dive. Crazy Raccoon was just biding their time. Yeah, you can sit on the point with Orisa and Ashe all you want, but where is Junbin? He's in the sky. He finally figures out the dive. He gets the cooldowns out of Zeta Division early. You know, Violet used the disengage. Finn used the immortality field, and it does not matter. And again, Junbin doing the Sword of Damocles strat hanging above, but everyone kind of knows that's where Junbin hangs out on that point.
Yeah, I mean, early on in the season, people were kind of taken by surprise, but not anymore. Hisang just taken out by Flora with a headshot. Crazy Raccoon still thinks this is winnable. Nano's lip, and you know, that's kind of like the cheat code. Like, for example, I forgot what that was, but in StarCraft it was like something like power or overwhelming or something like that, and you just win the game. And then also lip, also without that, even after that Nano expires, just sticks that pulse bomb and extends that lead further, and also takes that alpha lead.
And the momentum that this team is able to play with is ridiculous. I think the Nano was on a Lip not for the offense. It was because Lip was about to die. And if they can just keep Lip alive, they're going to be in good shape. And it plays into Crazy Raccoon's idea of it doesn't matter because we're going to get our tank back way quicker.
Alright, Violet using the Captive Sun, but not finding anything. I guess the beat from Twirl kind of stopped the extensive damage from coming in, but in the end, it's going to be Violet and Finn losing their lives, and without the supports, it's probably just going to be stall tactics for Zeta Division. Flora using the Bob, but also just giving his own life for it. Oh, but wait a second. Ooh. Wait a second. Bob! I underestimated the power of the Bob, and I might have to pay the price for it.
Still really back and forth. I mean, whoever wins this fight wins this first point, and now some good heals as Juno comes back in. Where's the re-engage for Crazy Raccoon? They have nothing to use, and with Chorong down, they won't even be able to boost onto this point and take good position. Zeta Division just pulled this one back.
Oh, I thought that Crazy Raccoon had this in their bag, and what looked like for me, and what initially looked like a very questionable Bob, ended up being the saving grace for Zeta Division, as of course this flashpoint is not over yet, but now it looks... Wait a second. Well, he's not on that. Genji almost just stole that away, but in the end, it's Zeta Division who will be securing first flashpoint, so wow. I mean, what a performance, I guess.
Zeta Division has done the first task you need to do on this map against Crazy Raccoon, and that's force Hisang off of the Pharah. That first point is not great for Pharah because you're going to be running into an Ashe, because you're going to be running into some of those sight lines, and even the Baptiste did a lot of work, give Finn a lot of credit, especially where he was able to set up the amplification matrix. But now, Nano, Genji,
well,
that's fight one.
Alpha took down Churl, but still massive numbers disadvantage for the side of Zeta Division right now. Unless Alpha can do something with that pulse bomb, it looks like Crazy Raccoon should be able to secure this second flashpoint. At least early control for it. Taking... Okay, it took a little bit longer than I expected to, so Zeta Division will be able to fight back for a flip. Churl knows this and just uses the early bead, and Flora just, yeah, sliced and diced. And Shu traded out, but it's not going to change the flow of the fight as multiple members of Zeta Division is going to fall, and without their supports, Zeta Division is just going to slowly bleed out.
It's a decent flashpoint stage for Orisa if you can get it set up properly, because you can hang out next to this wall and kind of have a static position. They were just have been unable to get the Orisa set up properly. But now with the Flora ultimates and perhaps a Bob engage to buy you a little bit of space, might be able to do it. But Crazy Raccoon does not want to fight where you're used to fighting. They do not want to play your set plays, and yeah, back to the drawing board. That's Flashpoint taken. Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, we go all the way back to the discussion that we had about Crazy Raccoon being so good about knowing their win conditions and also their loss conditions. So they probably know that Flora had the Bob on and also the Terra Surge was going to be available shortly. So they decide to go far forward and take the fight away from the point. And I think that was really good decision making from Crazy Raccoon, and they even up this, well, sneaky Jimbin. He's playing stealth games right now. I thought he was playing Overwatch with us, but he's just playing another sort of game right now. And there's that Power Driver instantly taking out Finn. Of course, that's just a 1k Dragon Blade, but in a struggle for initial control of the Flashpoint, 1k might be enough.
It's a lot of healing output that Zeta Division does not have now. But Alpha E trying to bring him back. That's a lot of healing output that Crazy Raccoon doesn't have now.
Yep. Alpha E trying to save the day here, and to make things worse for Crazy Raccoon, it's going to be Finn who's going to join back earlier.
Is he?
Never mind. Well, I mean, he did. Technically speaking, he did come back earlier. He just went back. Well, Violet down also means that there's going to be no sort of support, I guess, healing for Zeta Division. I'm not sure if it's wise for Zeta Division to contest at this point, but Jimbin doesn't give them a choice.
It's just die on the points, try to get as much percentage as possible. We've lost both supports. That's fine. Now for Zeta Division, you just have to be very careful that you don't get forced into a fight like through a doorway. You have to be. I mean, it's Crazy Raccoon is one of those teams, especially just Jimbin, is you have to be checking every ceiling, every corner. You have to know exactly, and you can kind of watch Zeta Division's POVs being a little bit twitchy because Crazy Raccoon, again, they do not want to let you get set up and ready to fight. They want to take you by surprise.
All right. Well, now this time everyone knows where Jimbin is right now because he's not in a ceiling or something like that, but he does have the minefield. Early engage from Turong with the sound barrier. He's also just looking phenomenal on this Genji. Bernard uses a Terra Surge but doesn't find anyone. Bernard taking a little bit of a nap. Turong in the meantime taking down Alpha E. Jimbin just finishes off and he's on, well, takes down Violet. I mean, it was just cleanup duty, but still at 86%, I don't think Zeta Division can contest or touch.
Should be enough trades that Churong can maybe even just go run the taxi to make sure that Shu can get back into this. Yeah, and they will just take that point. A single point away for Crazy Raccoon to take this series.
Yep, and also rotational advantage for the side of Crazy Raccoon on the final flashpoint as well. Fourth flashpoint as well. Jimbin trying to do that stealthy thing again, but is going to be scouted out by Alpha E over there. Well, Crazy Raccoon, they're already established defensive positions on the point, and they have a Nano Blade. There is that Nano Blade. Let's see if it can find any value. He was hindered for a second, but, well, Lip just follows up. The follow-up damage from Lip just is enough to take down Flora, but the problem is going to be that Jimbin is not going to be available for the fight. He is taken out. Shu also in a little bit of a trouble, taken down as well. So despite starting Crazy Raccoon out-rotating first to the point and also using the Dragon Blade first, it's going to be Zeta Division who establishes control first on the point.
It is one of the downsides of how Crazy Raccoon plays is that they are trying to take fights off of the point. They are trying to engage rather than play defense. So rather than sitting on the point and getting a kill when someone comes in, they're off the point, which means that they don't get any progress here. Zeta Division will be the first ones on the point. Crazy Raccoon, not a ton to work with.
Yep, Lip.
Pulse Bomb goes wide.
Yep, Pulse Bomb goes wide, but Lip takes down Alpha E. Violet trades Chorong out, so this is going to be a DPS loss for a support. A loss. Jimbin very close to that minefield. Finn starts things up with the Kitsune Rush, trying to dissuade Crazy Raccoon, and taking down Shu is one of the best ways to dissuade someone. Crazy Raccoon, they have to make a decision right now. Are they just going to give up this flashpoint, or are they going to just invest into it at 83%? They probably have to make desperation touches if they want to contest this one.
Looks like they are hankering to do so. If Juma can get on the point and get the mines here and they can stall out. Oh, I know. Thought he wanted to go through that top. Yeah, mines are going to come out.
Heesang taken out by Bernard.
Does that change the equation, though? I mean, it's going to depend on Chorong to see how hard Crazy Raccoon wants to commit to this. With that kill, you might...
Wait, Chorong is actually going to commit. Shu takes down Finn. Shu took down Finn before he got taken out by Flora. So maybe like Crazy Raccoon saw that chance into it. But with jumping down by Alpha, yeah, I think that beat might have been better used on that next fight. We're about.
It's how Crazy Raccoon plays. They believe that every fight is winnable. They are going to have a nice advantage as far as Kitsune goes. If they can get themselves in a decent position, perhaps Junbin gets in there and knocks Zeta Division out of where they want to be, and then lurking again.
All right, it all comes down to this. This is the last flashpoint on the last map of this series. Like you said, Shu has that Kitsune Rush. Finn is very far away from that. And what Zeta Division probably is looking for will be that Pulse Bomb. Or, well, Heesang trying to make a little bit of a redemption for himself.
The Naked Blade gets a lot done.
Yeah, he gets taken out by 2-for-1 with that Naked Blade, as per to say. Must have, Heesang probably would have been happy. Previously, with that Nano Blade, he didn't get any value, so that's kind of redemption for him. And early control onto Crazy Raccoon. Shu still holds on to that Kitsune Rush. Jinbin still doing Jinbin things. Alright, there is that Kitsune Rush. Finn doesn't have any answer to that, but it is going to be Lip that is going to be taken down by Flora. Nice headshot on to Lip there. Bernard D-Mech, but is going to use the self-destruct for a remake. In the meantime, Jumpin is going to use the minefield to try to dissuade Zeta Division from coming in, and also takes Alpha E in the process. So despite Finn using the Kitsune Rush, it's not going to find much just yet. Shu very low. Okay, Bernard finishes off Shu, so this is a much needed advantage for Zeta Division. Flora is taken down by Lip. A lot of action happening here. Chorong taken down by Alpha E, but Lip also takes down Finn. This is going to be the ultimate bloodbath. In the meantime, the flip is there. So Crazy Raccoon, they have to retreat and regroup.
95% a single fight away. Zeta Division probably needs to win 2, depending on how long these go. Is it going to be the Heesang redemption? As you mentioned, Flora is going to switch over to the Sombra. Helps with Ball, helps with Genji. Also is going to be able to get back to the point. Junbin, a menace in the backline. Still is the follow-up there.
Junbin very low. Flora is going to finish off Junbin, but Finn is also going to be taken out as well. The blade is there just in time. Multiple members of Zeta Division fall, and while this is all happening, the flip is taking place at 96%, 97%. Bernard is there to touch, but the question is going to be how long? Can he stay alive long enough for the rest of his team to come in? Bernard is pushed. Okay, so Flora joins the fray, but not for long as Chorong just blasts him out of existence. The stick is there, but Finn is... Okay, the Suzu is there to save himself, but not enough to save everyone else from the aggression of Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon, it wasn't easy by any means, but it was as close as it could have gotten. But Crazy Raccoon closes out the series with a win.
You're just seeing the killer instinct at the end from Crazy Raccoon. And you can't say enough about Junbin's ball mechanics to be as high as he was and drop the mine so spread out on that last point. But it's why that they're so good on tempo maps is because ball can re-engage so quickly. It's why Junbin pushes to the edge on that ball, because it's like, well, if I die, I die. I'll be back. It's that quick, and especially with how the Flashpoint maps have changed to give speed and how respawns have changed, it seems like Junbin is never out of the fight. That's why they take those super aggressive engages. And then, you know, we always end up talking about Lip. At the end of the day, he hits that stick, and it's just impressive mechanically, and sure, it gets Suzu'd or teleported out of, I didn't see which, but that's a resource now that the Kiri doesn't have, and Lip just did so much. light work on the Tracer that it almost goes unnoticed because the big heavy hitters are going to be Hisang and also Junbin, but Lip is there to get the last 20 HP on somebody. He's always there, and the thing about Lip's Tracer is it's almost always alive, barely makes a mistake, and it's just, you know, it's Lip, the 9'12" gaming warlord.
He just got taller. I didn't.
Every time.
Every time he gets a win, he gets taller, I guess. But I just agree with what you said. He has been the constant performer. Also, he is not always the most flashiest member of the team. But you know, in this team full of superstars, there needs to be someone who does, I guess, what we would say the dirty work, kind of like finishing off people, also kind of like out-rotating, or maybe even doing just payload duty or point duty or something like that. But Lip is always in the right positions at the right time.
He's just super intelligent for a damage player, and the thing about it is, like, Lip is just suffering from success, because this is what we expect from Lip. We expect Lip to be a top 3 damage player on 6 different heroes, and when Lip does something crazy, we're like, yeah, of course Lip did that. I mean, that's just how good and how consistent Lip has been for years, that we expect these kind of performances, and it's almost just like, he's just so good that he suffers from it and we almost overlook it, but Lip, another player of the match.
Alright, we will be talking with the player himself, so Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. Of course, Crazy Raccoon finally has a dent in their undefeated map win streak. But of course, in the end, Crazy Raccoon triumphs. And we have the 9-foot warlord himself on stage, making his introductions. This is Lip from Crazy Raccoon.
네, 립 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘도 승리는 역시 크레이지 라쿤의 것이었습니다. 정말
the victory once again goes to
Crazy 아닌가 하는 생각이 들 정도의 경기력을 보여주셨는데요. 자, 오늘 승리 소감.
How do you feel about the victory today?
일단 이겨서 기분은 좋은데 이제
I feel happy about the win.
저희가 좀 예상치 못했던 일들이 좀 있어서
But we came across unexpected obstacles,
네,
so
하지만
it's a little
라쿤의
disappointing.
저력을 보여줬던 오늘 경기였습니다. 위기가 있어도 바로 복구하는 모습이 나왔는데요. 하지만 좀 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 세트를 내어줄 때마다 이거 어떻게 된 일이지 하는 관객들의 반응들이 있었어요.
Of course, there was some fan response saying, "What happened in the losses, especially on Circuit and Kings Row?" So what happened in those maps?
그 상대팀 제타 쪽에서 한 이제 조합이 저희가 이제 대회가 없는 연습 과정에서도 나오긴 했었는데
we expected, we saw the team comms in during scrims, the team comms of course being the Zeta's team comms.
일단은 자신감을 가지고 했는데 예상보다 상대가 좀 더 잘해가지고
But again,
좀 많이 당황했던.
we were a little bit flustered because they played a lot better than we expected.
준호를 좀 상대로 만났어요. 준호가 좀 어때 보였을까요?
Can you talk to us about facing Juno?
팀원들은 뭐 주변에서 그렇고 다 괜찮다고 하는데
My teammate says
좀더
okay.
실험이 필요해 보인다라는
But
생각이
personally, I think I need a little bit more
실험이
practice
필요해
and
보인다라는 말을
experimentation
들었습니다.
in facing
자,
her.
마지막 세트 정말 끝까지 치열했어요. 2대2까지 가는
Of course,
상황이
we have to talk about
나왔는데요.
flashpoints.
이때 라쿤의
The distance 2 to 2.
침착함과 집중력이 빛을
But in the end,
발했습니다.
the concentration and the mechanics triumphed for Crazy Raccoon.
얘기는 한 게 없고 그냥
So,
자기들끼리
what was the
수다 떨면서
in-game calls like?
평범한 분위기로 그냥 만들었던 것 같아요.
Nothing
네, 자,
stood out in
2대2
particular.
끝까지 가더라도 정말
The team
평범하고
atmosphere at the time
분위기로
was
게임을
just
끝까지
normal, I
리드했던
would
것
say.
같습니다. 자, 오늘 POTF 립 선수가 차지하게 됐죠. 자, 오늘 팀원들 제자리에서 최고의 모습을 보여줬는데 그 중심에는
Of course,
립
Lip was
선수의
in the center
폭딜이 있었습니다.
of
오늘
the
트레이서가
team's
특히
victory.
눈에 크게 띄었는데요. 자,
His
어떻게
tracer
이렇게
actually was on point
트레이서까지
today.
일황 자리를 노리는지 원래 히트스케이는 엄청 잘하신다고 알고 있는데 자, 오늘 본인의 플레이 어땠나요?
So how do you rate your own performance today?
잘했다고 생각은 하지만 그래도
I
아직
think
제
I did
기준에서는 아직 만족하지 못하기
play well, but
때문에
I'm
뭐 트레이서를
not
빼더라도
satisfied.
뭐 다른 위도든 뭐 애쉬든
Whether
다른
it's
영웅들도 많이
Tracer,
부족하기 때문에
Widow, Ash,
오늘은 그냥 좀 그냥
it's,
그럭저럭
you know, I still need a little bit of work, so I don't want to give myself full points in terms of my own performance.
있었습니다. 자, 오늘 경기로 시드 1위를
course,
확정
with today's
지었는데요.
victory,
자, 여기까지
they
같이
have
싸워준 팀원들이 있기
solidified their
때문이기도
spot
했죠.
in the
팀원분들에게도 한마디
as the first seed.
부탁드립니다.
So can you please say a few words to your team as well
일단
in
오늘
taking this journey?
전까지는 이제 다 열심히 하고 이제 잘 준비 잘해서 무실 세트까지 했는데
So of course we
오늘은
did
좀
keep the streak alive until
컨디션도 좀 안
today.
좋은 친구들도 많았고
But today, some people, or some
분위기도
of
좀
my
예전보다
teammates
어제까지보다는 좀 더 다른 것 같아서
weren't feeling well today, and the team atmosphere
앞으로 있을
was was a tiny bit different.
오늘처럼 이러지 말고 네.
compared to
어제까지
how it usually
앞으로
is.
좀 계속 하면 좋지 않을까라는 말을 하고 싶습니다.
But I
네,
want to say that
앞으로
you
더
know,
힘내보자. 우리 라쿤만의
let's,
강팀 저력을
keep
보여주자라고
working hard.
말씀해
Let's
주셨습니다.
see where it goes.
그리고 마지막까지 팬분들이 이 자리에 함께 해주고 계신데요. 팬분들께도
And lastly,
말씀
please say a few
부탁드립니다.
words to your fans as well.
어떻게 보면 무실 세트라는 좀 대기록이 깨지긴 했는데
Of course,
뭐 팬분들이나 저희가 좀
the undefeated match streak.
후련함으로 털어내는 것으로 마무리했으면
Of
좋겠고
course, it came to an end.
앞으로에 있을 대회도 좀 더 이것보다 좀 더 나은 모습으로 여러분들께
We will make sure to perform at a level that is better than today's performance. And thank you so much for the
자,
support.
무실 세트의 이런
And the
압박감을
fan
이제 벗어
answers
던지고
yes.
한 걸음 더 앞으로 나아갈 크레이지 라쿤 팀 응원하도록 하겠습니다.
And that was the
자,
second
오늘
POTM
승리
interview of the
크레이지
day.
라쿤의
And before we
빅선수까지
head into
만나봤는데요.
the third match and third and
감사합니다.
final match, this one being the
네,
LCQ,
이렇게 오늘
I'm going to
두
send
번째
it back
경기까지 끝이
to Unknown and
났습니다.
Hex.
자, 풀세트까지 가느라
Alright,
관객분들
thank you,
많이
Cuz, for the
지치셨을 것 같은데요.
translations.
하지만
And I think that's exactly the interview was exactly what you said, Hex, about their winning streak and like the pressure that probably half relieved that they have that off their shoulders now, and now a new streak starts. But we have a LCQ match after this, so everyone, don't go anywhere.
안녕하세요. 푸나틱에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 나이프입니다.
푸나틱에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재곤입니다.
푸나틱 탱커 동학입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 딜러 맡고 있는 체크메이트입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 딜러를 맡고 있는 이재키입니다.
사실 저는 한국이랑 외국이랑 크게 차이는 없다고 생각해서 늘 하던 대로 열심히 하지만 그래도 관객분들이 한국 분들이다 보니까 좀 더 파이팅을 잘 받아서 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
한국에서 대화할 수 있는 계기로 한국 팬들을 만날 수 있으니까 그거를 이제 목표 삼아서 제가 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
좀 늙었고요. 좀 못해진 것 같고요. 저도 포함이고 이제 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였기 때문에 이제 앞으로 이제 남은 길은 더 열심히 해서 유종의 미를 좀 거둬야지 않나.
저는 저를 눈여겨보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 제가 히트 스캔을 주로 안 했다가 이번 연도부터 하기 시작했는데 다른 메인들 선수보다도 더 잘할 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 눈여겨보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 전 제가 1등이라 생각합니다. 이번에는 더 열심히 해서 더 높은 곳으로 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
저는 이번이 좀 마지막 대회일 수도 있다는 생각이 들어서 마지막까지 좀 후회 없이 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
우승 아니면 의미가 없다 생각해서 우승하겠습니다.
재밌게 잘 해보겠습니다.
항상 팬분들이 있기에 선수가 존재한다고 생각을 해요. 만약에 팬분들이 없었다면 이 직업이나 선수들 자체도 없지 않나. 그래서 항상 찾아오고 응원해주시는 팬분들한테 너무 리스펙하고 너무 감사하다는 말 전하고 싶습니다.
매번 찾아와주시고 이제 부시는 팬분들한테 항상 감사하고 응원을 빌미로 다시 일어날 수 있게 해주셔서 감사하고 진짜 마지막으로 생각하고 열심히 하겠습니다.
We are very thank you for fans who always supporting us. I really want to say thanks.
Cheer up, Fnatic. Thank you.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 VEC 대전에서 팀장이자 또 탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 전용민 구름이라고 합니다.
VEC 대전에서 힐러 맡고 있는 레고 이도현이라고 합니다.
VEC 대전에서 딜러 포지션 맡고 있는 미니 서민서입니다. VEC 대전에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 다트 고민혁입니다.
DAEC 대전에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 진성이라고 합니다.
VEC 대전에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 하머라고 합니다.
이번 시즌에 제가 VEC 대전에 합류하게 되었는데 원래 오랫동안 알고 있던 선수들이기도 하고 좀 잘한다고 생각하는 선수들이어서 많이 연습했는데 생각보다 더 좋게 나오는 것 같아요.
VEC 대전에 들어오게 되면서 새로운 팀원들과 함께하게 되었는데 경험이 많이 없는 선수다 보니까 많이 서툴긴 하지만 그래도 열심히 하려고 노력하고 있습니다.
새로운 선수들과 합을 맞추기 위해서 열심히 하고 있습니다.
솔직히 전 시즌에 정말 참담한 결과를 나왔는데 이번 시즌은 정말 다르다라는 모습을 보여주려고 지금 새로운 팀원들과 함께 정말 열심히 연습하고
저희가 대회 끝나고 한 4월 말부터 지금까지 계속 쉬지 않고 연습해가지고 아마도 이번에는 좋은 성적 거둘 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다.
사실 저도 대전에 살았는데 그런 만큼 이 대전에 대해 되게 애정이 있으니까 시민분들께 e스포츠 쪽으로 되게 좋은 팀이구나 라는 인식을 강하게 남겨드리고 싶네요. 아무래도
최대한 많은 경험을 하고 더 높은 곳으로 가기 위해 열심히 노력하겠습니다. 팬분들이나 경기를 보시는 분들께 아마 저희 팀은 전 시즌 성적이 많이 안 좋았어서 약한 팀 이미지를 지금 쓰고 있는데 이번 시즌에는 그런 이미지를 탈출해 보도록 해보겠습니다.
이번 시즌은 우리가 얼마나 잘할 수 있는지를 보여주자라는 각오로 이번 시즌 정말 열심히 임하겠습니다.
대회 관심 가져주셔서 감사하고 좋은 모습으로 보답하겠습니다.
팬분들께 일단 맨날 시간도 내주셔서 정말 감사하고요. 계속 응원해주시면 정말 감사하겠습니다.
항상 관심 가져주시고 시간 써주시는 우리 팬분들 감사하고 사랑합니다.
VEC 대전 화이팅!
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our third and final series of the day, and I'll be honest, like the past two series was fun, but this is the important series. Of course, a little bit, I guess, of less profile teams playing in this series particularly, but everything is in stake here.
I don't know how low Fnatic's profile is. I think they've made pretty big splash in the last several months. Just some ideas of what this team should be after they retooled and rebranded to Fnatic against Vec. And, you know, Vec has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. Not if you're a Fnatic fan, obviously, but look, here's the bottom line. Fnatic should be playing better than they are. We expect better things from this squad than they've given us over the last several months, not just this stage, but in previous tournaments. A lot of people are looking at the support line being like, what's going on? On the other side, Vec has only won 2 matches, both against Old Ocean, both went to 5. However, the flip side is there are 2 other maps that Vec won this entire stage. One of them against DAEJEON, one of them against Fnatic. So this is a team that has taken a map against Fnatic. I think looking forward, the question is, and you know, we've had different conversations on the side about this too, but like, can you make sure that the support line of Fnatic plays a little better? Maybe with the Juno option coming in, it might be something that we see. So maybe you take the Lucio out of the mix. The Lucio players have been playing Juno, has got similar engages, disengages. Maybe that's something that helps Fnatic retool their identity and kind of stay a little safer, a little more alive, and live up to the expectations people have.
Yeah, so this Fnatic roster is coming up to the seat right now. Only 5-man standing, so no substitutions, even if they wanted to. Knife, Checkmate, Donghak, Izayuk, and Lijiang. On paper, this roster should not have any issues dealing with Vec, to be honest. But as the regular season went, it didn't always go their way. They also, like you said, Hex, they had a lot of issues, especially with support line. Hence, the word on the street was they were tinkering a little bit against DAEJEON about what works for them in terms of support duos. But going against them is Vec always. I love when Vec always comes in with those fancy glasses coming on. Props to them. But hey, this is a roster that in Stage 1 failed to even get a map. And now, of course, coming in here, they have not only a map win, but also a series win as well. They certainly leveled up, slowly but steadily. The question is, can they actually make the threshold?
The support line's gotten better. I think Fnatic, you know, I've been talking about my favorite composition. I've been pretty open about it, is when you can run the Pharah and the Tracer. I think Checkmate's been playing at a fantastic Pharah. I think Checkmate is the most consistent and best player on this team. He's the engine that makes that team go. So it's really going to be up to Vec of how are you going to deal with it. And I think Vec, if you're looking for a win condition, it's about empowering Dart on what Dart can play. Minute is going to be hit scan or Tracer. Totally fine. You can let Minute just, you know, live their best life. But can you enable Dart to play a good Echo, a good Venture? Can you get Dart, you know, with a Juno and maybe get the Pharah going or the Genji going? So Dart needs a little bit of support, whereas Minute really doesn't. And the support line is the big part of Vec that's been upgraded this stage.
Alright, let's see what both teams have to say
네,
in the
오늘
pre-match
펼쳐질
interviews. So
마지막
West,
경기이자
please take it
마지막
away.
플레이오프 진출팀이 가려지는 경기이기도 한데요.
Thank you very much,
자,
Unknown.
푸나틱과
We are
VC
here with the
대전의 경기가
final
펼쳐질
match
예정입니다.
of the day.
경기
Of
시작
course,
전에
this is
인터뷰
not the
나눠보도록
seeding
할게요.
decider match,
먼저
but
VC
the
대전
LCQ.
만나보도록 하겠습니다.
The losers go home, and of course, we have the 2 teams repping on stage.
VC 대전 팀 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
He actually said go first to
안녕하세요.
Vec.
VC 대전 서블러 진성입니다.
So this is
네,
Jinsung
진성 선수
representing Vec
반갑습니다.
Daejeon.
자, 그렇다면 푸나틱 팀도 만나볼까요?
And on Fnatic side,
푸나틱의 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재곤이라고 합니다.
we have Lijiang.
네, 이재곤 선수 반갑습니다.
Of course, the broadcast asset came up a little later, or earlier.
맞춰야만 하는데요. 자,
Of course, for both teams,
마지막
it's sink or swim,
경기가
as the
되는
losers
만큼
are knocked out
코치님과
of the
감독님이
tournament. So,
말씀을
what did
많이
the coaching
해주셨을
staff
것
before
같아요.
there's such
박정희
a
선수 어떤
high
말들을 하고
stakes
올라왔나요?
match?
저번 이제 해적단한테 3대0 패배를
After
당하고
our
저희끼리
0-3
얘기를
loss
좀
to
많이 했던
DAEJEON,
것
we talked a
같고요.
lot.
이제 계속 공격적으로 하자고.
And the conclusion was that the
야,
coaches told us
지금보다 더
to play
공격적이면 얼마나 더
a bit more, a lot more
오늘
aggressively.
경기 기대를 많이 해봐야겠는데요. 자 그렇다면 VC 대전 팀은
And as for
어떨까요?
DAEJEON,
저희는 항상 저희의 적은 저희라고 생각하기 때문에
we always think that the biggest enemies for us is our own.
최선을 다하자는 말씀하셨습니다.
So we said, hey, let's just do our best.
보여주자라고 또 말을 나누고 올라왔던 것 같습니다. 자, 양팀 오늘 한 번에 더 기회를 얻어서 경기를 펼치게 됐는데요. 이렇게 한 달이라는 기간 동안 서로 계속 만나면서 선의의 경쟁을 펼쳐온 동료이기도 합니다. 자, 그렇다면 마지막까지 화이팅하자고 서로에게 한마디 하는 시간
So
가져보도록
we had a
할까요?
long month of competition. So can you please say a few words to each other?
저희가 집으로 보내드리도록 하겠습니다.
Good luck, and we are going to send you
화이팅
home.
해주겠다라고 들리는데요. 자, 그렇다면 VC 대전은요?
And as for DAEJEON,
저희가 더 빨리 집으로 보내드리겠습니다.
we're going to send you home
이야,
faster.
더 빨리 집으로 보내드리겠다. 만만치 않은 좀 얘기가 펼쳐지고 있습니다. 자, 그렇게 이제 플레이오프를 향한 마지막 한 걸음을 이제
Of course, this is
내딛게
the final step
되는데요.
before the playoffs.
선수분들만큼 오늘 승리 간절하게 응원하고 있을 팬분들도
So please say a few words that are cheering you on.
던져볼까요?
저희가 만약에 오늘이 마지막 경기가
So
될
if
수
today's
있는데
match becomes our
저희도
last,
이제 팬분들 더 많이 보고 싶기 때문에 오늘 경기는 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
we'll make sure to win because we don't want this match to be
보고
the
싶기
last,
때문에 오늘
and
경기
we
꼭
want to keep seeing you.
이기겠다라고 스윗하게 말씀해주신 재곤 선수입니다. 자, 그렇다면 진상 선수는요?
And as for Jinsung,
저희 팀의 팬 사랑은 어느 팀에 뒤처지지 않기 때문에
our love for the
오래 볼 수
fans
있게
does
오늘
not
경기
fall
꼭
behind any other teams.
이기겠습니다.
So we'll make sure
야,
to take the easy
우리도
win today.
팬분들 사랑 만만치 않다. 오래 볼 수 있도록 오늘 경기도 승리로 보답하겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 지금까지
And that was the
플라스틱
final team rep
선수,
interview of the
VC
day.
대전의 진성
And before we
선수와
head into this
인터뷰
LCQ
나눠봤는데요.
match, I'm
자,
going to send it
단두대
back
매치인
to
만큼
Unknown and
오늘
Hex.
모든 걸 쏟아부을 두 팀의 경기가 펼쳐집니다.
Alright,
마지막
thank you,
경기도
Quest,
많은 기대
for the
부탁드리면서 두 팀의
translation.
경기가
And
펼쳐질 첫 번째
yeah,
또 확인해 보시죠.
let this sink in, chat, to about what this match means. The loser goes home. Like, yes, both teams, both Jigon and Jinsung were saying that they're gonna send each other home like quicker than the opponent. But yes, this may be the last series for some of these players, not just for this season, but the same for Oldershin as well. But we might not see some of these players come back, like for a variety of reasons. So, like, they definitely have to make this one count.
Absolutely. Everything is on the line. I mean, look, the expectations for Fnatic are obviously higher. We expect Fnatic to be a team. I mean, it's a major esports organization, and to pick up a roster that would fail to make stage playoffs, to be bottom 2 of your region, that's unacceptable for Fnatic. So they must be feeling the pressure. On the other side of things, how easy is it to root for Vec? You know, like there's, you know, at the end, it's like, our fans love us as much as everyone else's fans. And I'm like, yeah, probably. You guys are really easy to root for. Pretty self-aware, always having fun. They know what their ceilings are. They know what their floor is, and they kind of know where they are. And, you know, I think even if this does not go Vec's way, they should be pretty happy with this stage. There has been improvement for this squad. So, you know, small victories that you have to take, but Fnatic, all the pressure in the world is on Fnatic. That is just 100% true. There is no way that anyone expects Vec to pull this off. And so if Vec can take control, do something weird, maybe get in Fnatic's head, we'll see. But Fnatic is a team that I think if they make the playoffs, I always mention this, you know, with some squads, that they're a team that you don't really want to play. If they can figure out a Juno comp and get themselves in the right space, they're a team that could beat almost anybody on any given day.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this since the start of the season with Fnatic on their. It's kind of like a Zeta division in a different sense that on a good day, they have the potential to be there, to be up there. And then on a bad day, like, they're being compared with Vec right now. They're being questioned of whether they can beat Vec or not. So, like, as long as they can find something that works for them and on a consistent level, Fnatic is a team that should be evaluated a lot higher than where they currently are.
Right.
So the big question is going to be, did they find that yet?
It was just like kind of what they looked like versus Heijak Dawn too. It was like, well, it felt like they, I don't want to say gave up. I'm going to imply it heavily, but I'm not going to say it. Yeah, that was a weird match to see, and it's just like, how do you rebound from that? You know, where is this team at? But also, we have had I think the patch changes were minimal, right? And what they changed as far as what people were going to play. Obviously, some support heroes got nerfed, and you know, there's some stuff that's a little more viable now. But the big change is bringing Juno in, which that could change everything. If you have a couple maps that you really feel good about your Juno composition, and for a team that has had issues with the support line not being consistent enough, not being alive enough, maybe Juno is the medicine that Fnatic needs, and maybe they can put something together to start challenging the teams that are already qualified for the playoffs.
Alright, looking at the fan predictions right now, it looks like in terms of points, 83% voted for Fnatic and 17% for Vec. Looking at how many people actually voted, it's 331 to 127, so if you just look at the number of people who voted, it's actually pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I've already made my opinion known on odds and gambling and how that all works. Look, here's the thing, is because whenever I'm in a chat that has a Gamba, right, we all love the Gamba, I almost always just like send it on the lower odds, because if this hits, you know, luckily I don't gamble in real life, because I think that would not be a good recipe for me, especially as you know my proclivity for sports as well. So I would lose all of my minuscule money to begin with, but I do like a good Twitch chat gamba, so I think some of that goes there. Also, I mean, really, Fnatic has given people nothing to hang their hat on and be confident about lately. You know, going back to, you know, the between split tournaments, it was a team that, you know, got picked up, and then they replaced their support line, and then you're replacing the support line with playmakers and legends and Izayaki and Lijiang. And then there was a moment where I was casting that tournament, and I'm like, at some point, they might want Irony and Bliss back. At least Irony and Bliss were always alive. They were, you know, not the flashiest supports, but they have to make it work, and that's one of the reasons I give them a little bit of leeway, is because this team has not been together for the longest time, right? Like 2.5 months-ish, and it takes a while to gel. And, you know, I really am interested to see what this support line does. I think that is the big story with Fnatic. Checkmate, fine. Knife, fine. Donghak is going to try to, you know, excuse himself to play Doom whenever possible, but also fine. It's the support line that I think has to answer questions for him.
Yep, definitely. Let's see if Fnatic found an answer for their sins, I guess, for their problems, as they go to Lijiang Tower. Lijiang Tower, with especially Lijiang on this roster, it just has to be so iconic for him. And this is the big irony here, is that Lijiang has been famed for this Lijiang Tower on the Lucio pick, which is also the pick that he has been struggling on recently.
It's not been perfect. Absolutely not been perfect. And we'll see what their rollout is. Knife, yeah. Tracer, Pharah, and then Donghak on the Junker Queen. Junker Queen really coming into their own on the meta. I think it's kind of a blind pick against a team that you expect to run a Winston. But if you can play it well enough and sustain enough, it's been really helpful in even dealing with the other team's flyers.
Yep. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Groom very low early on, and this backline from Vec is not necessarily the most efficient healing combination from the backlines. Let's see, at least, oh, this is not looking good for Fnatic, as Gurum survives. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon, but Izayaki taken down early, but Fnatic retaliates immediately with 3 kills. Lijiang starting looks very solid with a boot kill onto Lego, and that's going to be a clean teamfight win for the side of Fnatic and an early point control for them as well.
Yeah, it looked like it was pretty solid there. I mean, Dart's Echo has been one of my biggest questions about Dart's hero pool. I think Venture, Genji, pretty good. The Echo has not really been up to snuff, and it's going to have to be. This is very similar to like Crazy Raccoon and Esong. Checkmate will run this far until Dart kills him. But I think that's like 100% of the time Checkmate is going to stay on the Pharah. It's been his best hero this entire stage.
Alright, Jinsung starting things up with the Kitsune Rush. Fnatic, they have both DPS ultimates there. Fnatic looking like they are disengaging, but in the process, Izayaki is lost, and Lego pulling up a Lijiang with 2 boop kills onto both Donghak and Izayaki. Jinsung is traded out in the process, but it's not going to really mean much, especially as Knife is going to be traded back by Gurum. Instantly, control taken back away by DAEJEON. Fnatic, probably their way back in is going to be their support ultimates.
Yeah, as long as Lego can play this patient, and you know, when we talk about Old Ocean, I always mention the way this team is going to win is with damage players. Dart make a great kill. The way Beck is going to win is with their support line.
Alright, Lijiang with that speed, but actually not going to find much value as Fnatic is just
a better beat from Lego.
Team
Dart actually got to checkmate. You know, he's been checked mate at least, so it knows that Dart's a threat. Well played from Beck to get more value out of their support ultimates. 55 and counting up, so this, you know, depending on how the fight goes, if Beck wins another fight decisively like they just did, they're going to take this first stage.
Yep, and Donghak 85%. Surprisingly enough, Grim started with D.Va, so it was a swap into the Junker Queen, but is going to be almost matching progress on that ultimate. Dart might be the first, okay, I was about to say Dart might be the first Rampage in the lobby, but it is going to be Donghak with a good Rampage followed up into Checkmate's Barrage. Checkmate is going to fall, and also Donghak, yes, but it looks like the trade is going to be favorable towards Fnatic, and the flip is there as well. So Fnatic not giving up on Gardens just yet, but Vec now has the Rampage of their own.
Doghack found a reason to run Doomfist. He is on it now. That is a brutal kill. It's fine though. Vec, you have to realize you just have to get one single fight, and Vec is going to have the Kitsune Rush and the Rampage. Rampage might open up enough room to get Ginseng onto the point and just drop the Kitsune Rush on point to be able to play it that way. Although it is a little bit dangerous to be playing indoors against a Doomfist.
Oh, wait a second. I think that was a good knife from Gurum that put Checkmate in an awkward spot, and Dart just finished him off. So good discipline from both Gurum and Dart over there, and this is Jinsung's opportunity to just use the Kitsune Rush. Will be matched by Izayaki. Knife is going to be the hero of the day by taking down 2, and so despite Checkmate falling early, this is going to be Fnatic taking this fight at 88%. That probably doesn't have any members. Lego taking down over there means that there's absolutely, well, I wouldn't want to just rule out it entirely, but I probably don't think that there's going to be anyone to touch.
It's not great, especially with Dart going down. Vec getting a little too conservative with their ultimates at 86%. It was strange that Gurum was holding on to that Rampage, thought maybe we'll just use the support ultimates, but you only need one fight. I think if you look back on it, maybe Gurum just never felt he had a good backstop for that Rampage. There was a couple times he had it lined up, but I think it was just going to be Gurum going to their death, but you never want to be back in spawn watching it go up to 99 and 100, but just these early kills were brutal. Knife really owning that fight, taking down 2 before the fight even starts.
Yeah, and looking at that replay, it was a really nice punch by Donghak over there. So credit to him as well. We are going to Night Market. Checkmate still confident enough to go on that Pharah. Donghak, well, apparently starts with the Junker Queen, and well, we all know that he might go back to Doomfist as soon as he has the chance to.
It sounds like I'm clowning on him, but he plays a really, really good Doomfist, and actually Lijiang Tower, Night Market, and Gardens in particular are pretty solid for Doomfist. There's plenty of walls to crack people into, so it's just funny that every chance I just imagine him in spawn being like, guys, I think we should go Doom, and just pulls it out, and sometimes it works. He's been fantastic at it, and there's a couple maps it really, really works on. Gonna go ball here now, though.
Alright, so in the first fight, it's going to be tanks traded out for both sides, but Vec, with the better rotation, will be getting mileage first on the point, but the insta flip is there, only 60% secured for Vec here. Donghak on the pile driver, hindered a little bit, but I mean, he doesn't really mind because he's small. Knife, on the other hand, has all the more reasons to be concerned about his life, as he's, well, minutes traded out, so this is a fairly even fight. And Checkmate taking down Dart means that Vec is going to have a hard time taking this point back. And no, okay, I was about to say that's, I don't know if that's where you wanted to jump, but in the end, is able to jump back, navigate back to safety.
Dart getting off of the Echo is a little surprising because he was able to keep Checkmate in line a couple of times, but now they're going to rely on Minute to do so. Minute gets a nice headshot on the Lijiang to open this.
And also the orbital ray from Lego kind of flushes Fnatic out. But Fnatic, they retreat to the point. A good pile driver onto multiple members. Minute also purpled Dart very low. Knife is doing absolutely great work in Lijiang Tower here as he takes down Dart. Multiple members of the DAEJEON just falling. Checkmate does fall, but it's not really going to change the outcome of this fight as Lijiang finishes the Pilot Diva with the environmental kill. And 72%, I mean, Vec did have some good moments, but in the end, it's already going to be final fight territory for DAEJEON.
This has to be one of those instances, too, where you're just really worried about where Checkmate is set up, right? You just saw him over the top there. He's waiting for anyone to come in so he can get a free barrage. That's going to be up to Gurm to deal with. Gurm has to know where this bar is.
Alright, well, Jinsong just takes, Checkmate with a headshot, but it is going to be Donghak and Lijiang taking down Minute and Jinsong. So numbers of advantage for the side of Fnatic. Overtime is going to tick. Gurm takes down Izayaki, so that's step one of taking that control of the point back, and the flip is there. Knife comes down Lego. Gurm, can he make the remake happen? The answer is going to be yes, and also takes down Donghak in the process. Yes, Checkmate does make the remake happen. Make the DMAC happen, but it's going to pay his life for it. Checkmate swapping to the Genji now, and Minute on the Sombra to make life miserable for Donghak.
It just might be able to do that, but right now it is the knife party, the knife show. Jinsong takes down at knife, though. Fnatic needs to have the comms going that they just need a single fight. The Nano goes onto Donghak, and then you're going to get mines off of this as well.
Oh, Lijiang taking down Jinsong, and Lego. Lijiang, much better showing than previous few weeks. And with the support line gone, Knife also is joining in the row of heroes by taking out Gurm with the well-placed pulse bomb, and that minefield just makes sure that nobody on the side of DAEJEON can just even attempt to contest the point, and that is going to be Lijiang Tower in favor of Fnatic. Fnatic definitely looking a lot better than when they went against Junkertown.
It's a fantastic Lucio map, and Lijiang showed up big on it. It is going forward that I'm, questioning what supports that they end up rotating to, but you got to give Knife all the credit in the world. Absolutely dominated that Tracer battle. And this Knife is one of the reasons that they were able to pare this roster down to 5. It's the reason that Viper's not on this roster anymore, right? So Viper is a great Tracer, and they thought that he would have a role, but Knife's just like, well, I can play this kind of Tracer and then everything else too. And then adding Checkmate's versatility, like I said, this is why this team is so frightening, because a unhinged Tracer like that can beat almost anybody. And just doing a lot of work. I didn't love the composition changes from Vec. I thought like maybe you keep running the Echo, because otherwise Checkmate's in the sky. Really just, unharassed, and it ends up being a problem. And when your FAR is unharassed, it means that the tracer has to do half a clip instead of a full clip, and you're picking up those kills because the damage from rockets is raining in. Also, Donghack, some nice versatility on the tank play. I do like when he plays Doomfist, to be honest, but the ball play looked pretty good as well.
Yeah, and also I didn't really hate the Junker Queen composition as well from the side of Donghack. So first blood, John, from the side of Fnatic. Let's see how Vec can respond after a short break. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our second map of the final series of the day, and it's going to be Circuit Royale. Vec picks Circuit Royale, so maybe we're talking about some digging operations here.
Perhaps. It's just really funny with both of these teams because both of them just really have a favorite escort map, and neither of them are great at it. So Vec is able to pick Circuit Royale as escort. They're 2-4 on that. It does prevent Fnatic from picking Dorado, which they are 0-4 on, but continue to keep trying on. Fnatic is 1-1 on Circuit Royale, but this has been a Vec special pick. from the get. Like they really do like trying to run Venture on it. Dart was one of the first players to really just keep pushing the Venture, and given what we've seen recently, I mean, I think Venture has come a little bit into the meta, whereas this used to be of like, oh, okay, so Vec is going to run Widow Venture, and the Venture is going to deal with the other Widow. Now we've seen Junos come in and Ventures come in and have this kind of brawly style of trying to set up pushes within the orbital ray and try to get those things done. So this will be an interesting match to see, has the meta of Circuit Royale in OWCS Korea evolved past Widow Sigma? At least in some instances it has.
Because in recent memory, it has been quite a while since we've seen like a pure Sigma v Sigma battle in Circuit Royale. So maybe you're right. And remember also, Fnatic is not afraid to use the Venture as well. Albeit, I believe that it was in New Junk City instead of Circuit Royale, but still.
New Junk City is, yeah, you're absolutely, well, just to clarify, they run Venture, Genji, Junker Queen, and they just kind of run at your face and hope that you die. And a lot of times you do. It works out really well. But the Vex special has always been this Venture. I would be stunned if they run something different, but maybe on first point, it you know, might be a different kind of style here. But yeah, I mean, Vec is running the new circuit defense, as it were, and they're going to put Minute on Ashe and then the Mei just for the survivability down here.
Alright, so no Venture, so a little bit of a big surprise. For Fnatic, they're running the Ramatra. Also, we've been actually seeing in some cases here. Alright, Bionade onto multiple members, so good. I mean, good mechanics from Izayaki and good follow-up from the rest of Fnatic. Because I think, from what I've seen, that Jinsung also connected the same Bionade onto 2 targets on the side of Fnatic, but it is going to be Fnatic who has that follow-up damage and gets that early kill.
It put Minute in a really bad spot, and you know, Vec has had a problem on this map of telegraphing what they want to do, and that goes back to the Venture Widow plays, but they just set up in the room on defense, and Fnatic knew exactly what was going to happen, was able to get the anti-in, was able to get the wall in, and a complete wipe of Vec. That's going to put Fnatic ahead on every single ultimate.
Yep. And also in a very favorable position right now. Donghak anti-needed. Checkmate taking down probably. Oh, and Minute also takes down Lijiang. So finally, a little bit of stability for Vec. Fnatic back to the drawing board. A little bit of a staggered kill onto Donghak. Oh, okay. Room, you don't want to be too greedy.
Some good walls from Dart there. There was just the better of the Mei engages and disengages on both sides. They were able to isolate both Ramatras, and you know, Gurum, I want to give a lot of credit to Gurum, regardless of what happens in this series, has completely leveled up their game, has played a way better tank than we saw on Stage 1.
Yes, I mean, on Stage 1, we kind of like have made fun of them as like the Junker Queen one trick when Junker Queen was like non-viable in the meta. And well, speaking of metas right now, we were never mind. Yeah, a lot of ultimates being used from Fnatic, but Vec looking like they're gonna get the better trade. And as long as Gurum stays alive, it should be a big team fight win.
They do not want Gurum alive. He gets blizzarded in Annihilation.
Wait a second, it's actually gonna be it's actually gonna be Donghak who dies after that. After Annihilation and Blizzard, Gurum alive. Gurum is alive and Donghak's not. Oh.
I think the orbital ray came down last second from Lego to get the sustain, to get the damage in. And after all is said and done, we are at 1 minute left and Fnatic has yet to capture a point. They're way ahead in the Nano. Try to focus down darts, but not gonna find it. But with this Nano Ram, this should be it. Yeah, and even Minute knows like it's all over here, trying not to stagger.
Right. So this should be point A, but Fnatic definitely had to work for it. it was a little bit of a jump scare for me when, like, everyone on the side of Fnatic just decided to commit ultimates and then they never got Gurm. I think that's something that should probably not happen, especially on like Fnatic's level, on the Fnatic that we've been expecting, right? So a little bit of issues to be addressed, but
this is a great fight. It's a great fight for Deck to be able to not allow Fnatic to take this first bend onto high ground, because this is where it gets really iffy for this composition, because there's no great line to put this orbital ray in for the offense. And so you want to get Lijiang up around this corner. Can't be losing anyone from Beck. Beck has done a really good job engaging and disengaging. They're going to have 5 ults.
Well, I mean, for Fnatic right now, I guess they're... Oh, good sleep dart on to Gurm over there, and there is that overclock just going to be shut down by the annihilation from Gurm over there, and the rest of Spectator just jumps on Fnatic. So that's that. Knife moves on to the Widowmaker. Maybe to just make a pick and then make an opening for the rest of Fnatic to just jump in. Fnatic, in terms of ultimates, Checkmate will be having the Blizzard, Dawnhawk, the Annihilation, and the Orbital Ray from Lijiang as well. The answering ultimates will be the Bob and the Blizzard. So definitely Fnatic will be ahead in terms of ultimates. So let's see how the execution is. Dawnhawk. It looks like with both Vermonter's traded. Wait a second, Checkmate. Doing Checkmate things! Oh my goodness! I was about to say that things were not looking so great for Fnatic, especially after the ultimates that they were using. But it's going to be Checkmate. Like, we've talked about Checkmate now, about how he was the bright spot for Fnatic even when they were struggling.
Yeah, and it's been the main, it's been the Pharah. Just the versatility that Checkmate brings in. He can run some more technical players, not just projectile and utility stuff, but this is going to be where you have to wonder, can Beck bring this back in the neutral because they don't have any ultimates to use?
Groom instantly taken down. What a good nade from Izayaki. Izayaki is down, but probably laid the foundations for everyone else on the side of Fnatic to follow suit, and Checkmate Lijiang taking their share of kills on the kill feed. A much easier, I guess, point B cap than point A. They don't have a lot of time for the full cap, though. Only a minute and a half. And Dawnhawk swaps to the Winston.
Yeah, because they want to be able to take this high ground and, try to set up some rotations. Minute does go over to the Widow now, but I just want to give Knife a lot of credit for that switch onto Widow. Not lighting up the kill feed, totally fine, but it forces Vec to play in a spot that they can't just run it down the alley and do a lot of incoming damage. It forces Vec to play defensively, that allowed Fnatic to come around the point. It allowed them to set up the ultimates that allowed them to take second. So the switch onto Widow, you didn't see it in the kill feed, but it changed the scope of the battlefield. It changed where Vec's defense could play.
Alright, let's see how it changes things, as the payload is actually pretty far in, and Lijiang has the Orbital Ray. Lego is going to use the Orbital Ray as well. In the meantime, Dawnhawk takes down Minute, so this is a numbers advantage for the side of Fnatic, but spawn advantage is on Vec's side. Lego is nanoed to be kept alive, and is actually going to take down Checkmate in the process. Dawnhawk is going to take a little bit of a nap. And Knife is just gonna kill Jinsung. Not a headshot, but still good. And he's well, we don't usually see Knife being on cleanup duty, but this is gonna be the case for Knife. Minute is gonna be punished by Dawnhawk. Dart finally takes down Knife, but by the looks of it, Fnatic should be having enough tools to finish this off.
How is Gurm still alive? What voodoo is Gurm enchanting here? Why did you get the touch?
Curse, probably. Well, Groom just punches Dawnhawk to death.
It's been good trades.
Yeah, but Checkmate taking down Groom. Minute with the headshot onto Lijiang, but in the end, it looks like this is all bait on overtime. It looks like Fnatic will be having enough forward momentum to finish this off and make that full cap happen. Good stuff from Fnatic. It was a little bit dicey early on point A and at the very last fight. Still made it happen, and that's what matters.
Yeah, play the brawl in through it, and they got a lot of value. I mean, the checkmate 4K was ridiculous, but that's Knife changing sight lines. It allows them to get up the hill without having to fight into the tank, without having to fight into, the Sojourn just raining in damage and using the area of effect stuff. They come around this corner. Dart had been playing a very solid Mei, but then checkmate. It's nanoed.
Oh.
Was that just like
ridiculous?
3 icicles in a row?
Yeah. Somebody checking PC, guys. I mean, unacceptable. But in the end, yeah, it looks like Fnatic is comfortable with how the Ramatra fight went, and Dohak staying on the Ramatra. Knife on the Venture. So Vec about to get a taste of their own medicine here.
The Ramatra allows you to turn the tempo on a team. You know, obviously there's survivability with block and with shield, but what these compositions allow is, yes, now I'm playing defense, but then Mei comes out of ice block and Venture pops up out of nowhere, and you just are able to turn the tempo immediately. So Fnatic is going to be the one that runs this Venture composition to play this room. Venture, Mei, kind of engage, you bait the team in, you get some walls off, and there's just a lot of stall potential on this first point with this comp.
Yep, I'm definitely guessing that Fnatic is not expecting Vec to play some sort of fire, because that would have been a disaster, but also they probably didn't see this coming, as Gurm just, aggressed hard on Knife, and Knife is just taken out early. So the wall is just to buy room for Fnatic to run away safely, and they have to concede this early corner. Knife should be back before the second corner. So, but Minute takes the lead on. Things are falling apart a little bit for Fnatic. Definitely their game plan doesn't entail, Knife taken out again! Alright, so second time in a row. So Knife, at least in defense right now, not being allowed to play the game even, and this might be an early point A. Dog taken down means that they really don't have any real power to stall this point. Maybe checkmate on the Mei might delay that a little bit, but I mean, not for long.
Not at all. Dart's gonna clean it up there. Donghak even goes over to the Doomfist, very likely to maybe try to get back in it, or just wants to get off of the Ram. I mean, especially with the Diva pick that has been so effective, but I mean, I'm just not surprised by Minute. We've seen Minute have performances like this, and they're in a great spot. They have the position that they need to be able to get this orbital raid out, and there it is.
Yep, what? Oh wait, actually it's going to be Minute who's going to be finally punished after a few good shots onto the members of Fnatic. Dart is going to pick out Lijiang being the target for a lot of these Vec aggression, especially on the Vec offense here. Alright. Well, Gurum is taken care of, but the payload is already almost there on the cap for point B.
Yeah, I was gonna say the opposite though, is they haven't not really gotten enough progress on this payload. They were trying to win a fight so that they could come back and recap this, but it is only just around first corner. Fnatic's defense is going to be able to set up in the spot that they want. So now Vec is going to have to commit something to be able to get around this bend. They punish Donghak? I don't think so, because Donghak is also gonna have ult even if he gets in worse trouble.
Yep, and also the orbital ray from Lijiang keeps everyone alive, but at the same time, it's not enough value. No related kills, but the kills do come in now after the Bob. We've been seeing a lot of Bob kills here today, Hex.
It was a really nice anti-Bob from Knife. The Bob was coming in, and they got Bob thrown at them, so that you have that collision, and Bob does not get in position that they want. Vec now has to go back to the drawing board. Gurum has been impressive thus far. Oh, But Garm's going to have to switch over to the Maga with 3 minutes left.
Well, 3 minutes left means that they still have a lot of time, but
it's enough
things
to
like
get a
this can't stop happening.
Yeah, it's
It
enough to
has
get a
to stop
cage.
happening.
But this is where good teams have been holding, if you can really get enough presence over here to be able to spawn camp in. Yeah, this is not the first time we've seen it, because even if you die here, the mobility of your tank to be able to get back into this mix is not the worst. They are going to fall back to second, allow Knife to take the high angle. Beck, I mean, this is really about, can you get the Orbital Ray in a good spot? You're going to try to boost in here. You want Orbital Ray and your tank to be on the same line.
Alright, and speaking of being on the same line, Dart is taken out early, but still, both teams commit. Izayaki using the nano onto Dawn, finding instantly a ton of value, and also Checkmate still doing Checkmate things, like a headshot on the minute and finishing off Gurum. So Lego used the orbital ray, but like you said, it had to be placed really perfect, optimally, and like on a fight that you already lost start for is probably not the definition of optimal that we were looking for.
Well, it's just the disruption, too, because you need to be fighting in the Orbital Ray. There's a little bit of carryover if you get out of it, but Donghack is just like, oh, well, I will just punch you out of it. And now that ult does not affect you at all. Bob's going to come in, forces the wall out early, but this forward hold from Fnatic causing Vex fits.
Yep, admit not being able to play this game right now. A good headshot from Knife. And what do you know, Hex? It's already a minute. And it's likely going to be sub 1 minute before Vec can even have an opportunity to touch the point. And while they're at it, Fnatic still has a handful of ultimates. They have the Orbital Ray, the Blizzard, which is, by the way, a really good ultimate to defend, will be available very soon. Well, okay, never mind. I was about to say, ultimate speed damned. If you don't have anyone on the team to fight with it, ultimates don't really have any meaning.
Well, Vec gets in really good position there, using the Juno to get the Kitsune Rush in a solid spot. And then the follow-up is there for them. But Fnatic, if they can do something similar and get this Ray out, they're going to be in a good spot. Is there enough room? Yeah, plenty of room.
Alright, there is both the Orbital Ray and the Blizzard. So a Knife on that Venture takes down Minute. Oh. I mean, clever, but it's not going to be enough to save yourself, and overtime is going to be there. I think the only one is Broom to touch. Is there anyone else? I don't think so. No. And yep. Once again, good play from Vec here and there, but Fnatic figuring out their win conditions finally, and I wouldn't say perfect, but decent execution to make that happen.
It was a little bit of what we predicted, and kind of we heard a little bit of rumblings about. I'm not certain if it was Lijiang at the end that I saw 15 player kill streak on, but that would be a huge improvement. Lijiang staying alive. This Juno seems good as far as engagements, disengagements. It still allows Lijiang to play aggressively in moments, but also not end up, well, feeding, to be dead honest, on the Lucio.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen that there's a couple maps where Juno is just really, really good on. And if you have the mindset of a Lucio, a lot of those tools are kind of similar. You can engage with the Orbital Ray, you can defend with the Orbital Ray, much like Beat. The Hyperloop? I don't know all the abilities just yet. The thing that makes you go fast, very much like a Lucio as well. But then you also have the mechanics of not being projectile but hit scan. You're able to get a lot done. But yeah, if Lijiang can play something that's not Lucio and just stay alive for this squad, I said Juno might be an interesting wrinkle for this team, and it definitely looked like it on Circuit Royale.
Alright, definitely Fnatic look like they found the groove. Let's see if they can find an answer quickly, because they are already at match point. They don't have any more chances left. Let's see if they find an answer after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our third map of the final series of the day, and it is going to be Lijiang City, picked by Vec. Huh. So
Okay.
let's see what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's the worst map for Fnatic. They're 2-4 on this map type to begin with, but they're 1-3 on Lijiang City, 1-1 on Suravasa. At the other end, I mean, Vec's numbers are always going to be kind of skewed just because they have not won many maps, but of the Flashpoint maps, they have won Lijiang City. Fnatic had been running this kind of really cool style on it. Like I mentioned, it had been the Fnatic style of Genji Venture Junker Queen going in, but it's fallen a little bit out of favor here and there. If I'm Fnatic, actually, maybe you just run Doomfist until they can do anything about it. I know, like, I love that phrase tonight. I've been saying, like, just do it until they stop it, but it's something that works in, like, all levels of competition. Of, like, are you guys going to do anything about this Doomfist? Maybe you end up forcing Minute onto Cass, which is less than ideal. But this very likely is also a pick to make sure that Checkmate is not going to run a Pharah 24/7, which is very good on Suravasa. But if Fnatic stays on this comp, I mean, this is the comp that they like to run on this map. That likely knows that. We'll try to maybe run this Maga comp.
Alright. And also the Sombra, so maybe they're expecting... Okay, never mind. I was about to say that they might have been expecting a Doofus composition of some sort. But, okay, very bold of Dart to go with the Pharah here. Let's see how that pays off. Because, well, if you look at Fnatic right now, they're very distant from what you would call anti-air capabilities.
Oddly enough, we've seen a couple of the Junker Queens being the ones that take down the Pharah, but you're right. This Fnatic comp is almost built right now to play the old style of we have to ignore the Pharah. We have to find and engage on somebody else. We'll deal with the Pharah afterwards. They dive Dart!
What? Wait, oh, that's gotta be so painful. And also that was a melee from knife onto the Pharah, and things just fall apart for Vec here. This is definitely going to be first control assumed by Fnatic.
They sent in Checkmates first to dash through the Pharah. Then Pharah's like, okay, well, I'm okay, I'm out, I'll use movement abilities, and then Knife just land sharks, and it pops up and is able to wreck the Pharah. You know what, Venture, a little bit anti-air, you pop out of the ground, little verticality, why not?
Alright, very cool down base there for a limited time only anti-air, I guess.
I'm not joking, obviously, this is not an anti-air comp, but this is not the highest skybox of a point either, so if you can catch the Pharah in one of these weird areas, and they're doing a good job of at least pressuring the Pharah. You can't just sit back and let Pharah do whatever they want. Speaking of pressure, here comes the engage.
Yep, the engage from Lijiang pays off. Izayaki taking down Jinsao. Izayaki actually taking a lot of action with taking down Dart as well. The DPS duo also just joining in the fray at 80%. Probably likely that Vec is going to just forfeit this first point and move on to the next one.
Vec, you know, if you try to fight this, you have to commit ultimates, and I just don't think they are in a good position to be able to use either of the ultimates. I mean, this composition was one of the reasons that Pharah started coming into favor. It's because you can run it with the very powerful Maga when Maga was very powerful. It's still good for sustain, still good to try to get the dive, but the problem is it's very telegraphed when you're going to go in and when you're going to engage, so you have to do it very precisely. Lego is going to have to beat in and get something like that done, and also you want to get your Kitsune set up for your Maga to live in.
Well, speaking of Kitsune, it's actually going to be Fnatic who actually starts off first. Guard does take down Izayaki, but the favorable trade is going the way of Fnatic. And I think that was good awareness from Fnatic that there was a very short window of where Izayaki was the only support that had the ultimate. Yes, Lego and Jinzone does have the ultimate now, but when the fight started, Lego and Jinzone did not have the ultimates, and Fnatic did not let that opportunity go. So good awareness from Fnatic now.
So the question for Fnatic is whether they're going to try to fight this in a corridor and try to catch people coming in, or they're just going to play it a little slower and disengage when the engagement happens. It looks like they want to go after it, at least send knife in, but the engagement happens from the back.
Alright, Tectonic Shock, not finding a lot of people. Yeah, good disengage from the side of Fnatic. Knife a little bit low, but still no casualties overall. Now this is where the real fight starts. This is both the Rampage and the Dragon Blade. Falls. Dart managed to find two. This is actually a favorable trade for Vec so far. Only Donghak is going to be the only member remaining.
Clean up
and
late.
Dart. And also the flip came in mid-fight, so this is actually going to be a considerable amount of progress taken back from Vec. Looking like by the time Fnatic comes back, they should be ahead in this contest for a second flashpoint.
Yeah, Vec will be on top, but they did end up using everything. So Izayaki with the Kitsune Rush. Again, it's about how can you get Izayaki in a good position to put this down. It's going to be the stomp coming in right away, met by a barrage.
Alright, barrage isn't the one that finishes off Lijiang, but it is going to be the combined damage of the side of Vec. If Fnatic tries to pull a 4v5, they equalize and make it a 4v4 through Knife taking down Jisung, and Lijiang being Lucio should be able to join the fight quicker, but Dart takes down checkmate, so this is going to be a new phase for the fight, but Knife takes a minute, and what do you know? Fnatic already made that flip happen, so actually pressure. Oh, this is how you deal with Bara as a venture.
Here's some animations that just tickle me. That's one of them. Able to drill the far through the air, and now just like that, Fnatic is a single flashpoint away. They've been able to engage on Vec right before Vec hits their power spike, right? Vec is not able to get their support ultimates up. That was going to be the flip for Vec to be able to win those fights back. Meanwhile, Knife, Donghak, both with ultimates, and if they can just stall out long enough, then that ultimate advantage that the supports from Vec have and were squandered by just getting nuked early is not going to mean anything. Fnatic should be able to catch it.
Alright, Fnatic finally looking. Remember, we've been talking about how good teams play and they're not afraid to take 4v5s if they have the ultimates to support that. Fnatic looking like they're actually doing that right now. Tectonic Shock, not going to find anyone, but still, remember, despite, just like you said, Vec had the support ult advantage, but Fnatic didn't even give a damn, and they just used their ultimates of their own. Now, if you look at it, the next fight is going to be on more even terms. Fnatic will be having their own set of support ultimates.
Minute ended up hitting a decent pulse bomb, and it was the one who died. I believe it got cleansed out with the Suzu. So Fnatic in a great position with these ultimates to be able to play defensively, but I think Fnatic should just not take their foot off the gas. The engage comes in over there. Bear's all alone somewhere out there, and it forces out this beat early.
Beat expires now, and Dawn didn't even use Rampage. Only the commanding shout over there, and this is going to be a little bit of a disgusting 1v1. Oh, never mind. I thought it was a 1v1, but he just, Donghak had a Lijiang behind him, and mere seconds away from Fnatic just punching in their ticket for the playoffs here. And once Vec, they're desperate to come in. However, Fnatic has all the tools to just punish them when they do. Overtime is taking this PvP start of the end for Vec here. This is going to be a good beat for Lijiang checkmate, using the Dragon Blade to take care of Dart. Jisung down. A beautiful Rampage from Donghak means that there are no more bodies from Vec to touch the point, and in very convincing fashion. It took them longer than we thought it would be, but finally, Fnatic will get themselves into playoffs.
That's the Fnatic New Junk City comp. You saw how well it worked, even with a Pharah in the sky, which theoretically should be able to put a damper on it. I would love to see Fnatic play this comp against a team that is more practiced on the Pharah compositions, but I don't want to denigrate like what Fnatic did. Good job. You made the playoffs. We all kind of expected that. They played really well. And, you know, the thing is, the support line played solid. That was the big question. Izyaki's been pretty fine all year. You know, not great, not bad. It's been solid, which is what you want out of your support. But Lijiang staying alive and being able to play the Juno on a specific map was nice. The big revelation for me, and, you know, I voted for Checkmate, but I said I might vote for Donghak player of the match. Just really solid. Tonight has been a night of watching tanks really diversify their portfolios and what they're playing and how impactful they are. So the Doomfist, we all know how good that can be. Fall, serviceable. The Junker Queen looked very, very good for Donghak.
Yep, and remember, Donghak has been a player who has been questioned about his hero pool, especially in the early stages of his career. Back in the Atlanta Reign, you know, all he had to do was play ball, and the rest of the team just won it for him, so it seems. But, I mean, I'm not saying that this Fnatic is a weak team by any means, but, of course, in this team setup, you have to play a little bit more, I guess, diverse hero pools in order for you to win, according to the tactical setup of the team itself. And at least for today, it looked like Donghak was up to the challenge.
I mean, it's, you know, obviously it's been Rookie of the Year, has, you know, accolades, but I think it's just so important that if you are going to be a team that is going to run the same tank constantly, that you're not giving away what you're going to run. And guys, check your corners. What was that? I guess Doomfist with the cloak of invisibility coming in, but yeah, and then this Doom just putting on immense pressure. But beyond that, the Doom with the survivability. We talk a little bit about running these tanks that have the mobility to get back, so you can play spawn camps, and we see it with Crazy Raccoon running the ball constantly, the Doomfist, and just great tank play overall from Donghak.
All right, we have an interview with the man himself, so Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are here with the final POTM interview of the day. And of course, with Fnatic's victory over VEC, they move on to the playoffs, so please introduce yourself before the interview.
푸나틱에서 탱커하고 있는 동학입니다.
This is Donghak.
네, 동학 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 3대 0으로 세트 모두 가져가면서 깔끔한 승리를 따내셨는데요. 자, 오늘 승리 소감
So, how do you feel
들어볼까요?
about the victory today?
오늘 한 판 지면 끝이라
It was sink or swim, so I was a little worried, but I'm really glad that
네,
we
자,
were able to
한판
win
지면
pretty easily.
끝이었기 때문에 오늘 좀 걱정을 했었는데 그래도 이겼기 때문에 또 기분이 굉장히 좋아 보이는 것 같습니다. 자, 오늘 또 리장 타워 때 공격적인 푸나틱만의
Of course,
플레이가
the aggression from,
하루였는데요.
especially on Lijiang Tower,
게임 흐름이
was
어땠나요?
very noteworthy. So, can you tell us about the
쉽게
overall
흘러간 것
match momentum? And Donghak
네,
kept it
자,
short and
리장
says
타워는
it was
쉽게
pretty
흘러갔다라고 이렇게 또 깔끔하게
pretty
말씀을
easily.
해주셨는데요. 자, 또 서킬 로얄 때 동학 선수의 플레이가 돋보였던 오늘 하루였죠.
Of course, we have to
동학
talk
선수
about the
1세트부터
Circuit Royale
퀸,
as well,
둠피, 볼
and
그리고
his
라마까지
hero pool
자유자재로 모든
from Junker Queen,
영웅을 활용하는
Doomfist,
모습을
Wrecking
보여주는데
Ball.
오늘 좀 가장 마음에 들었던 플레이를 했던 영웅은 뭘까요?
What was the hero that you're
잘
performing?
이유가
What was the
뭘까요?
hero performance that you're satisfied with the most? And
펀치
then he
잘
says
맞고
Doomfist.
잘 살아가지고
He survived well on Doomfist, and
네,
he landed his punch as
잘
well.
살아갔기
So
때문에
that's
라고
why I
말씀을
think
하셨는데
Doomfist
저도
was
궁금한 점이 하나 있어요. 이 서큘로 할
highlight
때
moment.
상대 애쉬랑 메이가 동학 선수가 숨어 있는 거를
And during
보고
Circuit
그냥
Royale,
지나갔던 거 기억나시나요?
do you remember when you were
자,
hiding
이때
and
왜 숨어 있었나요?
the enemy Ashe and Mei were
그때
just past
파워펀치
you?
차 있어가지고 숨어서 한번 노려본다는.
And so why were you hiding? And so
그런데
I had
이제
the punch ready,
지나가는 거
so I
보면서
wanted
어떤 생각이
to
들었을까요?
surprise them with the fist.
그냥 지나가네 하고 잡을 생각한 것 같아요.
And Donghak says,
네,
Donghak's
지나가네.
reaction
잘
to the
됐다라고
enemy
생각이
Ashe and
들었나요?
Mei are.
네, 자
wait,
그냥
they're just-
지나갔기 때문에
they're
정말
just going, I guess.
잘했다라고 또 기쁜 마음이 들었다고 합니다. 자 오늘 이렇게 또 좋은 모습 보여줬는데 자 앞으로 또 여정을 함께 나갈 팀원들이 있을 거란 말이죠.
Of course.
자 우리 팀원들께도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
Now the playoffs are
아래에서부터
coming coming up.
함께
So
해보자.
can you please say a few words to the
이야,
fans or to your teammates? he says.
짧지만 따뜻하게
We're starting from the
느껴지는
bottom,
한마디.
so hey, let's
아래에서
work hard
같이 도장 깨기
and
해
get the W.
나가보자라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 자, 또 오늘 마지막까지 기다려주신 팬분들이 계시잖아요. 팬분들께도
And lastly,
한
please say a
말씀씩
few words to your
부탁드립니다.
fans.
늦게까지 응원해 주셔서
Thank you so much for supporting us until this late
네,
hour.
그리고 또 동학 선수의 POTM을 굉장히 기다려준 팬분들이 엄청나게 많아요.
There's a lot of fans
팬분들께
that have been
사랑
waiting
하트 한
for
번씩만
you
날려주세요.
to receive the POTM. So give us a little pose, and he gives a little. He's a little shy with it, but he definitely has.
네, 날아갔다고 합니다. 자, 지금까지 오늘의
Shows the
승리팀
support for his
이계동
fans,
선수
and
만나봤습니다.
of course
다시
that
한번
was the
축하드립니다.
POTM interview. And to close us off for the day, I'm going to send it back
네,
to
오늘
Unknown and
마지막
Hex.
경기 3대 0으로 깔끔하게 잡아내면서 이렇게 종료하게
Alright, thank you,
됐습니다.
Quest, for the
자,
translations. Well, compared to his play, Donghak seems a little bit shy. Of course, I've been knowing this for quite a while, even during MSM. I've been having the chance to interview him. That was already, 2 years ago. And, well, he's not the talkative type. Let's just give you that. And today's results, Pokerface asserting its second seed going into playoffs as second seed by taking down Team Falcons 3-1. So this was kind of like the shocker of the day. And also, somewhat of a shocker was Crazy Raccoon. A 3-2 win over Zeta Division. The result itself wasn't really a shocker, but the way that Zeta Division just took away 2 maps away from what might have been what looked like an invincible Crazy Raccoon was also quite of a shocker as well, so it was that much entertaining. And Fnatic, well, this was the Fnatic that we were promised, and they duly delivered with a 3-0 win over Vec. So we say goodbye to Vec for this season, but kudos to them. We've seen a lot of good things from them.
Yeah, absolutely. They should be proud of the stage results they put up. Improvement always good. So here are the standings after the seeding decider. Of course, Fnatic and DAEJEON are going to be 5 and 6 in the playoffs. Crazy Raccoon and Pokerface will get those bye weeks. So these are the teams that I think people expected to move forward, just maybe not in the order we expected. Team Falcons faltering a little. Zeta Division showing that Crazy Raccoon can be beaten. Juno coming into the meta has thrown things a little bit off. You've got hit scan players who just decide to win maps for you out of nowhere. You know, it's been a crazy good and entertaining region to be a part of, and I'm so blessed and so thankful to be a part of watching some of the best Overwatch in the world, and these teams lived up to expectations. Super fun to see. DAEJEON and Fnatic, maybe I'm going back to the well too many times in this, but puncher's chance. You get the Prophet Cass hitting all the shots that Prophet show he can do. Fnatic with that tank play. I think tank play right now is so much about mobility and disruption, and the Doomfist does that. Obviously, Junbin's Ball does that for Crazy Raccoon, and when you're just throwing kind of super aggro at teams, that Fnatic squad looks good. Looks like they have comps they like. So anything can happen as we go forward to the playoffs. But Pokerface taking second seed, I think, is the story of this stage. No one really expected that. Falcons falling a little bit. Crazy Raccoon showing that they're mortal. Zeta Division, they've lost 3 matches in a row, but it doesn't really feel that way, does it?
Alright, yeah, it doesn't as well, by any chance. And this is going to be your playoffs bracket, so Crazy Raccoon and Pokerface taking a bye, and it is going to be Team Falcons going against Fnatic. Of course, Fnatic going into that 6th seed, having to go against the 3rd seed. And Zeta Division going against DAEJEON. The winner of Fnatic and Falcons goes against Crazy Raccoon, so I'm not very envious of either of them. Zeta Division, DAEJEON goes, the winner of the Zeta Division, DAEJEON goes against Pokerface.
Well, doesn't Crazy Raccoon get to pick who they play of those winners?
Oh, that's actually very true.
You wrote these rules. Come on, Unknown.
Look, it is late into
It is
the
late.
night. Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, but it is. No, I stand corrected. Crazy Raccoon gets to choose who the winners of Game 1 and Game 2, and Pokerface gets the rest. And also, 3 slots for OWCS Asia. So whoever wins in Game 3 and 4 gets an automatic, qualification for Asia. If they lose, they have to go against each other in a last, basically a last chance qualifier for OWCS Asia.
Yeah, and I mean, these are the games coming up. Falcons, Fnatic, just what we've seen from Fnatic today. It's hard to gauge because of the power level of VEC is not quite up to the level of the top 5 or 6 teams. Obviously, Zeta Division, DAEJEON. I mean, with some of the changes we've seen, we've seen Circuit Royale become a completely different map. In a couple of instances, we've seen the power level of Juno be tested and shown in a lot of places. So with another week of these teams going into the lab and figuring out what works well, what we're good at, you could see some upsets here. I think that we've seen across the region, even today, finally Crazy Raccoons loses maps. Across this region, that it is still a little bit up in the air, and it's just been super fun to see how tight things have gotten amongst the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and also something really interesting is that how distant the styles of play is between these 6 teams that are in the playoffs now. Usually in a quote-unquote boring season, it's just like a single style of play, and the standings are just divided onto who executes it better. But these, it looks like by both the roster employment and also just the heroes that they play, is that it's a little bit different. Like, they have slightly different styles of play, and competing against the clashes between styles is going to be very interesting to see as we go into the playoffs next week. But that being said, this is going to be the end for us. I did already mention that it is pretty late in Korea. Today was a pretty long day, but thank you, chat, for staying with us. Thank you, the viewers, for staying with us. And also thank you, Hex, for casting with me today. I had so much fun. So next week is going to be the playoffs. We'll definitely be here, so you guys should be here also. So thank you. Have a good day. Have a good afternoon. Have a good evening. Have a good night wherever you are, and we'll see you next week.